After Abel had eaten his lavish dinner, he completely relaxed his body and sat cross-legged on his bed. According to the Beginner Wizard Meditation Guide, one could choose any position they believed was the most comfortable position for them to do meditation. Abel, a boy who was deeply influenced by his previous world, still stubbornly believed cross-leg was the best way to go about meditation. Abel turned his power of the will into a thing that he was most familiar with, a rune pen. The tip of the pen began to absorb mana. Mana filled the magic tower, and soon the tip of the pen had fully absorbed the ink made by that mana. Afterward, he began to draw. But before he could even complete his first stroke, he abruptly came to a halt. He had used too much force, and the stroke was a tiny bit bigger than the original one on the Beginner Wizard Meditation Guide. Since his power of the will was immensely powerful, it allowed him to sense a small difference like this. "Okay, let's start again," he thought as he retrieved the stroke he made with the power of the will rune pen, and his mind was blank once more. This time, Abel was more careful. He had underestimated the difficulty of the Beginner Wizard Meditation. He thought of the students gathering outside the magic tower. They all possessed the power of the will, although the strength of their power of the will was still a mystery. Abel had seen it that there were a few older men with a head full of gray hair in the group. This just further confirmed the difficulty of the Beginner Wizard Meditation. Abel had spent the night trying to draw the pattern. He made mistakes on the first stroke, 10th stroke, and 20th stroke. He was still miles from completing it, but he already felt like his head was going to explode if he continued. Abel felt like he had reached his limit. According to the Beginner Wizard Meditation Guide, if he had used an excessive amount of the power of the will from his body, it would damage his soul. Therefore, Abel decided to have a rest. He laid on his bed. Despite his power of the will being completely fatigued, he was still very excited about practicing the Beginner Wizard Meditation. He found it hard to fall asleep, and it was in this half-awake state he felt the rune pen in his mind again. The rune pen spun its tip around. It seemed like it could absorb more mana this way. Afterward, the rune pen began to draw in his mind. The first stroke was perfect. At this moment, Abel felt like he was watching this rune pen moved all over in his mind from a third-person perspective. The rune pen continued to absorb mana. Soon, the rune pen had drawn a perfect magical pattern in Abel's mind. The next morning, Abel felt like he had dreamt that he had effortlessly drawn the second pattern of the Beginner Wizard Meditation Guide in his mind entirely. Up to this point, Abel began to laugh at himself. Was this considered as daydreaming? Suddenly, his whole body froze. He realized there was actually a rank 1 novice wizard pattern being drawn entirely in his mind. He fixed on the pattern. It was not a dream, it was real. He had drawn a magic pattern in his dream. Abel could not believe it. He was reminded of the time where he had first forged a base of 100 skills and the time where he had first drawn a rune. Suddenly, it became clear to him. He must have had another flash of realization. Flash of realization was a state you could only hope for. You could never plan for it. It had the power to enlighten the person with the perfect wisdom, unleashing an instinctive response for things that a person couldn't comprehend. Abel took out the Beginner Wizard Meditation Guide with a heart full of worry and then compared it to the pattern in his mind. He closely examined each change, thickness, and force of each stroke. Stroke by stroke, Abel continued to examine the pattern silently. His finger followed the pattern on the Beginner Wizard Meditation Guide until the pattern had finished. It was exactly the same. Abel let out a breath of relief. There was no problem, and he had officially become a rank 1 novice wizard. The next step was to fill this pattern with mana. This step took a long time because it was through this stage that the wizard could effectively lead the mana alongside the path of the pattern with their power of the will. This allowed the pattern to absorb the mana more evenly. When the pattern had become a physical object in the mind, this step was complete. When Abel was just about to proceed with this step of filling up the pattern, suddenly, Wizard Sam's voice began to come through his identity card. "Abel, what happened to you? Why didn't you sweep the floor today?" From his voice, Abel could tell that Wizard Sam was not blaming him. Instead, he was filled to the brim with a sense of concern. "Mr. Sam, I'll go now." Abel did not give any explanation and went straight towards novice Wizard Sam's room. "My child." The voice of Wizard Sam came through Abel's identity card again. But by that point, Abel had already left his room and did not hear this voice of Cherish. "Knock, knock, come in," said novice wizard Sam. Abel opened the door to his room and quickly entered. The first thing he did was said to novice wizard Sam in embarrassment, "Mr. Sam, I'm so sorry that I slept late yesterday. I'll begin now." "Wait," novice wizard Sam looked at Abel with a sense of shock. He swallowed his saliva and said with a gentle voice, "You practiced the beginner wizard meditation yesterday." Abel had just finished drawing a rank 1 novice wizard pattern. There was still a faint magical wave remained on his body. Mr. Sam had a deep understanding of meditation, so of course, he could see that Abel was different. "Yes, Mr. Sam." Abel paused for a bit before continuing. "Beginner wizard meditation was way too hard. I spent an entire night until I could remember the pattern on the second page, and I've only drawn it out in my mind this morning." "Can you fill it with mana?" novice wizard Sam desperately asked. Sam was fully aware that successfully drawing a pattern didn't mean the person was a rank 1 novice wizard. They need to do it perfectly. Many students of wizardry could draw a pattern, but as long as there was a single mistake, they would not be able to fill it up with mana. Therefore, they need to scrap that pattern and start all over again. Mr. Sam already knew that Abel must be extremely gifted. No matter if his pattern was successful was not, it still only took him 1 night to draw it. That fact alone had already confirmed that Abel was not just an ordinary gifted child. The novice wizard Sam was filled with joy in his heart. A wizard was not a lone wolf, and they possessed longevity that was hard to comprehend by ordinary people. It was often tough for wizards to be friends with normal people. That was why in every wizard's heart they cherished a wizard friend that they could trust and held it as high regard. Abel had the talent to become a rank 6 official wizard, and Sam was confident that he could become one as well. It was the reason Sam wanted to build a strong relationship with Abel. "Mr. Sam, I'll give it a try after I finish my work." Abel was a little confused about why novice wizard Sam was in such a hurry. As he was getting ready to get his cleaning equipment, novice wizard Sam stuck out his hand and blocked Abel and said, "Don't worry about that, let's try it now. I want to see if you're able to fill the pattern up with mana." "Okay, Mr. Sam." Abel sat on the floor and began to absorb the mana in the air with his power of the will. There were more than enough mana in the magic tower, and it slowly began to gather on his power of the will. He then began to direct this mana, and alongside each stroke of the pattern, his power of the will moved slowly along. More and more mana was absorbed from the air and released onto the pattern. Although the pattern didn't look too big, it was filled with countless strokes tightly curved together, making the actual path of the pattern extremely long. It took Abel more than 2 hours until he had filled up all the strokes of the pattern with mana using his power of the will. When he had completed the last stroke, a ray of shining blue light quickly traveled backward from the end point of the pattern towards the starting point. Novice wizard Sam no longer needed Abel to explain. Just by looking at his body shining in blue light, he knew Abel had succeeded. At this moment, novice wizard Sam was witnessing the birth of a genius with his own eyes, a genius that he himself brought into the world of wizardry. "I never thought you would be able to draw level 1 novice wizard magic patterns so quickly. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to a level 1 novice wizard," novice wizard Sam said to Abel with a smile. Abel suddenly felt the magic throughout his body through his heart. This energy was utterly different from combat Kai. It wasn't as violent as combat Kai. Instead, it had a soft and continuous texture like the flow of water. "I will give you this box of Constitution potion for you to use. Mana can cause harm to your body." Sam then handed Abel a box and said to Abel, "Now that you have mana, you will learn to use it. How you will go from there is all up to you. There are 3 main options: fire, ice, electricity, or, if you're a genius, you can choose multiple options." Before Sam could finish explaining the paths, he couldn't control himself and seemingly glanced over at the young child in front of him. He was a pure genius. He then hesitantly said, "I chose to learn the fire spells. This element is very practical with a powerful force. But most importantly, fire spells are the only skill that can replenish its energy through the heat from the air known as warmth." Looking sheepishly, novice wizard Sam paused for a moment and then added, "Of course, I've only learned firebomb so far. This spell is very practical, and its power will increase as the firebomb level increases. May I learn this from you, Mr. Sam? Abel was looking forward to learning his first spell. Of course, but I can only teach you this specific magic, and your path will be decided when my teacher comes back. My abilities cannot point you to your path. Novice Wizard Sam said gravely to Abel. Novice Wizard Sam took out a piece of lambskin parchment from the box behind him. It had an intricate pattern on it, and it seemed to be written in the language of the Holy Continent. The parchment read, Firebomb. Sam then placed the parchment onto Abel's hands, then said, "This is the firebomb pattern. You need to quickly use the power of the will in your hand to lead the mana in from the rank 1 novice magical pattern to draw out this firebomb pattern. At the same time, you need to say the spell to ignite the firebomb pattern. Afterward, you just need to point your power of the will to the direction you want to shoot the fireball." "Are this your spell notes, Mr. Sam?" Abel recognized Sam's handwriting, which was written on parchment. "It's no use to me. I have already remembered them all here." Novice Wizard Sam, pointing towards his brain, and added, "Other than being a thing of sentiment, I'll just give it to you, and maybe you will find it useful." Abel then looked at the parchment on his hands. Abel had experienced what it was like to draw a magical pattern from the second page of the Beginner Wizard Meditation Guide. He understood how much effort it would take to copy a pattern note like this. This note was written by an actual rune pen, and it was a lot more flexible than the power of the will. Therefore, as long as the size and changes of the strokes are a tiny bit off balance, the entire note needed to be scrapped. "I'll demonstrate it once for you, watch it carefully," Novice Wizard Sam alerted Abel. As Novice Wizard Sam's right hand began to be scrambled across his chest, a wave of mana began to flow out along with the fingers of his right hand, creating a fiery red pattern on his chest. At the same time, he began to chant the spell. When Abel heard the spell, he was immediately shocked as the spell was spoken in an elfish language. When the spell stopped, the fiery red pattern quickly condensed into a fireball. Sam then casually threw the fireball at the wall. When the ball was near the wall flashed with a bright white light, and the fireball immediately disappeared. Novice Wizard Sam then looked at Abel's shocked emotion with a smile, and it was the first time Abel had seen a wizard casting spells. After letting Abel calm down for a bit, he asked, "Abel, did you watch it carefully?" "Yes, Mr. Sam, I saw it clearly. How long does it take to cast these spells, in terms of the duration?" Abel asked, as he had just seen Sam casting his spell in about 5 seconds. "I slowed it down so you could see better. When you start, you might be slower than that, but as you practice more and more, you will get faster and faster," Sam said. This time, Sam didn't say the spell clearly. He spattered the words out in a speedy and unclear manner. His hand had moved a lot faster than before, and quickly drawn out a flaming red color pattern. In under a second, he had thrown a fireball onto the wall. Again, it was blocked by the wall's flash of white light. "Did you see it? That took around 1.5 seconds and is the fastest I can reach. I've been practicing this for the past 20 years. My teacher Eveline, however, could cast the entire spell within 0.5 seconds. Sam said directly to Abel, "Mr. Sam, why didn't the fireball hit the wall when you threw at it?" Abel's curiosity was fully aroused today, and the flash of the white light suddenly reminded him of the defensive shield and armor he had forged before, which was fitted with the runes of 12 Sol to reduce physical attacks. Abel realized it reacted more or less the same way when it was attacked, but this wall was attacked by magic. This is the tower's defense magic circle in effect. This magic tower has a lot of magic circles to protect themselves from enemy attacks, as well as for preventing damages caused by experiments inside, just like the one I just showed you," Sam explained with a smile. "What language did you speak when you cast the spell?" Abel asked with concern. Lorraine was teaching Abel some elf language. She taught him a dialect of the elf language known as the noble elf language, as Abel had taught him some noble way of speech. The spell that Novice Wizard Sam had just said was almost exactly the same as the noble elf language Lorraine had taught him. That was the language of the high-rank elves. According to legend, the magic of the humans originated from the high-rank elves. As the high-rank elves continue to disappear in this world, and a lot of the elf legends we have today is actually a branch from the high-rank elves. Novice Wizard Sam was very pleased with Abel's willingness to learn these kinds of theories, as it was quite boring and tedious to learn these things. Novice Wizard Sam had been learning only one spell, Firebomb, for decades. But because he didn't have much energy to learn other spells, he spent a lot of time meditating every day. The rest of his time was spent practicing firebomb. He also had to spend part of his time refining potions to help him practice. The language of the high-rank elves was still being used today, but it was only used by a small number of noble elves. If you want, I can repeat it once more. Listen to my pronunciation carefully. You cannot make a mistake when using the spell Novice Wizard Sam B and to say the spell again. This time, he intentionally increased his volume and decreased his speed, so Abel could hear how each word was pronounced. The passionate elves of fire, please give me your strength. The attribute of fire. The demand of the elves, please turn into a fireball that could overcome anything. Abel had heard these words clearly in his ears. If Lorraine could teach him these noble elves' language, Abel began to doubt the status of Lorraine. Could Lorraine be special? What about the power of fireball, Mr. Sam? Abel was extremely concerned about this matter because he realized that Sam had only learned one spell, with the other disciples being here for such a long time and had only learned 2 to 3 spells. These powerful spells had already become the wizard's main weapon of self-defense. First of all, no one dares to take the initiative against a wizard with a magical tower background. The reputation of a wizard is not made by us novice wizards, but by an actual wizard who would personally send the attacker to hell. The purpose of the firebomb spell was to give wizards the means to protect themselves during their novice stage. The most important thing was the meditation, which is the foundation of all wizards. Sam said with a serious tone and then followed with a smile. The firebomb spell is considered as the lowest level of spells, but it was still a magic attack. The attack can completely ignore a knight's defense. Even if the knight could fend off a few attacks, as long as the novice wizard had fully utilized the spell along with someone to protect them, 3 to 4 firebombs are enough to send a commander into his grave. At this point, novice wizard Sam had a proud expression on his face. It was true that novice wizards didn't have enough defensive powers, but in terms of their attack, it was extremely deadly. All right then, go now. Make good use of the magic on your hands, Abel. Sam bowed his head and then began to do his work. Mr. Sam, something is going on in my family tomorrow, and I want to go back and take care of it, Abel whispered. No problem, you are in charge of managing your own time. I have nothing for you here anyways, so you can stay there for 2 more days if you need it, Sam said with a laugh. His attitude towards Abel was no longer like he was treating Abel as his nephew. He seemed to treat Abel as someone who was as important as him. Maybe it was because of Abel's genius. Mr. Sam, I'll come back clean up here afterward. Abel bowed as he left the room. The first thing Abel did when he got back to his room was to open his Horadric cube. He took out the scroll of town portal and tried to use his mana to activate the scroll on it, but he had to resist himself from using it. Since he was still in the magic tower, the chances of being caught using the scroll town portal were too big for Abel to risk. For now, the only thing he could do was to learn the spells he saw earlier from Sam. Firstly, he took out the record of the parchment spell, Firebomb. Then he began memorizing the pattern. The pattern seemed to be a little easier than the pattern for the level 1 novice wizard. After carefully memorizing and reading, Abel discovered that there were 10 important places of the pattern to pay special attention to. With his past experience of the memory of a level 1 novice wizard, it only took him 1 to 2 hours to remember the entire pattern of the Firebomb spell. Abel stretched out his right hand with his fingers, beginning to row in the air. Although he had already memorized the pattern, it was very difficult to draw out the firebomb pattern in the air, since it created a sense of unbalanced. Also, the speed of the magical power being drawn from the rank 1 novice wizard pattern in his mind, and the force applied through his fingers, were also difficult challenges that Abel needed to face. When Abel was transmitting the mana through his body, he realized his power of will was being eroded by the mana. After the mana had passed through his body, it felt as if the autumn wind was sweeping through the grass. Abel felt a little weaker, but shortly after the mana had flowed through his body, there was a golden combat kai rushing towards the mana. Within seconds, he realized it was because of the corrosive effects of the mana, and the golden combat kai had repaired his body from the corrosive mana, which made him strong again. Abel's body was considered as very strong nowadays. Hence every bit of power increase was slowly becoming harder these days. The knight's breathing technique he did every day almost had no effects on him. each time of magical power damage and repair equaled to half a month of training the knight's breathing technique. That was unbelievable. Abel was a special boy. His golden color combat Kai had an unbelievable power to repair and strengthen his body. If you wanted to become a wizard, the latest age you could start was around 15 to 16, as you needed to dedicate a large amount of time and effort into it. With the magical powers damaged to one's body, it was almost impossible for a wizard to be a knight simultaneously. Being a knight itself required a large amount of training to ignite the Kai in the body, to attain a combat Kai. Since the body of wizards were already damaged by magical power, how could they add knights training on top of that? Especially when both of their training were very time-consuming. With the magic causing damage to the body, it meant that Abel could no longer undertake any knight training, as well as his lack of spare time too. Before deciding to study in the magical tower, Abel decided to put aside his future as a knight to prioritize for wizard studies. However, he had just discovered that through the wizard's learning process, the magic with the golden combat Kai was able to work simultaneously. This meant the original magic that was harmful to the body was able to become a method for his continual training as a knight. Hence, the wizard practicing method was even better than the original knight breathing technique. Before lunch, Abel went to the laboratory where Sam, the novice wizard, resided in. "Abel, come over here," Sam waved to Abel. Surprisingly, Sam was having a meal in the dining room today, which he rarely did. When Abel saw him calling him, he took his meal and sat down in front down. The scene made Ethan, who was grabbing his lunch on the side, very jealous. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of jealousy. At that moment, he was helping level 5 novice wizard Carlos retrieve his lunch. He realized that novice wizard Carlos had never treated him the same way as to how Sam was treating Abel. This was because novice wizard Carlos was always busy, and whenever he was frustrated, he always scolded him. Novice wizard Carlos wasn't like novice wizard Sam. Novice wizard Sam was still young, and he still had a lot of time to attack the bottleneck of becoming an official wizard. Therefore, they could still treat people with a nice attitude. However, novice wizard Carlos was already above the age of 100 and still hadn't become an official wizard. He could no longer take the route of naturally increasing his power, and he had to rely on drugs. But it was not easy. These drugs cost a lot of money and resources. Living with all these stress every day, you can imagine just how bad his mood would be. Novice wizard Carlos wasn't the only one suffering like this in the magic tower. Both novice wizard Red in the 4th story and novice wizard Tours were in the same situation. This was why all of the wizard followers were jealous of Abel, who was Sam's wizard follower. They just couldn't believe that Sam took his own time to teach his followers these kinds of magic spells. It made them extremely jealous. Sam gave a dead stare into Ethan's face. Ethan's eyes gave Sam felt a sense of dissatisfaction. When Sam saw it, he immediately fell onto the floor and dropped the food along with him. Ignoring Ethan, Sam turned to Abel with a smile. "You haven't met my teacher, Wizard Eveline, so you're still free. It means you're not yet an official wizard's follower." "Why, Mr. Sam?" Abel asked, stopping his cutlery. "Because the wizard's practice requires a lot of resources. And when you officially become a wizard follower of the Magic Tower, you have to report your identity to the Continental Magic Association. The association has a regulation. Each wizard may use their own ability to seek resources affect ordinary people themselves. That is, before the report your name to the Mages Guild, you through various means to get resource is approbated by the Magic Guild." Sam explained. "And how do wizards acquire their resources?" Abel had some understanding of the rules of the Wizard Union. If powerful wizards entered the secular world to use powerful magic to obtain resources, then the world would be in chaos. Most of the wizards' resources relied on the human world. Therefore, if the normal human world was in chaos and invaded by external forces, the wizards would no longer have a place to seek their resources. Novice wizards can gain resources by making rune signs and potions, or even going out for adventures to seek resources. On the other hand, official wizards can freely choose whichever country they want to stay in, and that country will happily provide resources for them and help them build their magic tower according to their ranks," said novice wizard Sam with a smile. By that point, Abel had understood from these words that the rule of cannot use your magical power to Influence or harm others for personal resource was targeted towards novice wizards. Official wizards were already supported by the country, so they no longer needed to seek resources themselves and could focus on their training. Then Abel asked novice wizard Sam something he always wanted to ask. If wizards could make something like a rune sign, why don't they make magic weapons? If wizards could make a rune sign, shouldn't making a magic weapon be way easier? Novice wizard Sam couldn't help laughing loudly. Then he stopped and said, "The dwarf's blacksmith master used ancient runes to make magic weapons. That's some extremely incredible technology." Novice wizard Sam took a sip of fruit juice in his cup and proceeded to say, "Wizards also grasped some of those runes, which are the ones used on the rune sign. Although the runes in magic weapons can be used a lot of times, it's only effective when the weapon strikes a person. Do you expect a wizard can strike someone with a weapon?" Up to this point, novice wizard Sam let out a small laugh and continued his speech. "Rune signs can attack or defend in however way you like. They're a lot more convenient than magic weapons and more suitable for us weak wizards. On top of that, which one do you think can generate more profits, a one-time use rune sign or a magic weapon that could be used countless times?" By that point, Abel understood. Rune signs were more suitable for wizards to use and could help them make the most amount of money. On the other hand, magic weapons were only ideal for occupations that often indulged in close battles, and due to their longevity, wizards could not continue to make money off it. That's why they did not spend too much time researching it. Of course, if you have deep knowledge in runes, you can create a magic weapon used by a wizard, known as the magic cane. Magic cane was the dream of every wizard. Novice wizard Sam began to laugh again, but it was not easy. There aren't many wizards who own magic canes. Even my teacher does not have one. You can go back this afternoon, take care of everything you need to. Remember, resources are essential, especially to novice wizards. Novice wizard Sam said gently. He was reminded of his fellow disciples. They were all working like crazy for resources. But of course, novice wizard Sam would not mention this to Abel. "Mr. Sam, thank you very much for your teaching." Abel could sense how much novice wizard Sam cherished him. He had helped him a lot, especially with all the faint sense of jealousy coming from all the other wizard followers in the tower. Abel understood how rare this was. Abel felt like he was cheating the system. He had only arrived at the magic tower a few days ago, and he had already requested a 3-day holiday. However, Abel had a lot of things to take care of when he would leave the magic tower. Other than going to take care of the comprehension issue with the royals, the most important thing was that he needed to ignite the scroll of town portal. The long gray robe surrounded Abel's body as he walked. On the road downhill, as he was walking, he thought of the fireball pattern. His fingers continued to move in his robe. Although he didn't use any magical power, he sensed that he could make a mistake very easily and needed to start again. Abel was thinking about the pattern, and before he knew it, he had already reached the bottom of the hill. He was out of the surrounding area of the magic tower. Suddenly, a team of public security guards wearing all black surrounded him. "Mister, you need to go to the Noble Arbitral Tribunal to answer a few questions now." The leader of the public security public guards stared at this student of wizardry in long gray robes with a pair of dark eyes. At first, the public security guard did not want to accept this mission. He knew his target was a student of wizardry, and anything to do with wizards could bring about troubles. However, this student of wizard in front of them had offended their high-status young Master Newton Benson, who was also a student of wizardry. The Benson family was one of the four most powerful families in Bakong City. Young Master Newton Benson was one of the Benson family's first wife's children, who had studied at the Magic Tower for a very long time. As a public security guard cultivated by the Benson family, he did not have the guts to reject the command of one of the Benson family's first wife's children. On top of that, the person their young master wanted to seek revenge was only an ordinary student of wizardry, a nobody, so the task should be easy. They were also using the name of Noble Arbitral Tribunal to arrest this student of wizardry. Therefore, no one could save him, unless if an official wizard appeared. "Arrest me?" A ruminate smile began to come through the hood of his robe. He would never have guessed in 100 years that someone would call the public security guards to arrest him. "Please come with us." The leader of the public security guards did not have the guts to use physical force on a student of wizardry. He only raised his voice. The leader of the public security guard had already expected that he might not be able to arrest this student of wizardry. As long as the student of wizardry refused, there was no way they could have forcefully kept him. Okay, if that's what you want. Abel thought he might as well find out who was the man behind this drama. Take him away. The leader of the public security guard waved to his men, and a few public security went up and took Abel on to a horse carriage. The leader of the public security guard let out a breath of relief. This student of wizardry really was a nobody. If not, this student of wizardry would have most likely used his status to threaten him already. He only needed to raise his voice a little until the kid was scared and followed him on to the carriage. Abel stayed inside the carriage while looking out the window. After going through a few main roads, he arrived at a large pure white building. "We've arrived, please step out." Upon hearing these words, Abel stepped out of the carriage with his head pointing down. When he lifted his head, the first thing he saw was a statue of the goddess of justice and order, with one hand holding a balance scale, sword on another, while stepping on a venomous snake. The infamous noble arbitral tribunal must be the building behind this statue. With the escort of the public security guards, Abel had entered this building. In the center of the building's hall, there was a young man around the age of 20, wearing a suit waiting. Along his side were two judges of the noble arbitral tribunal wearing a uniform with a print of the goddess of justice on top of it. When Abel stepped into the hall, the young men looked at Abel with a sense of hatred out of jealousy. "My two superiors, young Master Newton, the men you want had been brought here," said the public security guards, saluting to the two judges and the young man in a suit. "My two superiors, it was he who stolen my gold coins and disrespected my family's coat of arms. I request to send him to the remote Murray City," said the young man loudly. This was a setup, and the reason for it was excruciatingly simple. Newton did not want to take the life of this student of wizardry. He only wanted to escort him away so he could still return to the magic tower and continue to be a follower of novice wizard Sam. Noble accused an average person, and the Benson family had bribed the two judges. Newton was sure this student of wizardry could not escape these types of high success rate accuses. However, the process must be done quickly escort this student of wizardry to Murray City before he had the chance to tell novice wizard Sam and then find someone to kill him. Therefore, this would have nothing to do with Newton. "You accuse on behalf of the Benson family." A voice came from Abel's row before the two judges could even speak. "You need to address me as Your Highness. I accuse you on behalf of the Benson family." Newton was irritated. His voice sounded a bit sharp. "The two respected judges are representing the goddess of justice and order. Can you testify he was accusing me on behalf of the Benson family?" Abel asked the two judges. His voice sounded calm as always. By this point, the two judges already realized something was odd. This student of wizardry was not an average person. Through his way of speech, they could tell that he was a noble that gone through the noble's etiquette training. On top of that, this student of wizardry seemed way too calm in the noble arbitral tribunal. There was not a single bit of terror within him. One of the judges turned to Newton and asked, "Young Master Newton, can you accuse on behalf of the Benson family?" Newton did not know what the judge meant by that. He had only been kicked out of the magic tower, and he did not have the guts to tell his family. He had all of these connections by just directly saying the name of his family. All he wanted was to escort this student of wizardry quickly. If not, his status within the family would be dramatically lowered. He might not even be able to get his resources for training. "Yes, I am very certain I can accuse on behalf of the Benson family," said Newton decisively. The two judges exchanged gazes with helpless expressions. The judge who had just spoken then turned to Abel and said, "Now, I will inform you officially. The Benson family had accused you of stealing young Master Newton's gold coins and disrespected their family's coat of arms. Do you have any comments? Your status is not high enough to accuse me." Abel's voice came out of his voice with a hint of ridicule and mockery. "Please testify with your identity." The two judges did not get angry. As long as the person was not stupid, no one would not have the guts to say nonsense in the noble arbitral tribunal. "Okay," Abel took out a coat of arms medal from his chest pocket and handed it towards the two judges. Newton was already interested to see what it was, but the body of one of the judges blocked him. In a blink of an eye, one of the judges had already handed the coat of arm medal back to Abel. They then said with an earnest voice, "Sorry. The Honorable Baron, you will be treated according to your status." Baron, as soon as Newton heard these words, he felt like he was going to blackout. His legs felt like they could not even support him. Since when did Duchy of Carmel have a baron at this age? Who was this person he had offended? "It's fake, there's no doubt, it's fake," Newton shouted. He had already put almost everything on this bet. If any of these circumstances was exposed, it could yield in horrific results. He would either be murdered by novice wizard Sam or kicked out of his family. "Excuse me, Mr. Judge representing the goddess of justice and order. Newton has disrespected my family coat of arms and disregarded the dignity of the noble arbitral tribunal in front of you," Abel said in a monotone voice. "We can no longer handle this matter, Honorable Baron. We will ask one of the duty chiefs of judges to serve you. Please have a seat and drink a cup of coffee." One of the judges waved at a servant to deliver a cup of coffee to Abel and gave the other judge an eye signal. The other judge bowed to Abel and walked off. Seeing Abel sitting, enjoying a cup of coffee, filling the room with aroma, Newton knew something was not right. To sit down here and enjoy a coffee. This baron must not be ordinary. He must be a baron with some even more frightening status. Soon as that judge walked off, a middle-aged man with the same goddess of justice and order printed uniform had walked towards Abel. The only difference about his uniform was that it had a few extra gold strips, which made it look more luxurious. He said to Abel, "The Honorable Master Abel, Chief of Judges Randall is here to serve you." "The respectable Chief of Judges, Mr. Randall. The Benson family has made a laughable accusation towards me. As an outstanding military service baron and a blacksmith. Master, they accused me of stealing gold coins from Newton and disrespecting their family's coat of arms," said Abel with an intense sense of mockery. "Excuse me, Mr. Newton, you said that Baron Abel had stolen your gold coins and disrespected your family coat of arms. Can you provide some details on where and when he had stolen your gold coins and disrespected your family coat of arms?" the Chief of Judges asked Newton. Newton was not prepared to be asked these sudden questions. At first, this was only a setup. As long as he could escort Abel out of Bakong City to Murray City and find someone to assassinate him along the way, this plan would be perfect. However, this Chief of Judges, Randall, was not partnered with the Benson family. Newton did not know how to reply at all when he was being asked these questions out of a sudden. As he stared into the cold eyes of the Chief of Judges, Newton began to panic, and he blurted out, "Yesterday in the Magic Tower, he had disrespected my family's coat of arms." Abel gently took the hood of the robe off his head, exposing a face that is so young that was unduly. His face was filled with smile and said, "Mr. Newton, you seem to forget that you had already been kicked out of the Magic Tower a few days ago. Also, with your current status, would you carry your family's coat of arms medal around? Family coat of arms medal could only be carried by the head of the family and his inheritance. If other members of the family wanted to use it, it could only be shown through something like a coat of arms etched horse carriage or flag." "Arrest Newton," the Chief of Judges, Randall, shouted. As soon as these words filled the room, 2 public security guards held Newton down. By that point, they could no longer care about Newton. They could only hope to put forward their best behavior in front of Baron, able to preserve their lives. The Chief of Judges then turned to Abel and said, "What demands do you have for this situation? If the Benson family doesn't pay enough compensation for this, I will request a family arbitration," said Abel calmly. However, to the Chief of Judges, what Abel had said was not as calm as they say he said it. Family arbitration meant that Abel wanted to bring this situation to the highest court of the Noble Arbitration Tribunal with the highest-ranking judge. The winner of the Noble Arbitration would inherit half of the losing family's assets. It was not a simple process, and it was a battle between the connection and power of each family. The one who could influence the highest judge the most would be the winner. As soon as the arrested Newton heard these words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. He had never even heard of Abel's family. How could they be more powerful than the Benson family? If the family arbitration took place, the Benson family would win without a doubt. "No need to think. We are willing to pay as much as Baron Abel wants," An old man's voice filled the hall as a suited old man walked in. Head of the family, Newton was dumbstruck as he stared at the older man entering. The suited old man folly gazed at the tied-up Newton and turned to Abel. He then gave him a bow and said, "The Honorable Baron Abel, our family felt deep regret that we had produced a scum of the community like THS. The Benson family are willing to repay you with 2 shops located in Tianjing Avenue and a courtyard outside of Bakong City." Both of the judge and the chief of judges had been stunned. By the value of the compensation, the head of the Benson family was willing to pay. Newton, on the other hand, could do nothing but shive. He had understood that this young baron named Abel was someone with an extremely high status that even the Benson family couldn't afford to offend. He had committed a great mistake. There was no way he could fix what he had done. Tianjing Avenue was the main road of Bakong City. Every shop on that road would cost more than 100,000 gold coins, but still, no one would be willing to give up one of these shops in the ultimate estate of the Duchy of Carmel. The lands outside of Bakong City was extremely high as well, and every courtyard had its unique style. Although the head of the Benson family did not explicitly state which courtyard, it shouldn't be an ordinary courtyard considering their wealth. Abel returned the bow and said, "The honorable head of the Benson family, I accept your compensation." After the head of the Benson family heard that Abel had accepted their compensation, he let out a breath of relief. Although ordinary people did not know, as the head of one of the 4 leading families of Bakong City, how could he not know about this young baron's connection with head Commander Hopkins? How the event had taken place had been covered up by someone. However, the head of the Benson family knew about every single detail from head Commander Hopkins' bow to Abel, to his promise that no one in Bakong City would be allowed to attack Abel. Today, he had gotten the information that his family's Newton had used the family's power to accuse a young student of wizardry named Abel. Therefore, he quickly rushed here just in case the student of wizardry that Newton was charging was Baron Abel. Just as he had expected, as soon as he arrived, he could hear Baron Abel's complaint. If the family arbitration had taken place, or that head commander Hopkins had decided to seek revenge, the Benson family could not uphold these 2 circumstances. Head Commander Hopkins had just stated no one in Bakong City could attack Abel, and a member of his family set up to Abel. This was an insult to Head Commander Hopkins. Imagine if he found out about this. The head of the Benson family couldn't help but feel chills running down his spine. Therefore, the head of the Benson family had to rush here by himself and pay a hefty compensation, hoping Abel could understand and solve this situation as soon as possible. The head of the Benson family bowed to Abel again and said, "Thank you for forgiving the wrongdoing of the Benson family. I will escort Newton to Murray City and make sure he could never return." Abel replied with a smile, "I am delighted with your decision. I believe the Benson family and I can be friends." As Abel was walking out of the noble arbitral tribunal, he rejected the chief of judges, Randall's aspirations to help him get to his destination. Abel waved at a rental horse carriage outside. As he was sitting in the horse carriage, he couldn't help but laugh. Novice wizard Sam wanted him to find any resource that might be usable. Soon as he stepped out, someone had automatically delivered resources to him. It seemed like he would need to come back to the noble arbitral tribunal again tomorrow to take care of another compensation. Many people were frightened by the noble arbitral tribunal, but Abel's impression of it was very positive. It could turn a lot of the unknown hidden assets, Abel, into wealth that he could freely and officially spend in bright daylight. "You're back, Abel. I missed you so much." As Abel walked along the boulevard towards his mansion, he saw the lovely little elf Lorraine calling out from inside the gate. She grabbed him by his left arm and she looked happy. "I missed you too, Lorraine." Abel smiled as he patted Lorraine on the head. Woof! Black Wind barked as it saw Abel's face. It ran towards Abel and started circling him in a frenzy. "You're not a dog, Black Wind. Stop doing that." Abel scratched his head as Black Wind welcomed him back. He might be good at taming beasts, but it wouldn't be funny if he were to train a wolf into a domesticated dog. It needed training, so it seemed. While thinking about what he should teach Black Wind, Abel walked inside the mansion and found Ken waiting for him. "Ken," Abel ordered, "go find me a wolf trainer. We need someone to teach Black Wind to behave like a wolf, not a dog that waggles its tail all day long." Yes, master, Ken replied as he glanced at the overly excited Black Wind. I've been looking for trainers for a while already. If you have any spare time, tell me, and I'll bring the man to you for an interview. Thanks. Ken, I know I can always count on you, sure. Let's have him come over tomorrow afternoon. By the way, I need you to tag along with me tomorrow. We are going to the aristocratic arbitral tribunal. Yes, master, I have sorted out the compensation as well. You just need to sign it. Excellent, Ken, but there's another sum of compensation fee we need to collect. Let's get it all sorted tomorrow, Abel said, as he remembered the fee he needed to get from the Benson family. Ken didn't expect there to be another fool who would risk offending his master. It was all the better for them. The more someone had to pay Abel, the more assets the castle would hold, and the higher the reputation the giant dragon crest would gain. I have some questions for you, Lorraine. Abel turned towards Lorraine. I shall leave you two now then. Ken bowed, then exited the room. He was a wise servant. What's the matter, Abel? Lorraine asked Abel as she looked at him with her large, innocent eyes. Abel inquired as gently as he could. Lorraine, who taught you how to speak in the noble tongue of the elves? My mother, Lorraine replied, her eyes slightly red as she mentioned the word mother. Abel patted Lorraine on the back as he continued. A wizard told me that the noble tongue of the elves is an infrequent language, spoken only by the highly respected members of the elf community. Yes, you are right, Lorraine added as she suddenly remembered. We also call it the noble elf language because only the nobles spoke them. Sure, Abel said. Lorraine wasn't in the mood to mention her family. He didn't want to put too much pressure on her. Abel returned to his room. After he took a shower, he got himself into his fine silk and started contemplating to himself. He wanted to try using the scroll of town portal again. If it worked, he might not return to this world again. While he wouldn't call this world his home, he liked it a lot here. Here he had his new parents, brothers, and an adoptive father who never treated him with indifference. He has got a good teacher who taught him everything he knew. He's got his wolf and his eagle, both of which were bound to him by spiritual contract. Despite all of that, Yabo wanted to have a look at the world he came from, even if it was just for a few seconds. After locking the door of his room from the inside, Abel took out the tome of Town Portal from his Horadric cube. Its royal blue cover was laced with dark, golden linings, which occasionally would glister when the lights were off. There were 20 scrolls inside the tome of Town Portal. After failing to test it at Bennett Castle, the number of scriptures was automatically reset to its maximum. It wasn't supposed to be like this in the game, but the Horadric cube contained all the cheats that were added in back on Earth. As long as the scrolls weren't used repeatedly, there would also be some extras inside the tome. Abel tried to pass the magic of the first-level apprentice wizard to the scroll. As cold magic flowed from his body towards the hand that was holding the tome of Town Portal, Abel released his golden combat kai and inserted it into the scroll of Town Portal. Suddenly, the scroll of Town Portal exploded like fireworks, was then suspended in mid-air, vanished after opening up a small, blue wormhole out of nowhere. The wormhole became bigger and bigger after it was created, and just when Abel thought that it would expand on like this forever, it became stationary after reaching a height of roughly 2 meters and a width of about 1 meter. It was shaped like a door, and its inside appeared to be waves of unending blue ripples. Abel's first thought was to touch the ripples. That's how beautiful they were. After checking that everything was in his portal bag, which was kept very safely inside the Horadric cube, his legs froze as he started to feel worried about where the portal led. There was no guarantee that the portal would take him home. After thinking for a bit longer, Abel took out his blue armor and his magic sword and equipped himself as well as he could. There were a lot of cosplayers back on Earth, so even if he did get home, he wouldn't have to worry too much about getting too much attention. Abel took a deep breath, put his hand in this door. As soon as he touched it, a strong power dragged him in it. With Spin's experience, Abel didn't know how much time passed. He just felt dizzy. Then he stepped on the ground, and he finally eased over. Everything made Abel nervous. He tightened the magical sword, turned around, and thought that this must not be the Earth. Although it seemed to be night, he could still see that this was a small gathering place. Where Abel stood was a place that looked like a central square. Next to him was a fire pond with black ash. There was a broken carriage in front of him. A medieval-style wooden box was placed over it, It was reinforced by dark gold metal bars that looked quaint and heavy. At this moment, the transport door behind him flashed a huge blue light and then disappeared. There was no way back. After taking a deep breath, Abel completely released his Kai, and he felt countless and robust mana here. The world was full of magical power. With every breath, magical power had spread all over the body, and the golden Kai followed him to start repairing. Here, Abel could improve his strength just by standing still. It was unbelievable for him. There a white tent ahead of Abel. Abel knew where he was now. He was in the rogues' encampment from Diablo. If he wasn't mistaken, the white tent should belong to Akara, the blind priestess of the rogues. Oh, that's why everyone was so strong in the Diablo universe. All the women could become rogues, and all the men could become spearsmen and swordsmen. With so much magic around, even a pig could be turned into a deadly opponent to fight against. Abel walked to the tent, but he couldn't find any traces of people. The ground and the table in front of the tent were laid with thick layers of dust. This place was abandoned for a very long time, so it seemed. Abel blew a few times on the table. A burst of dust rose. He quickly backed away to avoid the dust. After the dust slowly dissipated, a small gem on the table caught his attention. This gem was a very ordinary diamond piece. There was something very special about it, though. There were a lot of runes written on it, like a lot of runes. Abel stepped forward to pick up the diamond. As soon as his hand touched the diamond, a light flashed from the diamond. Abel quickly jumped back as he readied himself for a defensive position. As the light sparked across the tent, it turned into a woman in a purple cape. Abel knew who it was on the spot. It was Akara, and there was no doubt about that. "Hello, traveler. Our blindness allows us to see the future, but it does not allow me to know who you are. Well, I'd like to tell you about our story, so please don't let our existence disappear from this world. You are in a training base that's set between heaven and hell. It's an unfortunate place indeed. Challengers come from the heavens to test their strength against the demons. At the same time, the demons tempt those challengers and corrupt them to side with them. The battlefield was set here, right in our homes. To increase the chance of survival, the archangel Tyrael was sent by the heavens to lead our way. While the rogues have learned to use bows, the lancers have learned to use their mana, and the swordsmen have learned to use magic. Just when we thought we could hold our ground, things only got worse for us. All the capable fighters were sent off to fend against the attacks of the demons. Over the past years, countless blood has been shed. Everywhere there is a rogues' encampment, and only corpses are left as the rogues try to stop the invaders. Ludmoor, Cold Plain, Stony Field, Dark Forest, Blackmoor, Tammo Highland, the prison, and the cathedral. Every site owned by the rogues was taken, and almost all of their guardians was slain. As the recruiters grew in their numbers, the rogues could no longer meet up with their demands. When our race was on the verge of extinction, heaven left us to perish. They left us, even though we have sacrificed so many lives for them. And the demons began their extermination. Our civilization is gone, and Wariv has been killed. We had no ship to sail to Lut Golin, so we have lost all our contacts there. Geed has not appeared in the rogues' encampment for a long time. We have lost all our sources of food. Finally, the circumstances became so dire that not even the demons had any interest in us. After they've left us, the blacksmith Charsi returned to the embrace of the rogue goddess. Cassia went to the sister's burial ground. She went there so she could reunite with her sister, Blood Raven, in death. There are no rogues in the rogue encampment anymore. Only I am left, a priestess who serves this place. After leaving this message, I will head to the cathedral as well, and I will reunite with the rogue goddess for the rest of eternity. Travelers, please don't forget that we existed. Don't let our deeds fade away from history." Abel wiped away the tears off his face. He was in the world from Diablo after both heaven and hell had left. The rogue encampment was gone, and all that's left were abandoned buildings with no one inside. Akara kept pleading Abel to not forget about them and how their civilization had existed. "I will always remember you," Abel thought to himself. "As long as I live, I will never forget how your kind survived till the very end. I will pass your legends to the next generation, and the generation after me will pass it on to the next one. Your history will be remembered." As though responding to Abel's oath, the diamond piece split into pieces in the air, and the image of Akara disappeared. There might be some survivors left, but to get to the closest city, Lut Golin, Abel would have to obtain a boat to travel across the ocean in the east. Right now, Abel had no way of doing that. Abel took the night pearl from the portal bag and walked into the tent. The tent suddenly became bright. According to legend, Akara's tent was enchanted with special magic that could manipulate space. The tent might look small from the outside, but a lot more area was revealed when the night pearl was taken out. Abel spent almost an hour cleaning up the dust in the tent. Apart from the table next to the door, there were many crystal bottles with magic powers over the alchemy table. On the other side, there was an alchemy table for drawing scrolls, some ink, and a rune pen. Abel stepped forward and opened the ink. The ink was completely dried up, but the rune pen seemed to be working very well. Abel didn't know what the pen was made from, but he could feel the magic coming out of it even after it has been unused for so many years. Abel placed the rune pen into the Horadric cube. He wanted to observe the properties of the rune pen, but apart from a dark gold text stating Akara's rune pen, no other information was conveyed. As it turned out, not even the Horadric cube could find much information related to this rune pen. Only its name could be displayed. So that's how Abel obtained his first dark gold quality equipment. The rune pen might be a support item, but it could do a lot for the user. Thinking back, Akara was a master of scrolls and potions. She was the one in charge of making all the scrolls and potions inside the rogue encampment. Abel turned to look at the magical fluctuating bottles on the alchemy table. He picked up one of them and placed it in the Horadric cube. He focused his power of the will on the bottle. And then the bottle showed a row of dark gold text stating Akara's alchemy bottle 1. Over 10. The 10 bottles on the alchemy table were a set of experimental equipment for alchemists. All the bottles and jars were of dark gold quality. Abel had to learn alchemy before he could use Akara's alchemy bottle. He would very much like to test the running pen's effect right now, but his current priority was to scout across the whole encampment. Abel went out and headed to the blacksmith's shop to the north, where it belonged to the blacksmith Charcy, a lady with a tall and robust body. During her time, she was the only blacksmith inside the rogue's encampment. The wooden shack in the smithy had collapsed, and some of the blacksmith tools buried could be seen. The most noticeable part, however, was the fire that was emerging from the crack on the ground. Even after so many years, the flame never stopped raging for even 1 second. This fire was originally used as Charcy's personal stove. No matter how fine a piece of material was, this fire would always be hot enough to melt it down to liquid form. It was the perfect fire for any professional blacksmith. Abel's muscles were very powerful at times like these. The magic sword was used as a shovel. He dug out the buried blacksmith tools from the collapsed wooden shed. Although these tools were buried for a long time, they were not damaged too much. Not a lot would have to be done for them to be usable again. Pretty soon, Abel's built himself his own blacksmith's workshop here. If he wanted to create something here, he could always visit this workshop in the future. The sun came up when Abel was just about to be done. He could now see what the whole rogue's encampment looked like. The rogue's encampment was built next to a river leading to the sea. On each one of its sides, there were gates made of thorns to hide what building that was in its center. When Abel touched the spiky fence with his hand, he could feel a lot of light energy coming out of it. No wonder such a small camp could remain to this day, even when there were demons around before. Inside the square where Abel came from, the mysterious box suddenly appeared again. If Abel remembered it correctly, it was a magic item that could store a large number of items. Abel approached the box and tried to open it. As soon as he came into contact with the box, a message popped up. "Do you want to open the private collection box?" The text read. Yes, Abel said bravely. As an experienced gamer in his previous life, he was not weirded out at all in this situation. Dark golden light flashed in front of the wooden box, and the lid was opened to reveal the vast space inside. Abel could feel it with his power of the will. The box was connected to his soul. From this point on, no one except him would be able to open it. While holding it in his right hand, Abel held the Horadric cube close towards this private storage box. He wanted to put the box inside his Horadric cube. There was no one in this world anymore, so using the box here felt weird for him. As a white light flashed by, the private storage box had taken 4 slots inside the Horadric cube. What did it look like outside the camp? The sky was bright now, so Abel walked along the main road of the square towards the exit of the camp. After he went around the wall, he came to the Blood Moor, a huge plain located outside the rogue encampment. The morning sun shone on the land of Blood Moor. The ground was barren with nothing but weeds. Abel felt lonely when he was walking around this place. It was human nature to be in a group, after all. Right now, it's probably just him who's still around. Swishing. While Abel was getting kind of zoned out, an arrow suddenly shot at him from his front. Fortunately, he was in his armor, so the arrow just bounced off his chest as soon as it landed. Abel was startled. He looked towards the direction where the arrow shot from and found that it was a mouse that was attacking him. It was a mouse with thorns. It was kind of like an echidna, except the spikes could be fired like tiny arrows. Quill rats. Abel didn't expect there to be any creatures from the underworld here. Quill rats were the lowest amongst creatures from hell. When a normal rat was corrupted by the dark powers of hell, it would be turned into a quill rat that would hide in the bushes to shoot spikes at any nearby humans. The magical sword in his hand lifted, blocking this second long thorn. Abel stepped on the ground and pressed hard, leaving a deep depression on the ground. He rushed forward like the wind and swung at the rat in an attempt to kill it with one hit. Bang! Abel thought that he could split the quill rat into two. Yet even with his full strength, the most he could do was to leave a big cut on the quill rat. Black blood ran from the darn beast's wound, but it was not moving any slower. Soon, it shot a third spike towards Abel. Abel dodged the long spike again. He looked at the quill rat that was slowed by the ice magic sword. If a rat was this hard to kill, he might need to do a lot more preparation if he wanted to survive in this world. Even after 2 seconds, the slowing effect of the ice magic sword was still in place. Abel felt kind of weird for a bit. The slowing effect was only gone after 2 more seconds. But the quill rat had already shot so many spikes at him. Just how durable were these creatures against physical attacks? Abel was thinking about killing it with magic, but he couldn't even cast a basic fireball at this stage, let alone launching a spell that would finish this fight. Abel came forward and slashed for a dozen times with his sword. After mashing the quill rat into the mud of flesh, it finally lost all signs of life. Not even cockroaches were that hard to kill. As it turned out, all creatures from hell were highly resistant against physical attack. If Abel wanted to explore this land further, he might need to learn some more magic first. While thinking that he was safe for now, a shadow suddenly appeared from the pile of the dead rat's corpse, then rushed straight towards the Horadric cube. Abel had never seen anything like this before. He quickly opened his Horadric cube to check if anything was wrong, but couldn't find much change at all. Perhaps the cube was just absorbing the soul of the quill rat. Anyways, it had been more than 10 hours since he came to this place. Abel returned to the square of Rogue's encampment. He held down the Horadric cube in his right arm and took out the scroll of town portal from it. Since this wasn't Earth, he might just be able to go back to his bedroom. The mana slowly flowed to the town's teleportation scroll. After blue light flashed by, the oval magic portal appeared once more. Abel looked around him for a while. When the white tent appeared in his sight, he said goodbye to it. "I'll come back," Abel whispered. Then Abel walked into the water ripples in the magic portal. He suddenly felt very dizzy again. After he opened his eyes, he found himself to be inside his room at the Bakong City Boulevard. If his calculation was right, now was the time to head to the Noble Arbitral Tribunal. He still had some compensation fee that he needed to pay. After finding Lorraine to be in front of him as he opened up the room's door, Abel chuckled for a bit. "What's wrong, Lorraine?" Abel asked. "Are you here to come to the Noble Arbitral Tribunal with me by any chance?" "No," Lorraine replied with a confused look on her face. "I'm here to tell you that dinner is ready. Aren't you going to the Noble Arbitral Tribunal tomorrow?" Ah, so that's what it was. As it turned out, the flow of time in this reality was not the same as the one in the world of Diablo. After having his dinner with Lorraine, Abel got himself 2 hourglasses and went straight back to his room. He didn't mind as Lorraine was watching him doubtfully this entire time. Abel took out the Town of Town portal from his Horadric cube. By this point, the 2 scrolls of Town portal he used before were now recovered. After checking that there were 20 scrolls inside the cube, Abel took one out and opened up a portal with his mana. Abel reversed the 2 hourglasses at the same time, one on the ground, the other in his hands. He then entered the portal. then returned to the square of the rogue's encampment. Whilst waiting for the portal to take him there, Abel decided not to waste time and began to meditate. As he focused his internal thoughts, the pattern of the first-level apprentice wizard appeared in front of him. He then guided the magic into the pattern with his mana. While Abel was channeling the mana with his power of the will, the mana started pouring and flooding inside the rune. If heir here wasn't so concentrated with magic, he would have had to spend a lot more effort trying to keep the magic inside the rune's pattern. The magical meditation in the magic tower was like the air flowing into the pattern of the first-level apprentice wizard. But here the feeling of air was very different. Abel was painful but happy at this time. The pattern of the first-level apprentice wizard, who has just been drawn for a long time, had never been poured into so much magic. Now he was able to try to slow down the influx of magic with mental power. Although he didn't get much help in this world, the magical environment had given Abel a huge surprise. At the end of a careful meditation, he found that one-time meditation here was comparable to 5 times meditation in the outside world. After many months of meditation, other people's 5 years of meditation, he could achieve the same effect in only 1 year. And it would allow him to get more time to learn other knowledge. Looking back at the hourglass, one meditation took an hour, and Abel's meditation experience was very low. As the number of meditations increased, the experience has increased, and the time of meditation would become faster and faster. It was the only way Abel knew to restore magic at that time. When Abel just entered the tower, he didn't know much about the wizard, but he knew that there must be other ways to add magic. Because meditation could only be used in the tower, and if we went outside, the thin mana of the world couldn't help him meditate normally. Without auxiliary methods, the wizard couldn't leave the magic tower. Maybe he would know this as Abel's stay in the Tower of Magic became longer and longer. But now, he was only able to use meditation to restore his magical power. The next step was to practice the fire bullet spell. Abel was not prepared to save mana, but used the mana directly to draw the fire bullet pattern here. This practice effect would be better, he thought. Abel's magic was only enough to practice drawing the complete fireball pattern 4 times. It was very hard for him not to make any mistakes now, but for the most part, he could practice for about 20 times before he needed to replenish his mana. During meditation, one could replenish mana and increase manas. When the mana was increased, one would have to be very careful to distribute it as evenly as possible across the rune. Replenishing was a lot easier, as long as one's power of the will was connected to the mana. The mana would automatically flow to where the rune designed it to be in. With the level that Abel's currently at, it would take 10 minutes for him to recharge his mana in the rogue's encampment. If he were in the magic tower right time, this process would take much more time. As he continued to practice using magic, Abel became more and more familiar with the fireball spell. He started making fewer mistakes. If he made one type of mistake, he made sure that the same wouldn't happen in his next practice. This was why he was learning so fast. Slowly and steadily, Abel kept using his mana to practice casting the fireball spell. After replenishing his mana for the 20th time, he was now 20% closer to casting the complete spell. Pretty soon, he would be able to cast his very first spell. Abel noticed that his head was starting to hurt. He turned his head and looked at the hourglass on the ground. The hourglass should have taken 10 hours to drain, but there was barely any sand on the top. Time flies, so they say. No wonder those wizard apprentices outside the magic tower can sit for months and years. Even when mana was so dense here, Abel would have to take so long to practice his very first spell. Abel picked up his hourglass and returned to his room. With his scroll of town portal, he had placed another hourglass inside his bedroom, but that one showed that only half an hour had passed when the one at the rogue's encampment showed that 10 hours had passed. Damn, now Abel had 20 times the amount of time to learn than most people. Actually, his lifespan might decrease if he stayed in the rogue's encampment for too long. He wasn't sure about that, but he would know after 2 years. Since he was still in his adolescence, he might just become a fully grown adult the next time he used the portal. Anyways, this result had already made Abel very satisfied. Not only could he take advantage of the huge disparity of time between the two realities, but he was also able to gain access to a huge source of mana. He had a whole world to just himself. Not a lot of people would have the same opportunity. Abel decided to go to the rogues' encampment for another night, which was the equivalent of 10 days over there. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be no food in the rogues' encampment. He might have to go out of his room again. "You're finally out of your room, Abel," Lorraine called out as her eyes sparkled with happiness. While waiting for Abel to come, she had been playing with Black Wind this entire time. "I'm sorry, Lorraine. I'm too busy these days. I don't have a lot of time to spend with you. I will send you home when I become a wizard." Originally, Abel's plan was to send Lorraine after he became a knight commander. Yet, after witnessing what 5th-level apprentice wizard like Sam could do, he thought that becoming an official wizard was the least he needed to do to protect himself. The more he had understood this world, the more he knew how weak he truly was. Such a realization was what pushed him to keep up with his meditation and magic training. "Don't worry, Abel," Lorraine replied with a smile on her face. "I know the way home is very, very long. So I will wait for you for as long as it takes." "I'll wait for you for as long as it takes." Abel felt kind of shy when he heard from Lorraine. No, she was just an innocent little elf. She just meant that she would be waiting for him. She didn't mean anything other than that. While Abel turned his head away, Lorraine's smile was becoming wider than ever, and her cheeks were reddening with bliss. Abel called Ken to prepare him some preservable food. As for the drink, many red wines and fruit wines made with Horadric cube were stored inside the portal bad as soon as they were produced. Ever since Abel could make his own fine wine, he had stopped drinking any other kinds of liquor. After a while, Ken found some hard bread, biscuits, and some other food. It was almost enough for Abel to eat for 10 days. Even a large bucket of milk was brought over. Abel didn't say much about it. It was Ken's way of being nice, after all. After sorting out some matters with Ken, Abel returned to the room, locked the door, and threw all the food into the newly acquired private storage box. He then traveled to the rogues' encampment with his tome of Town Portal. It was night time when he arrived. The sky in the camp was dark. He didn't know what was in the sky. Abel didn't see the moon nor the stars. There were some faint sparks of light, however, so it wasn't completely dark either. Abel took out some wood and charcoal from the portal bag. These were originally meant for forging weapons, but with the inferno flame here, there really wasn't a use for them. So, instead of using them to craft weapons, Abel made a small bonfire with them in the middle of the encampment square. After he's lit the fire, he sat beside it and began his meditation. Meditation training was only meant for once per day. This was the same for everyone. That being said, if it was using meditation to replenish one's mana, it could be done several times over one day. Abel didn't want to waste the huge amount of time he's gained from coming over here. By using the 2 hourglasses, he could tell that 10 days here in the rogues' encampment was the same as 24 hours in the reality he came from. After he's figured out the time disparity between the two realities, he was able to make a very packed and productive time schedule for himself. Because of how concentrated the mana here was, one meditation session here would be several times more effective than at the magic tower. This meant that if he had been practicing in the rogues' encampment, the progress he would make would be dozens of times in the magic tower. Of course, he wasn't going to stay in the rogues' encampment all the time. He could, however, spend his time in rogues' encampment occasionally to make a lot more progress than the other apprentice wizard. So, with all the extra time he got, Abel wasn't going to waste a second of it. He wasn't going to waste any chance for another meditation session. After each one of his meditation sessions, Abel would resume practicing his fireball spell. He would swipe his finger in the air, and his mana would draw the fireball rune in the air. With every attempt that he was making, he would make a little more progress than the last time. 2 days had passed since he had arrived. Oddly enough, the milk in his private storage box wasn't going bad. In this world, milk did not have preservatives in them. Generally speaking, you'd have to drink it within a day that it came out of the cow's udder. Perhaps the private storage box could do the same as the Horadric cube. Whatever's in it would be immune to the flow of time. Abel took out a burning piece of wood from the fire, put it out, and threw it into the private storage box. After practicing the fireball spell several times, he took out the wood from the box again. Just as he thought, the fire did not completely fade away. It was burning just as strong as when he was just about to put it in the storage box. What a huge discovery this was. Every time that Abel wanted to craft an exploding big sword, he would have to put the finished product inside his Horadric cube. Because of this, he would lose the opportunity to use the Horadric cube to synthesize something else. If he could find a place to dump the exploding big sword, he would have to keep it inside the cube for as long as it would take. Make no mistake, and the exploding big sword was great for attacking. Its upgraded version, the super exploding big sword, was Abel's ultimate tool to launch a suicide attack against this enemy. Now, with the private storage box, it could be stored for a long time, which was also a good way to strengthen Abel's offensive capabilities. After spending days practicing the fireball spells and replenishing his mana with his meditation techniques, Abel was feeling very mentally strained. Also, he wasn't used to not forging weapons for such a long period of time. Abel stood up and walked to the blacksmith stand. He looked at the anvil and the huge hammer on it. His fingers shook as he's found the passion for beginning his craft. Abel was here to learn how to make magic, yes, but his heart was telling him to forge some weapons as well. After throwing a piece of iron ore he's found in the blacksmith shop, Abel began his first forge in the rogue's encampment. The inferno was much hotter than Abel imagined it to be. In a very short period of time, the piece of iron ore was softened, and if Abel hadn't taken it out in time, it would have just melted and fallen into the flame. The hammer Charcy used was about 100 pounds in weight. As Abel held it in his hand, he tried to reimagine what it would be like for her to make a weapon. 100 pounds was nothing for Abel. To him, this colossal hammer was as light as a child's toy. As he swung it around his arm, he began to focus his power of the will on the piece of iron ore. After the locals left for many, many years, the sound of metal clashing against each other finally appeared in the rogue's encampment once more. As the clashing noise echoed through the night, the sound of the nearby river and trees combined to produce a symphony. The rogue's encampment was alive again, so it seemed. The burning temperature of the ground fire was too high. In his repeated attempts, Abel slowly mastered the best way to use the ground fire, and with the better tools, he managed to treat the metal base for about 125 times. 125 was a number that far exceeded his best record, and that's the result he's got even when he made some mistakes at the start. While forging the second base, Abel concentrated a bit more and attempted to make every one of his hammer strike to be perfect. He did it successfully. To prove that he did, he made a 130 skill base within one go. As ordinary as the materials Abel used were. After treating them with Charcy's hammer and the legendary Inferno Flame, they started gaining properties that could only be seen in top-tier materials. So this was how Charcy was able to make countless blue, gold, and dark gold equipment with just ordinary materials. Unfortunately, Abel couldn't find Charcy's dark gold hammer. If he did, he might just be able to make a bright gold weapon. If Charcy could do it, there was no reason that he couldn't. After forging 5 bases in a row, Abel commenced forging his big sword. With all the 5 bases he made, he was planning to use them all to make exploding big swords. With a speed that was never so fast before, Abel successfully crafted all 5 of his big swords. That was how good the Inferno Flame was. Make no mistake, and the dwarves knew the art of forging better than any other race. They might have spent thousands of years learning how to forge, but without access to the Inferno Flame they've had in their homes, it might be very hard for them to produce some of the best blacksmiths in history. When 5 great swords were taken out of the cooling bucket on the side, Abel found something special about it. Because of how abundant the mana here was, and how unique the river water he used to cool down to metal was, the swords he made were clearly in a higher rank than all the other swords he's made in the other world. In order to prove this, Abel threw one of the big swords into the Horadric cube. Big sword common. One-handed damage 510. Durability 50 out of 50. The data displayed by the Horadric cube had just proved Abel right. The equipment forged in the rogue's encampment was much stronger than the equipment forged outside. In terms of both durability and damage, the exploding big sword had much better stats than any of Abel's previous works. It was a 130 skill sword after all. The next step was to draw the runes. Abel brought the 5 swords to the white tent. He wanted to draw the runes there because he could use the drawing table there. Abel put the swords out of the portal bag, took Akara's rune pen, and took out the fire magic rune ink. After everything was ready, he began drawing the first rune he was going to draw inside the rogue's encampment. Akara's rune pen was a dark gold rune pen. Abel didn't know about its effect before. The only thing Abel knew was that the effect of this Akara's rune pen was to automatically correct errors. Of course, by correction, it's not like he could just draw a rune with a few random strokes. What this meant was that, for every mistake he's made with his strokes, the pen would show him that he made a mistake. After that, it would attempt to guide him the right way to draw the rune. Of course, Abel wasn't trying to create a genuine magic weapon. For the sake of creating an exploding big sword, he had to deliberately make a lot of mistakes when he was drawing the runes. Automatic correction might sound sweet to a lot of rune makers, but that's not what Abel's looking for here. Abel's had a lot of experience with drawing the wrong patterns in his runes. With that being said, he could draw a lot more circuits into the rune before he inserted the red gem. And just when the big magic sword was about to break, he dropped it inside the private storage box he's had inside the Horadric cube. It worked. The exploding big sword was placed safely inside the storage box. Because of how much capacity the private storage box had, 4 times to that of the Horadric cube, so 48 slots in total, there was enough space for him to store 16 exploding big swords in total. 16 exploding big swords. Abel thought about the 2 elite knights who were trying to protect the prince. If 4 exploding big swords could cause them to be severely injured, he might just need a few more to kill them, along with the prince, without actually having to fight at all. Abel made 3 more exploding big swords. After he was done, he threw them all into his private storage box. For the 5th sword, he was going to make a super exploding big sword. For something like this, he would use the 130 skill sword that had far better quality than any other one he's built before. Despite trying to make a failed version of a magic weapon, the automatic correction effect of the Akara's rune pen still did something to help. For every mistake that Abel hadn't found before, the pen would point them out for him to deliberately make more mistakes. It seemed that Akara's rune pen was helping him to write the rune more perfectly. There was another problem, though. Abel was trying to make a super exploding big sword. The rune he was drawing was from a fire spell rune, and the gem that it was using was a perfect redstone. The explosion only happened when the sword structure could not withhold the massive amount of mana transferred by the gemstone. So how big would an explosion be after the rune was improved by the Akara's rune pen? Abel remembered the cliff in the Ansa Valley. The explosion that time had caused a 20-meter cliff to break. Some cold sweat flowed down from Abel's forehead. If he threw this sword at someone, not an ounce of his ash would remain at all. Actually, the sword was meant for desperado attack anyways. The more destructive it was, the better it would be. Abel took a perfect ruby from the portal bag. He then carefully placed it inside the groove of the sword. The faster he was able to put the exploding sword inside his private storage box before it explodes, the more time he would have to pray before he died. Why pray and not run away? Well, if he was to use the super exploding big sword, he would have no chance to run at all. He might be able to run if he were to throw it down a cliff, but running away would be impossible if he used it on flat ground. After guiding his mana into the rune, Abel felt a small crackling sound from the sword. He immediately threw the super exploding sword into the personal storage box, and while he was fast enough, there was still quite some cold sweat flowing down from his head. Abel took a deep breath. As a gust of wind blew past him, he quickly calmed himself down. He hadn't felt so endangered for a very long time. Such intensive experience could help him to boost up his power of the will. If it wasn't for how dangerous the exploding big sword was, he might just take it out again to training his reflex speed. It was the 9th day after learning the fireball spell. Whilst lifting a finger in his right hand, Abel began drawing the spell pattern at an extremely slow pace. It took him 2 minutes to finish drawing, but he was sure that he could make his very first spell. Finally, the pattern was finished, and Abel began to chant the spell. He spoke out in the noble tongue of the elves. "O the passionate elf of fire, please lend me your strength. O the element of fire, under the command of the elf, you shall become an indestructible ball of flame." The pattern began to glow. At this moment, a dark golden light flashed from the Horadric cube and reflected on the fireball spell pattern. Just when he wanted to know what happened, the fireball spell pattern started burning towards its inside, and a fireball was slowly formed. Abel felt the hot temperature of the fireball, flung his hands quickly, and threw it to the ground not far from where he was standing. Boom! Abel didn't pay too much attention to the power of the fireball. He was more interested in what the Horadric cube's response was. This cube was everything for him, so every little change mattered to him. He pressed it over the illuminated shadow of the Horadric cube. The Horadric cube was enlarged in front of Abel's eyes. The 12 spaces remained unchanged. Everything he's put inside was still there. The Tome of Town portal was still inside and was taking up 3 slots of the cube. The portal bag was taking up 1 slot, and the private storage box was taking up 4 slots. There was something else, though. Abel noticed that there was a small fireball logo next to the combine button. As he focused his power of the will towards it, a message began to pop up. Fireball. Description: create magical fire arrows. Mana cost 2.5. Current skill level 0. Fire damage 2.5. Progress to level 1, 1/5000. This was just like inside the game. Since Abel could release up to 4 fireball spells, his total mana capacity was only 10. And just what in the world was that last part of the message? 1/5000. That's 4,999 more fireballs before he could level up. How much time would he have to spend on that? If Abel had 10 MP mana points in total, he would have to mediate after every 4 fireballs. And for every 20 mediations he's had, he would have to take a rest before his head starts hurting. If it took 10 minutes for him to recharge his mana with meditation, it would take 3 hours for him to meditate 20 times. If he was to include the time he would need to take a break, he would have to spend 5 hours to practice Fireball 80 times. And if he was to scrape off his meditation training and not have any sleep at all, he could do a total of 200 fireballs in a single day. That's 25 days in total to shoot 5,000 fireballs. No wonder Sam was practicing just one type of spell. His goal was to become an official wizard. He didn't have much time to learn any other spells. Abel's math was actually right. There were still some things he hadn't taken into account, however. Because of how dense the mana was in the rogue's encampment, it would only take 10 minutes for him to recover his MP fully. The same process would take up to 20 minutes inside the magic tower and would take longer after ranking up. So even the simplest spells would take a lot of time to practice. That's why a lot of wizards didn't participate in quest and combat. Even if they weren't taking part in either one of these activities, they would still spend most of their time inside laboratories than learning spells. Anyway, Abel got his first spell. Although the preparation time was far too long, he was still happy with his progress. As he took a few steps forward, he went to see how the fireball spell had affected the ground. What the? Abel found a bit of stone hit by the fireballs on the ground. After cleaning up all the dirt and dust, a small teleportation portal appeared before him. It's a waypoint. This was what Abel was searching for this whole time. This was the travel point between various regions in the rogue's encampment. There were 9 stations in the rogue's encampment, which corresponded to the 9 regions within the area. Abel lowered his body. There was a 2-square-meter circle of quaint stones with 2 grooves at each one of its ends. He looked at the empty grooves. There was no energy to activate them. He took out 2 ordinary diamonds from the portal bag and put them in the grooves. Both grooves flashed white light at the same time, and then the white light was starting glowing along with the groove patterns. Just when Abel thought that the teleportation station was about to be activated, he heard a crack coming from inside the grooves. The 2 ordinary diamonds he put in had just exploded. This waypoint required a lot more energy than what ordinary gems could hold. Abel had a lot of perfect gems with him. Since he's got the portal bag before coming to Bakong City, he's combined a lot of various gems and had them all safely stored inside the bag. He took out 2 more perfect diamonds and put them into the 2 grooves. This time, the white light flickered for a bit. All the lines on the stone surface started to glow, and then disappeared slowly, leaving only the 2 grooves shimmering. Abel stood on top of the waypoint and thought of the places he could go to. Actually, since only this waypoint was activated, he would have to go to the other locations on foot to activate the portals. Abel turned to look at the hourglass. There was not much time left. He needed to leave here after 2 hours. He was looking outside the rogue's encampment. He suddenly had another idea. He could use the fireball spell now. Why not test it on a wild quill rat? As he went past the barricade outside the gate, Abel entered the blood moor once more. As he was a lot more careful this time, It took him about 10 minutes before he found another quill rat from inside the bush. The quill rat noticed him as well. A long spike was shot at him, but he was able to deflect it with his hand. After deflecting the spike, he put down the visor on his helmet. This way, the quill rat could no longer do any damage to him. Abel's right-hand finger began to swipe in the air. When his finger just started to swipe, the Horadric cube on his right arm began to flash out a dark golden light. Two options began to pop out inside Abel's head. He could choose to use his skill tree to synergize the fireball, or he could choose not to. So that's what the fireball symbol on the Horadric cube was. It was a skill tree for him to boost up his ability. With that in mind, Abel chose yes inside his mind, and a fireball began to emerge from his hand. He didn't even chant out the spells while this was happening. Abel was screaming as the fireball was literally cooking his hand. He was shocked to see how the fireball charged up so quickly, but quickly came to his senses after realizing how hot it was. Abel threw the fireball towards the quill rat. While it was screaming painfully, the fireball had burnt about half of its body into ash. It didn't die, though, as it kept on shooting spikes towards Abel. Abel was preparing to attack the quill rat for the second time. This time, he thought about using a fireball with his fingers extended. As he did so, a fireball pattern appeared in front of his fingers and shot out the flame towards the rat's head. A dark shadow floated on the corpse of the quill rat and was absorbed by the Horadric cube. Abel wasn't sure what going on here, but he knew that it was harmless for him. Abel unfastened the armor on his arm. He looked at the fireball logo in the block of Horadric cube and focused his power of the will on it. It was now 4,997 fireballs away from getting to the next level. Why was the second fireball released without the option to synergize it with the skill tree? While the attack was instantaneous, it could be devastating in a split-second shoot-off against his opponent. It took a while for Abel to find another quill rat. This time, instead of activating the spell in his mind first, he decided to do it manually. The Horadric cube didn't react this time. It didn't help him finish drawing the spell pattern, so it took him about 2 minutes to finish drawing up the whole spell. "O the passionate elf of fire, please lend me your strength. O the element of fire, under the command of the elf, you shall become an indestructible ball of flame." With the same amount of power as the last one, the fireball burnt off half of the body of the quill rat. Needless to say, the preparation time required was drastically different. If Abel was fighting another version of himself, the outcome would be very obvious. The instant fireball spell could be fired 4 times in a row. Judging from how durable the quill rat was, Abel could certainly destroy an elite's knight armor, combat Kai included, within split seconds. If Abel's total mana capacity increased, he could launch more fireball, and his offensive ability would be double of where he was currently at. Watching as the quill rat struggled with half of its body burnt off, Abel ended its life with another fireball. He felt kind of drained after doing this. He wasn't exhausted physically, per se, but was mentally exhausted as he ran out of mana. Abel returned to Rogue's encampment. He looked at the hourglass on the ground. He should be leaving now. As he opened up his scroll of town portal, and an oval portal filled with ripples appeared in front of him. When he stepped inside the portal, he could feel his head spinning from top to bottom. It was a little different from last time, though. During his stay in the Rogue's encampment this time, Abel spent about 10 days in total. Since he was a 13-year-old boy, while he couldn't feel his body growing up, he could feel something happening to his body while he was inside the portal. His frame, bones, was starting to shrink, and some life force was replenished while this was happening. As Abel returned to his room in the mansion located at Triumph Boulevard, he could feel his body returning to the same state as when he had just left. So that's what it was. All the height he's grown during his stay at Rogue's encampment was now reverted. Abel was an intermediate knight. That being said, he was very sensitive to all the changes that were happening to his body. During the 10 days in Rogue's encampment, his body grew at a pace that was very hard for him to notice. However, as long as he went back to this world with the Scroll of Town portal, his body would be the same as when he had just left. The Rogue's encampment was a trial place between heaven and hell. It was under the direct influence of the power of the rule, which was not something that Abel could understand. It probably had the power to alter time. Maybe that was it. Wait, what about the progress I've made over these 10 days? Abel gasped. As soon as his finger extended in space, a fireball pattern appeared. A fireball appeared in his hand. He was inside his room, though. As Abel tried to resist the burning sensation, he kicked the window open and threw the fireball into the sky. "Don't throw your spells around, child." Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Abel. He was wearing a white robe that was laced with gold rims. As he scolded at Abel, he stretched out his hand and shot out a white halo from his hand. The halo hit the fireball that Abel shot. The fireball exploded in midair before it shot to the ground like a meteorite. Abel didn't know how to react. Only Hoover, the head commander of knights, was capable of showing up in such a fashion. This middle-aged man must be at the same level as Hoover. He was definitely not a knight, though. He was probably a wizard, judging from the way mana was released from his body. "With all due respect, what title should I refer to you as, sir?" Abel said, bowed. He wasn't able to bow like a nobleman because of the armor he was wearing, but he still gave him a bow that belonged to the knights. "Didn't your mentor tell you not to use spells inside?" The city, the man stared at Abel coldly. With that stern look on the man's face, a mighty pressure came pouring over Abel's mind. Almost instinctively, the golden combat Kai in his body surged across his body, and the first-level apprentice wizard magic pattern glowed inside his mind. Something was telling him not to reserve any strength. The wizard realized how frightening he was being and decided to ease down the aura he was releasing. To his surprise, the young man in front of him could still stand on both of his legs. As the middle-aged wizard was easing the pressure on him, Abel let a long sigh of relief. Because of how exhausted he was becoming, all his muscles were tensing up, and his back was completely drenched in cold sweat. "I don't have a teacher, sir," Abel replied, meanwhile trying to suppress the headache he was having from a lack of mana. "Who taught you how to cast spells, then?" the middle-aged wizard asked with a slightly surprised tone. Because of how muscular Abel was, most people would think that he was at least 15 years old. His appearance was not relevant to the middle-aged wizard, though. From observing Abel's life force, he could tell that the boy was only around 13 years of age. If Abel didn't have a good teacher, it would be impossible for him to cast any spells. "I am a sorcerer's apprentice of Sam's 5th-level apprentice at the Ivaline's magic tower, sir," Abel explained. Of course, the man knew what a sorcerer's apprentice was. As long as Abel was called by this title in the magic tower, he was nothing more than a servant of a wizard's student. "Oh, didn't Sam tell you not to use spells in the city?" After hearing that Abel didn't have a teacher, and that he was helping out his old friend's 4th disciple, the middle-aged wizard softened his voice for a bit. "I'm sorry, sir. This is completely my fault. It has nothing to do with Sam." Abel quickly explained, "Please, I assure you he has nothing to do with this. I learned how to cast fireball just then, so he knows nothing about it." Seeing how hard Abel was trying to put the blame to himself, the middle-aged wizard changed his impression of this young boy. Not only was Abel polite and educated, but he was also a responsible boy who was willing to carry his own faults. "How long have you been studying magic, young man?" the middle-aged wizard asked softly. 3 days. Abel replied, but changed his tone after looking at the sun for a bit. 4 days. "I meant 4 days," the middle-aged wizard frowned. If Abel had spent just 4 days learning how to cast fireball, he would be an absolute genius. If what he was claiming was true, how was he a sorcerer's apprentice at the Ivaline's magic tower? "Sir, I'm telling the truth. I was just accepted into the Ivaline magic tower 4 days ago." As Abel tried his best not to let any blame go to Sam, he tried to be honest as he could to the wizard in front of him. "Did you learn the fireball spell in just 4 days?" the wizard asked, and Abel kept nodding his head. The wizard seemed to be reminded of something. "You haven't met the Wizard of Ivaline yet, have you?" "No, I haven't, sir." At least the wizard was starting to ask about something else. Abel began to sigh in relief. The wizard was putting too much pressure on him. "Show me your fireball here," the wizard said. Here, Abel looked around him. He was just told that spells were not allowed in the city. "Yes, right here." The wizard laughed and then said, "I'm not leaving any time soon. You'll be fine, yes." Sir Abel complied, on the inside. He was complaining about how much trouble this wizard was giving him till now, hopefully. He wouldn't charge to violating the same rule twice. The wizard persisted as though he knew what Abel was thinking. "Hurry up," he said, and released his overwhelming aura again. Out of instinctual fear, Abel reached out his fingers and immediately drew a fireball spell pattern. The fireball was then released towards a nearby tree. Boom, the decades-old tree had a huge dent in it before it started burning up. Abel knew he made a mistake here. He should have shot the fireball manually and go into automatic mode. The middle-aged wizard stared at Abel with a stunned look. It was almost impossible to master a fireball spell within 4 days, let alone shooting it in split seconds. Yes, even if it was the most basic and lowest level spell in the entire spell system. He should invite Abel into his magic tower. So he started thinking, any sooner and someone was going to take this genius before him. You didn't say any enchantments. The wizard threw a skeptical look at Abel. No, sir. Abel thought for a moment and then said, the spell I've used is made by the high elves, which I have learned before. If I want to cast fireball, I just have to say enchantments in my mind. When the wizard destroyed his fireball in the air, he didn't say any enchantments either. He wasn't sure how he did the same thing. However, and it wasn't like he could just reveal the existence of the Horadric Q. The middle-aged wizard shook his head and looked at Abel. Young man, don't lie to me. I have never heard of anyone who speaks the noble tongue of the elves. Oh, so that's what was. Abel thought that he had said something wrong, but the wizard was just asking about the noble tongue of the elves. Sir, I do have a grasp of the noble tongue of the elves. Abel responded with a line from the high elves' language. Although the wizard didn't understand what Abel was saying, he was able to distinguish a few words from leaning spells of the same language. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as his doubts were resolved. Young man, what's your name? My name's Abel, Abel Harry, Abel replied. Abel, maybe I have heard the name, the wizard replied as he didn't care for things not related to magic. My name is Morton. You can come to the Morton Magic Tower tomorrow. I will be waiting for you there. Abel was shocked when he heard the name Morton. Not a lot of people have mentioned this name, but everyone who did had this admiring look on their faces. Yes, Morton. He was the most powerful wizard in all of the Duchy of Carmel. He was an intermediate wizard with a level of 11, lived in the tallest one out of the 3 magic towers. He felt excited and happy in his heart. But he was already an apprentice of Sam. Leaving the Iveline Magic Tower just didn't seem right to him. Dear Morton Wizard, although I am longing for the Morton Magic Tower, I'm afraid I need to explain everything to Sam first. Without his permission, I don't think it's right to go to your magic tower. Oh, of course, I'll talk to Iveline about it myself. Just go tell Sam, and he'll let you go, Morton said confidently. He didn't think that Sam would try to stop him from inviting anyone over. Do you live here? Morton asked as he finally noticed his surroundings. Yes, this is my temporary residence in Bacon. Oh, you come from a wealthy family, I see. Very good, you'll need quite some gold to help with your wizard training. I'm so sorry, sir. I forgot to invite you to come in. Abel gestured the wizard to come in. It seemed kind of funny since he was wearing a full set of armor. Abel didn't think that Morton would come in. It was hard to see such a huge celebrity at all, let alone treating them to a cup of tea or something. Morton might just flat out reject him, but he might as well ask first. Morton was already inside the house, however, and had a wide smile on his face. How could I decline such a generous offer? Sure, I'll come in and have a seat, he said. Abel opened the door and led Morton to the guest room. Ken suddenly appeared. Is there anything I can do for you, master? Ken came over and asked. Bring a bottle of red wine from my room and prepare some desserts. Abel turned to look at Morton and asked, or would you like something else, Sir Morton? No, it's up to you, Morton replied. He was more interested in how the rooms were decorated. This mansion was obtained from the royal family, and the interior layouts were all the finest of their kind, the leather sofa and oil paintings on the wall, and even the cups. Everything here was worth so much more gold than what ordinary nobles could get. Morton didn't expect to find such a rich student. Oh well, at least he wouldn't have any financial problems in the near future. After a while, Ken brought some servants to put on some desserts. Although they were not as delicate as those in the magic tower, Ken clearly put in quite some effort into them. Ken opened the bottle of wine and poured it into the decanter. He looked at Abel and asked, should the wine be served now or later, sir? Let's have it now, Morton said before Abel said anything. Ken saw that this guest was very important. Although he didn't know where the guest came from, Abel's attitude had explained everything. Yes, sir, Ken poured red wine in 2 wine glasses, then bowed back. "Why do you want to be a wizard?" Morton held up his glass. "I want to live longer, Sir Morton. I've heard that wizards can live up to 300 years old, and I really like to live as long as I can." While Abel couldn't tell Morton about the Scroll of Town portal, he would definitely like to live a lot longer. He needed as much time as he could to go back to China. "Huh?" Morton laughed as he took a sip of red wine. A lot of youngsters chose to become wizards because they want to live longer. It wasn't actually themselves who want to live longer most of the time. It's usually their family who asked for it. And you're kind of a special case, I suppose. At an age as young as yours, I wouldn't expect you to think much about living longer. Huh? The wizard stopped his hand suddenly. He sniffed the wine with his nose and took another sip, meanwhile slowly savoring it in his mouth. Abel didn't say anything. The red wine that Morton drank was synthesized by his Horadric cube. He didn't want anyone to find out about the Horadric cube, but such an important guest should only be treated with the best beverage in the house. "Do you have any more of this wine?" Morton asked straightforwardly. "Of course, there are a few bottles in my room. You can bring them all back if you want." As it turned out, Morton liked red wine. As he looked at the 4 bottles of red wine Abel gave, the Wizard of Morton was surprised. He stated with a burst of laughter, "You have just been to the Tower of Magic. Why did you leave?" The wizard was a little worried about him. Although the noble's children knew a lot and were more polite, most of them did not have strong perseverance, especially the boring life in the Magic Tower. "Dear Morton Wizard, I need to go to the Noble Arbitral Tribunal for 2 compensation matters," Abel explained. "Somebody asked you for compensation?" Wizard of Morton asked. "No, it's compensation for me," Abel said with a smile. "You haven't become a member of the Magic Guild. Getting some compensations are good things," Morton Wizard laughed. The Wizard of Morton treated Abel as one of his Magic Tower's members, but he was still worried about the child going there. He took a sign from his pocket and said, "Hang this on your waist. This is proof of my Magic Tower. I'll know it when you go to the Magic Tower tomorrow." After a pause, he smiled again and said, "If you hang it in Gamba City, you will not get into any trouble." "Thank you." Abel took the sign with both hands. This sign was very similar to the identity card that Abel used at the Evelyn Tower, except the exterior of the pattern was different. It had a tree carved on it, and each branch of the tree are all exquisite. "I'm leaving." The Wizard Morton carried 4 bottles of red wine. He flickered and disappeared from the sitting room. Abel looked enviously at the way the Wizard of Morton disappeared. Was this the ability of the intermediate wizard? "Abel, can you bring me?" Lorraine asked softly when she saw Abel, who was wearing a noble gown. Abel looked at Lorraine and found that her clothes were not gorgeous but very ordinary clothing. And he started feeling guilty that he didn't care enough for Lorraine. "Lorraine, come with me, I will buy some clothes for you," Abel looked at Lorraine and said. After hearing that, Lorraine's eyes sparked and narrowed because of a smile. Abel could see how great the attractiveness of beautiful clothes to the girls. The air conditioning in the carriage was turned on the maximum. Compared to the previous carriage, this one was very special. It was painted black, and an oriental 5-claw dragon was carved at the top. In many instances, other carriage had to give way to it. The carriage was walking on the way to the aristocratic arbitral tribunal. There weren't many people on the road. The terrible institution of the aristocratic arbitral tribunal made the reputation of this street very bad. "Master, someone blocked the road ahead," Ken's voice came. Abel stuck his head out of the window and glanced forward. It was the Royal Cavalry, an army that had fought many times with Abel. "Honor Baron, my master is waiting for you in the aristocratic arbitral tribunal." A middle-aged man, like a steward, walked out from behind the cavalry. "Who is your master?" Abel was a little strange. The royal family had a bad relationship with him. How could they be waiting for him? "My master is His Excellency the High Duchy of the Principality of Kamai, Ryandel George, the future king of the Principality of Kamai." The middle-aged man's tone showed great pride. "His Royal Highness Lyander." Abel did not expect that the prince would be waiting for him. He, who was about to begin the ceremony, should be his busiest time recently. Abel jumped out of the carriage and turned to ask Lorraine, "Lorraine, are you going with me or staying in the carriage?" "I'm just waiting for Abel here. I don't like the feeling here." As an elf, Lorien came and felt the coldness here. She could feel countless creatures crying. Okay, then you will be here for a while, and I will be back soon. Abel turned and looked at the followed 10 black armor fighters. You stay here and protect Lorraine. Yes, sir. The 10 black armored soldiers neatly saluted. Lead the way. Abel looked at the middle-aged man and said. This way. The middle-aged man led the way, and Abel followed. At the back of the royal cavalry, 6 gold-armored knights of the kingdom guards guarded at the gate of the noble arbitration court appeared. Abel knew that these gold-armored knights was senior with. Just a glance, His Royal Highness was quite fearful. After sighing, Abel walked into the aristocratic arbitration tribunal and saw that the prince, dressed in a Chinese suit, had already stepped forward to welcome him. His Royal Highness Prince, it's a great honor to see you, Aberishly answered first. Dear Baron Abel, I apologize for the, unpleasantness between the royal family and you and cause you much trouble. His Royal Highness Ryandale George gave courtesy and apologized to the Abel ceremony. Abel started wondering. The last thing was resolved. We just left only some compensation matters. How could the High Prince's attitude be so humble, and he would come here to apologize in person? Wouldn't he want to reduce the compensation? Just an apology. The prince did not want to be here. He would become the king in a few days. But he had many trivialities, and he heard reports that Baron Abel would come to the noble arbitral tribunal for compensation, so he just came to wait in person. The reason for the appearance of His Highness Leander George was very simple: the relationship between Captain Hoover and Abel. The Hoover Knight had a very high status, but that time it was very rare that he appeared for Abel, which also showed that he and Abel have an extraordinary relationship. The Knight of Hoover had supported him to be the king so that he could defeat his brothers and get the throne of the king. So this time, he had to take time out of his busy schedule to work with Abel. Abel found the knight commander who had fought against him that day behind the prince. Although he did not know the name of the knight, Abel said politely, Lord Knight, glad to meet you again. Honor Baron Abel, I'm very sorry for my reckless behavior that day. The commander commanded a solemn manner to Abel. This was a very formal apology etiquette. This ceremony could only be performed on people who have a higher identity than themselves. This was a surprise for everyone in the hall. He was the Cavalier Commander, the most important high-end combat power in the kingdom, no matter how honorable Abel was. It was not worthy of this commander to give such a solemn manner. Abel felt strange. But he quickly responded, everything has been resolved, and you just completed your task. Thank you for your forgiveness. The knight finished his apology etiquette. Dear Justice and Order Servant Referee, very nice to meet you. Abel salutes 2 middle-aged men wearing uniforms painted with the statue of Justice and Order. Hello, Baron Abel. It was the referee who dealt with Abel's family conflict yesterday. When Abel spoke to the referee, His Royal Highness Leander George's eyes looked strangely to the Cavaliers. This time he took the Cavaliers with him just for protecting him, but he did not expect for him to apologize to Abel in such a solemn manner. The knight made a wink at His Royal Highness Leander George and let him look at Abel's waist, where a sign hung. Prince Leander's George squinted his eyes as he saw what Abel was holding. He was a crucial member of the royal family. Of course, he knew what the card was. It was the identity card of the intermediate wizard, Morton, who was the guardian wizard of this duchy and the most powerful guardian wizard in the state. Why would Abel have anything to do with the Morton magic tower? From the intel that Prince Leander received, Abel was just a wizard apprentice in the Iveline Tower. Now the amount of compensation would have to change because of that. The future king was not too stingy about his money. If anything, he was looking to getting along with Wizard Morton. If Morton could become one of his trusted friends, he would have needed a lot fewer guards whenever he went outside the palace. Pardon me, Prince Leander George smiled and said to Abel, about the compensation. There has been a tiny change if you don't mind. Abel frowned a bit when he heard this. Did the prince really come here to bargain with him for some money? Just how poor was the duchy becoming? You see, Prince Leander George continued, it's about the vineyard you were meant to receive. I didn't think it's good enough for compensation, so I decided to replace it with the Cotter Winehouse. If you will, the royal palace would like to make a more sincere apology. Abel knew about the Cotter wine house. It was one of the best wine houses in the entire Duchy of Carmel. He had a lot of fine wine from there, actually, in his collection in the Triumph Boulevard mansion. "You are too kind, Your Highness," Abel thanked Leander sincerely. "As long as you like it, my dear Sir Abel," Prince George Leander replied. Judging from the smile on Abel's face, he knew his plan had worked. The cost might be a little higher than expected, but Abel clearly couldn't say no to him. Well then, Prince Leander reached out his right hand towards Abel, then turned to look at the two judges in court. "Let's settle this in front of the goddess of justice and order. From this point onward, there shall be no conflict between us. I hope we can become good friends, Sir Abel." "Yes, Your Highness, there will be no more conflicts between us. I'm honored to be your friend," as Abel reached out his hand as well. The two shook hands in the air and declared their friendship to the public. "Very well," the jury said solemnly. "By the goddess of justice and order, a contract has been agreed upon." A contract was agreed between the two parties. In a society such as this, shaking hands was a common way to resolve conflicts. Once the act was officially acknowledged, neither side would have permission to bring up the conflict in the future. "You'll have to excuse me, Sir Abel. I have some business to attend to after this," Prince Leander said. Since the court hearing was settled, there really wasn't a reason for him to stay any longer. "Yes, Your Highness. I wish you a pleasant day," Abel said, and farewelled Prince Leander with a bow. While Prince Leander had left, the middle-aged man who brought Abel here stayed. It was now his turn to have a negotiation with Ken. Since the Cotter wine house was handed over to Abel so quickly, a lot of deals had to be arranged. Abel didn't care too much about the handover. He was a nobleman. He would be laughed at if he joined in a business negotiation like this. Instead, he turned towards the judge and asked, "About the Benson family, has their compensation arrived yet?" The judge replied with a smile, "Yes, Sir Abel. The head of Benson family has just sent them yesterday." The judge didn't know who exactly Abel was. He could make a lot of guesses after seeing how polite Prince Leander and the Knight Commander was to him, but one thing was certain. Sir Abel was not a simple nobody. Even the prince had to show some respect to him. "All right then, let's get everything sorted today," Abel said with satisfaction. He was happy with how things were running so smoothly, especially with how cooperative the Benson family had been with him. "Yes, sir, I shall send someone to your butler about this," the referee replied. Abel stood for a while as he waited for Ken to handle the transfer. While doing so, one of the court staff passed him a cup of coffee. Abel did some math while he was waiting for Ken. Honestly, he was quite a wealthy man now. He had 2 vineyards in Bakong City, 2 shops at Tianjin Avenue, and 1 vineyard at his Triumph Boulevard mansion, the Cotter wine house. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Lorraine," Abel said apologetically to Lorraine. He didn't think this court hearing would take so long. Lorraine was waiting in the carriage the whole time he was inside the noble arbitral tribunal. "It's okay, Abel. You didn't keep me waiting for too long." Lorraine smiled like always. For reasons she wasn't sure of, she actually liked the feeling of waiting for Abel. Besides, it was already a joy for her to be able to go outside with him. "Let's go buy a low tea of pretty clothes now, okay, Lorraine?" Abel laughed in a rather exaggerated way. "A low tea isn't that kind of expensive." Lorraine looked at Abel. Abel started messing up Lorraine's hair with his hand. "I got a low tea of gold coins just then, do you understand? And since you've come here with me, how can I not share them with you?" Lorraine didn't like Abel messing up her hair. She turned her head away from his hand. But the smile on her face was full of joy. "What about this one? Do you like this one, Lorraine? Let's buy some clothes here." Abel didn't know much about women's clothing. It was the same for Ken as well, but he did a lot of scouting since he first came to Bakong City. He was a professional butler, after all, so it wasn't hard for him to find the most popular shop here. "Don't worry about size," Abel said to Ken. "We'll hire a tailor when we head home." Abel and Ken were both nobles. That being said, the city they've lived in wasn't exactly in the top tier, and the quality of life was quite different in Bakong City. While it was much more convenient here, Abel didn't know anyone. He didn't know any tailor who could customize clothes for him, and it wasn't like he had the time either. Thus, it was up to Ken to find the right person for him. As they entered the best women's clothing shop at Tianjin Avenue, Abel saw some clothes that he was very familiar with. Actually, it was quite similar to what they had back on Earth. There were fancy dresses, ordinary clothes, some women's underwear, and they were all hung up for display. "Anything I can help you with, sir?" A beautiful stewardess bowed and asked. "Yes," Abel said, a lot actually. "Can you help my little sister pick out some clothes? We need every type that you have." "Yes, you've got it, sir," the stewardess said with brightened eyes, and her smile became even more professional towards the rich customers in front of her. "Please, have a seat there while you wait." Since Abel came here to buy some clothes, he's decided to let all the guards stay outside. While waiting for Lorraine to finish, he sat at a resting spot designated for men and enjoyed some drinks. "Wow, what a fine establishment that you have here. You have very good services here," Abel said admirably. "True. A lot of times, even the shops on Earth wouldn't be so friendly towards its customers." After ordering a cup of juice, Abel waited for Lorraine as she finished picking up her clothes. Suddenly, the door of the store was slammed open. A team of guards, led by one elite knight, came barging inside. Seeing that there wasn't anyone important here, the elite knight shouted rudely, "Mrs. Daisy will be here soon. Please, everyone, leave this place while she shops here." "Who does he think he is?" a young man in suit whimpered. Hard to blame him, to be fair. That "please" didn't sound very polite at all. Another man replied, "It's Mrs. Daisy. She's the mistress of the eldest prince. Let's just leave. There's nothing we can do." "Dear spirit, have these people no shame at all?" the man complained, yet proceeded to bring his partner out. Abel shook his head at the sight of this. What an unfair society this was. How could the mistress of the eldest prince be so senseless in the middle of the city? Even nobles were shouted at like peasants. "Do you like these ones, Abel?" Lorraine came with the stewardess. "They're good as long as you like them." "Let's pack them all up, Lorraine. We'll leave the shop now." Abel didn't want to bring any trouble here. No one knew who he was here. He wasn't exactly losing face here, so he might as well not take the spotlight this time. "Thank you, Abel." Lorraine handed the clothes to the stewardess. "Why aren't you leaving?" The elite knight came to Abel with 4 guards behind him. "Abel, what's wrong?" Lorraine saw 5 fierce men with weapons yelling at Abel. She started panicking, and the memories of her previous arrest came back to her like a nightmare. As he looked at the pale, sickly look on Lorraine's face, Abel started feeling sorry for her. He wrapped his arms around her and said to the stewardess, "Help me pack my clothes." "Which house are you from?" The elite knight growled as Abel has just ignored him. "How dare you bring your slave out and get in Madame Daisy's way?" As the elite knight said that, he called 2 guards forward to throw Abel and Lorraine out. As the men came to drag them out, the stewardess stood aside as she was too afraid to do anything. With each of his hands grabbing onto one of the guards, Abel tensed up his arms and quickly slammed their bodies together. He did hold back a little while he was doing this, but what these men were doing was pissing him off. Lorraine was just a little girl, and she was very intimidated by what they were doing. The 2 guards' bodies became paralyzed as soon as they collided against each other. While they were not knocked unconscious, they had to sit on the ground because of how weak they got after that hit. "This is a capital offense, young man. You've just assaulted Madame Daisy's bodyguards." The elite knight released his combat kai. "I am a nobleman, mind you. Do you want to die? Why would you use your combat kai at me?" Abel said, and suddenly leaped towards the elite knight, who was too slow to react to him. This elite knight was originally a wandering knight. While he was quite talented, he managed to become an intermediate knight with nothing but hard work and sheer willpower. He wasn't able to go further than that, however. Since he had stopped making any improvements, he had no choice but to devote himself to serving Madame Daisy. Unlike real knights, most wandering knights did not receive a proper education. Thus, even with the talent he possessed, there was just no way for him to be accepted into upper-class society. The most he could do was to be the bodyguard of a woman who was not a lord, which was exactly what he was doing. If he managed to do well under her, he would have more resources to continue on his training. So far, things have worked well for him. Since Madame Daisy was adored by the royal prince himself, her bodyguards, too, have increased their status. And with all the supply that he was getting, he had finally become an elite knight. As good as that was, however, he was also starting to become more arrogant in his demeanor. With a potential queen as his master, he was starting to look down on even regular noblemen. In his eyes, anyone who was not a royal was a commoner, which was why he was bold enough to chase those ordinary noblemen out of the shop. As white combat Kai started flashing out, everything around the elite knight was starting to erode. It was the fancy clothes that were hung on the wall and the wooden frame that kept them there. Because of destructive combat Kai was, everything that it touched would be turned into dust. The elite knight sneered at the sight of Abel. To make up for his lack of weapons, he used his combat Kai to generate a blade in one hand and a shield in another. As clever as this idea seemed, an intermediate knight like Abel could see many things that were wrong with this strategy. Indeed, a true noble knight would never tolerate a fighting form like this. Unknown to this so-called elite knight, the fighting system of a noble knight was very, very stringent. Due to centuries after centuries of perfection, not a single thing could be changed to the techniques that were taught to its practitioners, who had to learn them from an extremely early stage of their lives. This man was not lucky enough to learn that. He was the second son, and had lost the opportunity to hone the proper techniques fully. He did receive some proper training after he became an elite knight, but the habits he developed over the years were very hard for him to change. Like two fish that were swimming in a pool, Abel's hands swiftly wiggled through the air and grabbed onto the elite knight's arms. It wasn't hard for him to do this because there were a lot of flaws in the elite knight's form. The elite knight didn't seem to mind, however. If anything, he thought that Abel was trying to commit suicide. As Abel grabbed onto him, he released his white combat Kai and went for a killing blow. Abel didn't care for the Kai that was coming at him. Instead of going for defense, he picked up the elite knight and threw him to the ground like a mountain dropping from the sky. The floor shattered, and the elite knight's body came down along with his armor. Abel wasn't stopping, however. As he continued to hit the man, the hole on the ground became larger and larger. The elite knight was clearly not in the right condition. That being said, he could clearly sense his combat Kai being absorbed by someone else. Pretty soon, about half the combat Gi he released was removed from his body. He wanted to say something about it, but all the bones and muscles in him were crashed into mushes, thus causing him to lose the ability to speak. Abel wasn't stopping, though. Elite's knights weren't your average foot soldiers. If it wasn't for the man's carelessness, Abel's would have never had the chance to trap him and steal his combat Kai. It wasn't hard for Abel to kill an elite knight, to be fair. One spell was all it took, but to restrain an experienced elite knight, Abel had to make sure that he didn't have a weapon with him. Because of arrogant this man was, Abel actually found a way to take him off guard. If anything, Abel was lucky today. He was facing against an untrained elite knight who did not receive proper training, had a bad temper, and possibly a lot of enemies. Fighting him could be very rewarding, and it wasn't like the consequences of doing so were clearly outside the boundaries of what was socially acceptable. Everyone liked seeing a scumbag having his ass kicked. Bang! 10 black armor warriors came rushing in for a rescue. To their surprise, their teen master, Abel, was wrestling a fully armored knight covered in blood. It was like watching a man fighting a child. Except the child was almost a third of the size of the man. Those 10 black armor warriors did not speak as they were witnessing this. Instead of assisting Abel, they just went over and carried the 2 bodyguards out of the way. Just what is going on here? A 20-year-old lady walked in. She was wearing a fancy dress and had a fan in her hand. Behind her were 2 maids and 4 of her personal bodyguards. "It's Lord Blight," a guard yelled as he was preparing to fight Abel. But just before he was about to do so, the 10 black armor warriors stopped him from moving any further. "How dare you?" The guard yelled at the 10 black armor warriors, but was too afraid to actually make a move on them. "Do you actually know who the elite knight of Blight is?" Not one of the 10 black armor warriors replied to that question. They were trained to be in suicide squads. In their minds, the only thing that mattered was to follow Abel's command. Abel frowned as he sucked out all the combat Kai from the elite knight. After all the time he spent on this man right here, he's only ranked up from 11 to 12. While the Kai pressure point in the middle of his right hand was completely filled, a Kai cyclone started forming from the pressure point located at his left hand. About 80% of his combat Kai had just been replenished. As disappointed as Abel was with the progress he was making, powerful combat Kiss were just harder to upgrade than regular combat Kai. The combat Kai Abel possessed had the color gold, which required much more energy to improve than most regular knights. The elite knight might have made a lot of progress in his training, but that was barely anything compared to the amount of potential Abel had. Actually, if Abel's combat Kai wasn't so weird, he would have only had to focus on becoming a wizard. Let go of Blight, Mrs. Daisy said with a sharp, angry voice. Abel held the elite knight's neck within his hand. Then he looked at Mrs. Daisy and said calmly, he unleashed combat Kai in front of a person of high status. This concrete fact is enough to send him to a death penalty. After Abel finished his words, he applied force in his hand. The neck of the elite knight snapped to a side with a clear sound like the cracking of a jade. Abel threw the dead body of the elite knight to a side and turned towards Ken, who had just entered. Abel said, Ken, consult with the shop in regards to their compensation. You can write the damaged floor and all the clothes under my name. You have the guts to kill Blight. Who are you? Tell me your name. Mrs. Daisy's eyes were filled with hatred. She decided that after she found out about the identity of this youngster, she would report this to the eldest Prince Majesty, hoping he could help her revenge and make this youngster pay. Ken looked at Abel and saw him gently nodding. He stepped up and said, My owner is the inheritance of the Harry family in Harvest City, Duchy of Carmel, the head of Abel's castle, blacksmith master, the duchy's Baron Mr. Abel Harry. Mrs. Az just had dinner with the eldest Prince, Julian George Majesty, yesterday. She knew that the reason why the eldest Prince Majesty had left early in the morning was to meet up with this Baron Abel. Because of this meeting, the eldest Prince Majesty had commanded the information department to prepare all the information about this Baron a few days in advance. This showed how serious the eldest prince saw this meeting, and this Baron was definitely not someone this nameless mistress could afford to offend. Sorry, Baron Abel, I had deeply embarrassed myself, Mrs. Daisy had a change of face immediately. All the anger and vicious expression had completely disappeared. Now her face was filled with a smile, as if she had just met Abel at a dance party. That moment, Abel was feeling very good. An elite knight had unleashed combat Kai on him, which allowed him to rank up his ability. Not only that, but after he had just reaped the benefits from the noble arbitral tribunal through the eldest prince, he had beat up someone's mistress for trivial things. Maybe he had gone too far. Abel had never hit a woman before. Abel then waved his hand and said, In the face of the eldest Prince Majesty, I'll let it pass. It's just some trivial thing. Seeing Ken was talking to the female shop assistant, Mrs. Daisy immediately went up and said, Don't worry about it, I'll pay for all the damages. Ken turned his head back to Abel. Abel said with a smile, If that's the case, we will go first. After Abel had finished his words, he led Lorraine out of the destroyed shop. Mrs. Daisy and the few guards stared at the dead body of the elite knight of Blight, and they felt a cool chill running down their spine. If they had really offended a noble with such high status, such as Abel, the outcome would be unimaginable. Luckily, he let it pass in the face of the eldest prince. However, this elite knight was a pity. As a person with an illegitimately conferred identity such as Mrs. Daisy, it was very hard for her to gain an elite knight. The elite knight of Blight was personally cultivated by her since he was an intermediate knight. Although he had countless battle experiences, he came across like a child's toy in the hands of Abel. Joy filled Lorraine's face as she was walking home. Abel had fought off another elite knight because of her. No matter which species, it could always make a woman's heart melt if a man fought for her. As Abel led Lorraine on to the carriage, he said to her with a smile, Lorraine, I will return to the magic tower tomorrow. You stay safe at home. Can't you stay? Lorraine said gently. The excited expression on her face suddenly faded away. Tomorrow is very important to me. Lorraine, you need to behave. Abel replied gently. I will wait for you, brother Abel. Lorraine's voice was so soft, Abel almost couldn't hear it. Seeing Lorraine's mood return to normal again, Abel was relieved. All his family was in Harvest City, but since Lorraine was by his side, he felt like it was just like home, and he could finally relax. In the second floor of Eveline Magic Tower, Abel stopped in front of the door of Novice Wizard Sam. He lightly knocked on the door. Novice Wizard Sam's voice came from within, Is it Abel? Come in. Abel gently opened the door and walked in. Novice Wizard Sam put down a book and lifted his head to look at Abel. He asked with an odd tone, Didn't you say you need to go for 3 days? Why did you come back after a day? Mr. Sam, I need to tell you something very important. Abel did not know how to tell Novice Wizard Sam all of a sudden. Speak up, what is it? Novice Wizard Sam asked, seeing the hesitated look on Abel's face. "Mr. Sam, I saw Wizard Morton yesterday. He gave me an identity card and invited me to go to his magic tower today." Abel did not explain how the situation had taken place entirely. He only told Novice Wizard Sam about his conversation with Wizard Morton. "My spirit, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be at Morton Magic Tower now?" Novice Wizard Sam asked in a hurry. "Uncle Sam, I want to know your opinion." Abel had changed how he addressed Novice Wizard Sam. Since the two had gotten closer, their conversation had become more like an uncle talking with his nephew. "Abel, you know that my teacher Eveline is a rank 6 wizard. Even if you pass the examination and become one of his disciples after he comes back, you will only be a disciple under his name. You won't have any rights to live in the magic tower for the long term." Novice Wizard Sam let out a sigh and proceeded to say, "You know what, Abel? You are a genius. It is your luck to be picked by Mr. Morton. This is your chance, so why would I stop you?" Abel knew that Novice Wizard Sam was someone who was truly good to him. He said, "Uncle Sam, thank you for everything you have done for me." Sam looked at Abel with eyes full of yearning and said, "You can do now. You can truly spread your wings there. Wizard Morton has 5 disciples. His magic tower was the dream of every student of wizardry due to its vast opportunities. You know, Wizard Morton was an intermediate wizard of the 3 main wizards of the duchy. Also, he is the only wizard that had cultivated an official wizard." Novice Wizard Sam hesitated for a while and proceeded to say, I mean, if you have the chance. Can you help me ask Wizard Morton why I couldn't be an official wizard?" Abel looked at Novice Wizard Sam with a look of confusion. Novice Wizard Sam then continued to say, "A few years ago I had reached the state of ranking up, but something was blocking my way in the final step. Wizard Morton is the most powerful wizard in the duchy. He might know the reason why I could not rank up. I know this request is a little presumptuous, but if you have the chance, can you please help me ask?" "Uncle Sam, you don't need to worry. I will definitely help you ask." Abel did not think Wizard Morton was someone hard to talk to. His impression of Wizard Morton was that he was very serious when talking to strangers, but easygoing and humorous with his friends and family. It seemed like asking this question for Novice Wizard Sam wouldn't have any trouble. It shouldn't need the assistant of wine. "No matter what, don't let my business affect you. No matter what." Novice Wizard Sam said with a hint of worry. By that point, he had already regretted asking Abel to do this favor. He only blurted it out since he had been stuck at the last step of being a rank 5 novice wizard for a long time without result. "I know, Uncle Sam." Abel could sense the extreme love and care Novice Wizard Sam had for him. Novice Wizard Sam then stuck out his hand to hold Abel and said, "Don't stay here anymore, go now, don't let Wizard Morton wait." Abel stepped down for the first floor of Eveline Magic Tower, accompanied by Novice Wizard Sam to the front gate. Abel took out his identity card from his chest pocket with both of his hands. Novice Wizard Sam took the identity card and said with a smile, "You are on your own from now on. Remember, make friends with everyone in the Magic Tower and try not to offend anyone." Hearing these long-winded words by Novice Wizard Sam, Abel felt a warm sensation in his heart. He then gave a deep bow to Novice Wizard Sam and said goodbye. Novice Wizard Sam opened the gate of Eveline Magic Tower as Abel walked out. The Magic Tower had opened its gate. Someone had walked out, shouted one of the students of wizardry outside. One by one they all quickly turned their heads towards the direction of the Magic Tower. "Mr. Abel, anything I can help you with?" said Fatty Finkel as he quickly rushed towards the side of Abel. "Finkel, I have already left Eveline's Magic Tower," Abel said, looking at that nimble Fatty. As soon as Abel spoke, the student of wizardries that were nearby changed their looks from friendly to a glimpse of despise. A few of them even stepped back, as if they were afraid that Abel was carried with a disease that would spread towards them. "My God, what happened to you?" Finkel asked Abel with a look of sympathy. "Nothing. I've told Novice Wizard Sam that I will be resigning." Abel didn't want to explain anything, but the behavior of the other student deeply touched him. "Finkel, he's been kicked out of the tower. Be careful, if you get too close to him, you'll make the people from the tower angry with you," one of the novice wizards kindly said to Finkel. "If there's anything I can help you with, be sure to find me." Finkel spoke lightly and quickly hurried away. Abel glanced at Finkel, nodded, and followed the red stone path between the towers as he headed towards the magic tower of Morton, which was the tallest of the three. What's the matter with him? Why is he heading to Morton's magic tower? Perhaps he was too shocked by being driven out of the Eveline's magic tower. Just watch how he will get kicked out by Wizard. Morton's magic tower. Could Abel have left Eveline's magic tower because Morton's magic tower accepted him? Finkel whispered. The faces of the other followers immediately changed, and one of them quickly shook their heads and said, "How could it be possible? How could it be that easy to be accepted to Morton's magic tower when they are so strict? Indeed, I've never heard of any openings for Wizard's follower in any of the disciples of Morton's magic tower. That's true in all these years. Morton's magic tower hasn't accepted anybody, so how could someone like him have a chance?" There was a great deal of talk, but none of the Wizard followers thought that Abel would be taken as a disciple by the Morton Wizards, or even mentioned the idea. As Abel was approaching towards Morton's magic tower step by step closer, many students of wizardry were practicing in the exterior surroundings of the tower. With a glance from Abel, he quickly realized that these students of wizardry's level were much higher than those in Eveline's magic tower. At least that's what he thought, since he had already identified as many as 10 levels 1 novice wizards. As there were only around 30 people in the crowd, the proportion was considered very large. It seemed like Morton's magic tower was an attractive destination for those novice wizards who were confident on a path in becoming an official wizard. When the students around Morton's magic tower saw Abel approaching, all of them were silent as they continued their meditation. Only a few people took a glance at Abel. They all seemed to not care much about Abel's arrival. However, when Abel stepped closer towards Morton's magic tower door, all of them opened their eyes, with a sense of surprise, doubt, ridicule, satire, and so on, with different looks at the same time, all directly focusing on Abel. Abel's sensitive power will immediately felt the looks from the crowd, but he did not pause. Instead, he headed directly into the gates of Morton's magic tower. He then took his identity card from his waist and pressed it against the door. When Abel took out his identity card, the eyes of people were shocked, puzzled, ridiculed, and ironic. They were speechless, and they were stunned in disbelief. It was the identity card of the magic tower of Morton, the crucial reason why these people waited so hard here every day, but it was now held in the hand of a young man who had never come here before. Identification verified. A mechanical sound reached into Abel's ears as the gates of the tower opened. Abel was now walking into the most powerful tower in the Duchy of Carmel, whilst being watched by more than 30 people with their hearts filled with jealousy and shock. In a place not far from the door, there was a group of people who were watching too, and they seemed to be regretting why they had not welcomed Abel with great hospitality. They should have tried to exchange friendship and got to know the young follower who was about to enter Morton's tower, as it would probably benefit them in the future. Entering the first floor of Morton's magic tower, Abel discovered that the unoccupied areas of the magic tower were quite insufficient. Half of the areas were already occupied by a magic circle, with the other half was blocked by huge metal railings, except for a small reception area for the guests. The metal railings were full of various patterns, and Abel didn't seem to know the purpose of those patterns too. The ground was made from gigantic black-colored rocks, with a faint view of the regular lines drawn on the rock. Above his head, there were 12 gems shining in white light. These gems were connected by a string, forming a massive 6-star magic circle. This made the brightly lit floor even brighter. Compared with Eveline's magic tower, Morton's magic tower was like a luxurious nobility, whilst Eveline's magic tower was for ordinary civilians. To Abel, Eveline's magic tower was more like an ordinary room with stairs, with nothing particularly special. On the other hand, Morton's magic tower had a sense of noble temperament, along with a bright environment that was in contradiction to the dark environment in Eveline's magic tower. "Are you Abel, Mr.? Morton is waiting for you." Just as Abel was admiring Morton's magic tower, a voice came from the staircase. Abel looked over and saw a young man in a gray robe looking towards him. The young man was literate and handsome too. "Yes, I am Abel. One moment, please." Abel bowed to the young man. "My name is Carlos. I am Mr. Morton's 4th disciple." Carlos smiled at Abel. "You are the 5th disciple, and I am 4th. Just as Abel was about to walk up the stairs, a beautiful young lady about 1.8 meters tall, wearing the same gray robe, walked down. Her whole body was filled with youthful energy. And when she saw Abel, she said, "My name is Camille. I am the fourth disciple of Mr. Morton. Carlos is the fifth disciple. Don't listen to him, he's being silly." With these words, Camille placed her fist in front of her eyes and made a threatening gesture towards Carlos. If a man had made this move, it might be able to threaten some people. However, if a woman with a bright temperament did it, it only came across as very cute and charming. "Camille, you have to be reasonable. I entered the tower first. You came behind me, so you are the fifth disciple," Carlos said with a helpless expression on his delicate face. "I'm level 4 and you're level 3, so why don't we find a place to challenge and see who's the fourth and which one is the fifth?" Camille kept her head up, revealing her slender neck. "What are you two doing? Why haven't you called Abel up?" A heavy voice suddenly came from the first floor. Carlos and Camille looked at each other as they both stuck out their tongues. Camille then turned to Abel and said, "Follow me." Carlos gave Abel a shrug and mouthed, behind Camille, "Unreasonable woman. What are you doing?" Camille seemed to sense what Carlos was doing as she stopped abruptly to look back at Carlos. "Nothing, I'm helping you get Abel up there," Carlos explained, reaching for Abel's arm as if he were a prisoner. Abel kept his mouth shut, and without a word, he was pulled upstairs by Carlos. Why didn't the teacher change the staircase into teleportation and send it up directly? Camille walked in front, complaining. "If you give me the magic stone, the teacher would gladly change the stair," Carlos countered. "When I get rich and become a wizard, I'll put all my rooms in teleportation." Camille ignored Carlos, mumbling as if he had a mountain of gold in front of him. "What magic stone? Is it a gem?" asked Abel, suddenly thinking. "Yes, it's bigger and more delicate than a regular gem. It contains a lot of magic. That's the magic stone." Seeing that Abel was interested in these kinds of things, Camille then began explaining. "There are a few types of these magic gems. There are red magic gem, blue magic gem, white magic gem, yellow magic gem. Obviously, there are other kinds of these magic gems, but as each of these gems are extremely hard to acquire. This is why the wizards have control over the majority of the gem mine's resources within the Holy Continent in order to attain these magic gems. Ordinary magic gems are still available to purchase in major cities. But the higher-level magic gems that are used by the wizards are extremely rare to be seen selling in the markets amongst the ordinary civilians. Just like this intermediate magic gem here." As she said it, Camille took from her chest a beautiful large gem that was larger than a regular ruby, with innumerable cuts in the circle. The stone was red from the outside to the inside. Since taking out the gem, Camille has been looking at it with a fascinating look. It was a flawless ruby. Abel knew the grade of the gem at a glance. This was because he had synthesized it more than once, which made him very familiar with these kinds of gems. How beautiful! Even for men such as Carlos, looking at the intermediate red gem on Camille's hand. His eyes began to glare in wonder. "Of course, this was my reward from Mr. Morton for my promotion to rank 4 as a novice wizard," Camille said proudly, with a particular emphasis on the word rank 4 to mock Carlos. "I've had a feeling recently that my rank 3 novice wizard pattern is almost filled up to rank 4. You better watch out, I will catch up to you very shortly," Carlos said, realizing Camille's mockery. "Well, are there any magic gems that are even higher quality?" Abel asked softly, interrupting the conversation, wondering if there were any gems that exist in this world that would possess a perfect rank. Of course, the best magic gem is known as the elite magic gem. However, even in the biggest gem mines, it is extremely difficult to find just a few pieces of them. For me, I have never seen these kinds of gems before in my life, and I've only heard rumors that some large organizations will have a small collection of them. These gems are the source of energy for a large-scale magic circle. So, it is not easily attainable for ordinary wizards. Camille replied, then paused and said, "It's the 11th floor, you can go now." Abel looked up and saw that the staircase in front of him, which was blocked by a large wooden door carved with strange animals and bird patterns, which he had never seen before. As he gently pushed the door open, and it was dark inside. When Abel took his first step into the door, he immediately felt a sense of weightlessness. After a brief period of weightlessness, Abel was teleported into a mysterious room. Was this some kind of teleporting array? Though Abel had just heard Camille talking about something related to teleportation, the feeling was not nearly as intense as being here physically. This feeling wasn't as intense as when Abel was entering through the portal to Rouge's encampment, but it was the first time he had been teleported by a teleporting array. Not bad, you stayed calm. This is the mentality a wizard needs. Within a flash of a figure, Wizard Morton had appeared before Abel. Abel was no longer surprised by the way people appeared and disappeared out of nowhere, like Wizard Morton in this instance. To this date, he still couldn't understand how people can appear out of thin air like this. But it seemed like the elites really liked to appear this way. "The Honorable Mr. Morton, how are you?" Abel bowed. "Abel, will you be my disciple?" Wizard Morton asked, speaking directly without any greetings or ceremony. Abel had never expected the wizard to ask such a question as he had just met him, but Abel promptly reacted and said, "I will ask the Honorable Mr. Morton. From now onwards, you won't have to follow the rules of the noble etiquette within the tower. Wizards don't have much time to be polite, you see. From now on you'll call me teacher," said Morton, with a small grin on his face. "Yes, teacher," Abel immediately responded. "You are my sixth disciple, and above you there are 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters. Your first brother is a level 6 wizard and is the 4th wizard of the Duchy of Carmel. He is currently guarding the Miracle City in the valley of Mount Budapest. As for your second brother and 3rd sister." Here Morton paused a little, sighed, and said, "They both followed me long ago, and now their life is coming to an end. Oh, they have been closing their doors for years, in search of a chance at survival chance." Wizard Morton then looked at Abel and said, "You are still too young, and may make you not understand the importance of your life. When you become a level 1 novice wizard, your life expectancy was raised to 150, and every time you rank up, you gain 10 years of life. This may seem like it's a long time, but if you don't make the most out of every second, such a mighty long lifetime can be gone in a flash. Thank you for the wise instruction." Abel was no ordinary 13-year-old boy, and his desire for life was much stronger than anyone else's. The reason your 2 elder brothers and sisters ended up like this was that they underestimated the importance of training when they were young. As they got older, the difficulty of practicing increased too, causing them to stuck between level 5 and level 6 wizards. I wanted to provide them with potions to force their ability to increase to a rank 6 wizards, but they didn't agree. Wizard Morton looked at the doubt in Abel's eyes and sighed. "The potions are the fastest way to force a wizard to increase their ability to the next rank, but after that, they will never be able to increase again. This is why they would rather die with their proudness than use the potion to increase their ability." When Abel heard what Morton said, he couldn't help but think of the 3 disciples of Eveline's magic tower. Those 3 were crazily trying to earn money so that they could buy these increasing rank potion. This may be their goal, as they thought reaching level 6 was already good enough for them. However, Uncle Sam, the 4th disciple at Eveline's magic tower, had his goal higher. He wanted to use his own efforts in leveling up as a wizard. Thinking of Uncle Sam, Abel asked, "Teacher, as novice wizard, Sam has been stuck with level 5 novice wizard for so many years." When he heard Abel ask this, Morton laughed. "For someone with your personality and your relationship with novice wizard Sam, I wondered when you would ask this question." Abel smiled with a hint of shyness, but kept looking at Morton as if he was waiting for an answer. "All right, I'll tell you about novice wizard Sam's main problem." Wizard Morton looked at Abel with great appreciation. Knowing that he could help his former teacher ask such a question presented Abel as a caring person. This was what you wanted your disciple to become, if you ever had one. Novice wizard Sam is a hard-to-come-by genius. To be honest, I've known Wizard Eveline for many years, and I must admit, he is not a particularly good teacher. But despite that, under the guidance of Wizard Eveline, novice wizard Sam still reached the peak of a level 5 novice wizard through his own dedication. He was just 1 step away from being a rank 6 official wizard, which is something to be cherished. Morton then shook his head slightly and added, "But his disadvantages are too obvious. He has learned only 1 spell, Fireball, and has not learned another. Every day he worked extremely hard behind closed doors and rarely goes out and walk around." Abel knew about this. The only spell novice wizard Sam practiced was Fireball, and it was the only spell novice wizard Sam had taught him. I've heard that he almost lost his life in an adventure when he was young. He hasn't left Bakong City since then. The wizard Morton seemed to disapprove of this behavior on Sam's part. Abel couldn't help thinking of the Lord of Marshall's rescue of Sam, and it was after that event they became best friends. Was it because of that particular event that made Sam never want to venture out again? He worked his way up through his genius to the peak of a rank 5 wizard. But without experience and the lack of flash of realization when it came to magic, his rank 5 novice wizard journey was incomplete, and this is why he is currently stuck. Wizard Morton then looked towards Abel and whispered, "To be honest, I actually wanted to find the opportunity to remind Sam about this matter. But since he was a disciple of Wizard Eveline's, I couldn't directly tell him about these things. Now that you mentioned it, I am very glad I could finally answer it. I sincerely hope he can successfully increase his rank. If he does, we will have another official wizard within the Duchy of Carmel." Afterward, Abel bowed to Wizard Morton and said, "Teacher, the answer that you gave me today will be the gift that I will be giving to Sam. Thank you so much for your unselfish mentoring. Sam is still young. If he changes his way of thinking, then the Duchy of Carmel will have another formal wizard." After finishing his last sentence, Wizard Morton changed the topic immediately and said, "When you're a rank 1 wizard, you should learn every magic spells possible. It could save your life at some point in the future." Abel nodded, as he agreed strongly to what Wizard Morton has stated. Spells differed only in power, but they all had their special purposes and uses. There are no useless spells, only useless wizards. In the 3 types of spells that exist, the fire spell is the most violent and explosive. Ice can slow down your opponent's speed with decent attack damage. Electric spells are the fastest of all 3 in magic spells. Its speed makes it literally impossible for your enemies to defend, and it also has the ability to numb the enemies. The only disadvantage is that it has the lowest power. Output of the 3 spells. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Wizard Morton simply explained the different characteristics between the 3 magic spells and proceeded to say, if a wizard wants to increase their abilities substantially, there is only one way: going to the Valley of Mount Budapest to hunt a soul beast and absorb their crystal core. However, if you want to make it out alive from Mount Budapest, your magical ability must be outstanding. Soul beast, crystal core. It was the first time Abel had heard these words. Wizard Morton then explained, "You will rarely see soul beasts in the human world since they have all been driven out. Now, the closest soul beast gathering point from the human world is the Valley of Mount Budapest. That valley is a natural barrier between the humans and the orcs. Other than it's the height of 10,000 meters, these soul beasts are also another important reason why the orcs can't go through to the human world." Wizard Morton flashed the pattern in his hand. A string of white lights levitated from his hand. Meanwhile, the same string white light flashed on a shelf nearby. Through these white lights, a red gem had disappeared from the shelf and reappeared on Wizard Morton's hand. It was an irregular red crystal. However, it was not transparent. "This is a crystal core. It's one of the most important resources for wizards," said Wizard Morton as he handed the red crystal to Abel. Abel took the red crystal in his hand and closely examined it. This thing looked like solidified blood. "Can I put this thing in my mouth? Wouldn't it pierce the body?" "Teacher, how do you absorb this thing?" Abel asked with confusion. "You can't absorb this," said Wizard Morton, laughing loudly. He then proceeded to say, "Crystal cores can only be absorbed 2 hours after the soul beast has died. At that time, the crystal core was still in a soft plastic-like state. If you wait longer than 2 hours, it will solidify like this, and you can no longer absorb it. However, these things are one of the main components for making rune signs. There are different ranks to it, and it can make rune signs with different abilities. If crystal cores are that important, there must be a lot of wizards in Mount Budapest," asked Abel curiously. "Mount Budapest is a very dangerous place, and these soul beasts are not easy to kill either. The reason why they are called soul beast is that they are not only a lot more powerful than normal beasts, but they are also a lot smarter. If you go with a group, you might not see one single soul beast at all. Even if you are lucky enough to see one, they might be so powerful that even an entire group of wizards might not be able to take one down. This is only one reason why so few people go to Mount Budapest." Another is that there are a lot of orcs flying above Mount Budapest with their flying beasts. These orcs will often ambush on the human side of Mount Budapest to kill off wizards. Therefore, other than wizards who are well trained in battles, normal wizards will not go there, said Wizard Morton, sounding very serious. It seemed like he had a very vivid impression of Mount Budapest. Wizard Morton then proceeded to say, not all soul beasts have a crystal soul. You might find one by only killing one low-rank soul beast, or never find one despite killing hundreds of high-rank soul beasts. Other than Mount Budapest, are there other places I can hunt these soul beasts? Abel yearned these crystal cores that could to increase his abilities quickly. However, he was not ready to take such a risk, especially when he did not have all the powerful equipment with him. Other than Mount Budapest, you will need to go over the Earth-dividing mountain range and enter the Double Moon Forest. Earth-dividing mountain range is the dwarfs' territory, and Double Moon Forest is the elves' estate. The dwarfs are not too bad to deal with since most of them are quite nice to humans, but the elves hated humans. There are a lot of risks involved and you want to go to the Double Moon Forest. The elves rule the forest. No opponent would win if they fought in the forest. Wizard Morton continued, the elves will not let any human use any portal magic. Circle in the Double Moon Forest, so you have to walk through the earth-dividing mountain range. Even if you successfully made it to the Double Moon Forest, the elves will not easily let you hunt soul beasts in their forest. That's why so few people go there. Wizard Morton looked at Abel with a warning and said, you are still too young for this. You don't have adequate defense techniques, so you cannot go there. I don't want my disciples to die outside. Abel then gave out a look of extreme obedience and said, Teacher, you don't need to worry. I will listen to your arrangements. However, in his heart, he wanted to get on White Cloud and fly over Mount Budapest to have a look. He was an intermediate knight with some wizard self-defense skills, so he should be able to make it back alive. You have met your two students of wizardry, brother and sister, right? Although they are a bit naughty, they are quite gifted. I hope you guys can be nice to each other. Well, that's enough for today. Now I will examine your body's attribute and estimate. How gifted you are, said Wizard Morton as he took out a palm-sized square sign from his waist pouch. Abel's eyes froze. No matter which way he looked, the pouch did not look like it could fit a palm-sized sign. It must be a portal bag, but he just wasn't sure if it was as big as his. Wizard Morton saw Abel's gaze fixed on his pouch, and he couldn't help but laugh. He said, you have good eyesight, this is a portal bag. When you become an official wizard, you can also buy one from the Wizard Union. Every official wizard can only buy one of these portal bags in their life. After Abel heard that every official wizard could only buy one in their life, he began to ponder. He was already enjoying the benefit of an official wizard. Teacher, how big is it? Asked Abel, curiosity staring at Wizard Morton's portal bag. It can perfectly fit this table, Wizard Morton said, pointing at a nearby table. Abel looked at the table. It was around 1 meter in length and width, so the bag should have a space of around 1 square meter. After he calculated, he realized what he had taken from the Virgin was a real treasure. An intermediate wizard like Wizard Morton could only get one around 1 square meter, but the one he had was like the size of an entire room. How precious was that? Abel then asked again, other than the Wizard Union, is there any other way to get a portal bag? Of course, kill an official wizard and you will get an ownerless portal bag, said Wizard Morton in a low voice as he stared at Abel. Abel felt a chill running down his spine. He did not know how powerful an official wizard was, but he already got a taste of it through a mere fireball magic technique. Wizard Morton then said to Abel, official wizards have a lot of self-defense techniques, so it is not easy to kill one. You will know in the future. Okay, now come here. Put your hand on this attribute sign, Wizard Morton said to Abel as placed the attribute sign on the table. Abel stepped 2 steps forward and put his hand on the attribute sign. The sign began to flash in white light. Abel felt like someone was spying on him, but as the white light of the attribute sign faded away, and this feeling of someone spying on him and also vanished. Okay, you can let go now, said Wizard Morton to Abel. Abel took his hand off the attribute sign. There were some words had appeared on the sign. He leaned forward to have a look, and it showed some data related to him. Wizard Morton, read the words out loud. Power 12.21. Speed 2.50. Constitution 5.05. Will 12.02. Mana 10. Wizard Morton lifted up his head in shock and asked, "What is your knight's rank?" Abel replied, "Rank 12 intermediate knight." Wizard Morton was so shocked he almost jumped. "How old are you? How could you be an intermediate knight already?" said Wizard Morton as he looked at Abel like he had found an extremely rare gem. Abel did not know how to reply. He only said softly, "Maybe it was because I've been doing knight's training since I was very young." Sweat began to pour down from Wizard Morton when he heard these words. What knight did not start doing training since they were very young? And how old was Abel? If another knight had heard these words, they might as well hit themselves with a rod and die. Wizard Morton shook his head. "Impossible, even if you are an intermediate knight, your strength was still way too powerful." The most powerful strength possessed by an intermediate knight was around 4, and Abel had 3 times that amount of strength. "Teacher, my strength is my gift. That's why my strength is so powerful," said Abel with a lot of confidence. Wizard Morton saw that Abel's constitution of 5.01 was miles ahead of the constitution of normal intermediate knights. Normally, people had the constitution of 1, and the target constitution of wizards was to maintain around the level of normal people. Abel's constitution of 5.05 was outrageous, but when Wizard Morton compared it to Abel's strength of 12.21 above, he understood. With a massive strength such as 12.21, you needed a good constitution to unleash such power and not get yourself hurt. When Abel was doing wizard meditation in the future, this strong constitution could lower its impact on the body, which would be very beneficial for Abel to increase his abilities. Wizard Morton reminded Abel, "Although your constitution is very strong due to your knight's training, I'm afraid you cannot do any knight's training in the future anymore. The wizard's mana is very damaging to the body, so your constitution will slowly get lower in the future. But you have to make sure, never let your constitution drop below number 1. If not, your constitution might not be strong enough to sustain your mana to work properly." Of course, Abel will not let anyone know he had the golden combat kai in his body. He was not afraid of the damage mana could do to his body. He could perfectly do knights and wizards training simultaneously without a single problem. In fact, the damage mana caused to his body could quickly be repaired by the golden combat kai, which made him even stronger. With a spirit of 12.02, how was this boy still a rank 1 novice wizard? A student of wizardry with a spirit of 2 would be considered gifted. That was double the amount of the spirit possessed by normal people. When a student of wizardry accumulated enough power to become a rank 1 novice wizard, they would be raised to 3.5. An official wizard would often base their disciples on this standard. However, this standard was very hard to achieve. That's why wizards would still often pick a disciple, despite their will being a little lower than they standard. Abel's will had already reached 12.02. Wizard Morton was speechless towards Abel's giftedness. The data made him felt like he was looking at the attribute of a head commander and official wizard's fusion. Finally, when Wizard Morton saw the magic ability 10, he let out a huge laugh. Finally, a number that was normal to other novice wizards who had just started wizards training. Wizard Morton then proceeded to say, "Abel, don't do anything anytime soon. Dedicate all your time in meditation. Quickly elevate your magic ability to 120 points. You need to at least achieve a ratio of 110 between will and magic ability. You are currently like a giant dragon drinking from a teacup." Abel seemed to be very interested in treasure like this that could tell a person's attribute. He then asked softly, "Is this attribute sign very precious?" "It's not bad, but nothing too precious. Since you had just become my disciple, I must give you something for a welcome gift. Here, have this." After Wizard Morton completes the sentence, he handed the attribute sign to Abel. Abel carefully took the attribute sign with his hand. "And take a look at it left and right." He then gave it a little rub with his sleeve before putting it in his pocket. "Teacher, I have a young Mount Wolf at home. Can I go home and stay with it tonight?" asked Abel carefully. He wanted to go home to help Black Wind do the mount enhancement technique and then go to Lucas' camp to go some training. A creature such as a Mount Wolf had a large appetite and high sex drive, which is very unsuitable to be kept in a place such as a magic tower. On top of that, it was basically impossible to do training for it in a magic tower. Young Mount Wolf needed a lot of time with its owner. to strengthen their relationship, so Abel's request was very reasonable. You are still young, you must cherish your time. In regards to your request, I agree. But every month I will examine your training progress. If this had impacted your training, you need to stay in the magic tower every day for me, said Wizard Morton seriously. Thank you, teacher, said Abel as he bowed to Wizard Morton. You can go now. Your room is in level 9 of the magic tower. Just remember, the most important thing for you is to increase your magical ability to an adequate ratio with your will until you can learn any new spells. Come find me when your magical ability had reached 120. Wizard Morton waved goodbye to Abel, signaling he could leave. Abel felt like he had fainted for a while when he reached the staircase of the 10th floor. When he had woken up again, he saw Camille looking at him with a smile with Carlos standing by her side. How did it go? Did the teacher accept you as a disciple? Camille opened her mouth and said. Carlos also looked at him with the same expression, waiting for his reply. Yes, thanks to you too for waiting for me. The teacher has accepted me as a disciple. From now on you are my 5th senior brother and 4th senior sister, Abel replied with excitement. He had now become the disciple of the most powerful wizard in Duchy of Carmel. His dream had come true. Its 4th senior brother and 5th senior sister. As soon as Carlos said these words, he noticed the gaze of Camille. He stopped abruptly and did not speak again. Junior brother, which floor do you live? Camille turned to Abel and asked, as though she had seen a fun toy to play with. The teacher ordered me to live on the 9th floor, Abel replied. Immediately, admiration began to emerge from the gaze of Camille and Carlos. Camille said loudly, You are so lucky. The teacher actually ordered you to live on the 9th floor. Senior sister, is there a difference between the floors? Asked Abel curiously. Camille then explained, Of course, the 11th floor is where the teacher lives. It is where most of the mana is concentrated. Therefore, the closer you get to the 11th floor, the more mana you will have access to. The 10th floor above you was the floor of senior brother William, but when he comes back, he will need to build his own magic tower. The 9th floor is the best one out of all the empty floors. The 3 then walked down for a while. Okay, we are on the 9th floor now. Then Camille proceeded to say, You can start getting used to the environment. Your room has a 9th floor access card. You can give it to your own wizard follower when you find one. Camille and Carlos did not want to disturb Abel anymore. They said goodbye and went downstairs. Abel tapped his identity card on the front door of the 9th floor. The identity card flashed a white light and the door was opened. It was like his identity had unlocked the energy of this floor when he stepped into the door and entered the living room. The entire space began to light up. Abel examined everything slowly. Every patch of the ceiling was installed with a gem glowing in white light. These gems were connected by a strange pattern that allowed the magic tower to unleash the energy within these gems and light them up. These lights could all be controlled by the identity card on Abel's waist. How convenient. Although this world did not have any technological advancements, its magical advancement was very well developed. These gems could go neck and neck with the light bulbs of his previous world. The lighting system in Eveline's magic tower was nothing compared to these gems in Morton magic tower. At least on the 2nd floor where Abel had lived still uses an oil lamp. This just shows how much more advanced Morton magic tower was. Abel exclaimed as he examined the room, living room, laboratory, magic testing room, and the bathroom in the personal lounge. Everything was perfect. There was a full set of crystal testing equipment in the laboratory. Of course, it was not as good as dark gold equipment such as the Ankara golden bottle. That was still the purest of the pure. From this, Abel could clearly see the wealthy and imposing manner of Wizard Morton. Morton Magic Tower had 11 floors. If every floor other than the 10th and 11th floor were equipped with one of these sets of crystal testing equipment, it didn't seem like a small budget. It's a pity that the main mission Abel had currently was to increase his magical ability to 120. He could not learn how to make potions or runes, so this equipment would just keep sitting here for now. The magic testing room was a room designed specifically for testing magic. It was a simple room. It was completely empty other than a black pattern-surrounded target on the wall. Abel shot out a fireball spell to the black target with his hand. A string of red glow was left behind in mid-air as the fireball shot out. When it made contact with the target, a sound appeared from the target. 5 points fire damaged. That voice was neither male or female. It was very neutral but still scared Abel quite a bit hearing a voice came out of nowhere in a sealed-up room. He swore. Why wouldn't Camille or Carlos warn me about this first? Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Abel tapped with a finger from his right arm. Another fireball shot out on the target. The voice came out again. 5 points fire damage. The lowest damage of Abel's fireball spell was 2, and the highest was 5. All of his patterns were taken from the ability tree in the Horadric cube. Every time it would shoot out the most perfect fireball spell pattern. Seemed like this way could unleash the most amount of power from the fireball spell. Due to safety purposes, the magic tower did not allow people to go to rogue encampment through the use of the scroll of town portal. To save time, Abel never left this magic testing room since then. He continued to test out the fireball spell until his magical power was depleted. Then, he would do some meditation to help him recover. Abel realized it took him around 20 minutes to help him recover the magical power through meditation, which was twice as long as when he was in rogue encampment, especially when his magical ability was still not too high. During lunchtime, Abel's identity card rang. It seemed like someone wanted to talk to him. He put the identity card and moved with his spirit. Carlos's voice came through his identity card. He said, "Junior brother, come to the first floor. We'll have lunch together." "Okay, senior brother, I'll be down in a second," Abel replied and left the magic testing room. He had just shot out 4 fireball spell. His magical ability was completely depleted. At first, he wanted to do some meditation to recover before lunch. But since Carlos called, he tried to resist the slight headache caused by the depleting his magical ability and went down. When he reached the first floor of the magic tower, Camille and Carlos were already waiting for him in the visitor lounge. When Carlos saw Abel, he stood up and pulled out a chair from the Abel and said, "Junior brother, sit here. This is a visitor lounge. Can he have lunch here?" Abel realized the first floor of Morton Magic Tower was quite cramped. A large half of the space was taken up by a gigantic magic circle. "We always eat here." The teacher had turned half of the first floor into a teleportation circle. "Although it raised our income, it sacrificed our livable space," said Camille in a sorry tone. "But it's not all too bad. At least we have a free chance to use the teleportation circle every month," Carlos explained. "But we still need to pay for the cost of operation." "That's not cheap," said Camille as she gazed at Carlos. This sparked Abel's interest. He asked, "This is a teleportation circle. The one he saw in Rogue Encampment was way smaller than this." This giant teleportation circle also seemed to be a lot more complicated than the simple one in Rogue Encampment. Camille then proudly introduced, "Yes, this is the only teleportation circle in Duchy of Carmel, and the only one with a range of 5,000 miles. As she spoke, she seemed to forget all about her complaints earlier. As the few were deep into their conversation, suddenly a white light flashed on top of the teleportation circle. The white light slowly faded away, and a wizard wearing a white magic robe appeared in the center. When he saw 3 young novice wizards politely bowed to him, the wizard took out a card from the portal bag on his waist. Then, this white robe wizard made a slashing motion and disappeared from the teleportation circle again. Abel was stunned by what he had just seen. He was speechless. He did not understand a single thing in regards to what had just happened. He then turned to his 2 senior brother and sister. Eyes of confusion. "Someone using our teleportation circle to switch to another teleportation circle," Camille explained with a smile. She then followed the teleportation circle we have is considered a small-scale one, and it has a range of around 1,000 miles. If you want to travel anywhere further, you might need to go through many different teleportation circles. "I'm so jealous of that wizard. The cost of teleportation is enough to support my training for a long time," said Carlos looking at the white robe wizard who had just disappeared from the teleportation circle. "How much does it cost each time?" Abel asked. He saw clearly that the card the wizard was holding was a magic gold card. "If you want to go through the teleportation circle, it will cost you 10 normal magical gems every time, which is around 10,000 gold coins," said Carlos with eyes looking like the shape of gold coins. Abel couldn't help but remember the time where he sold a normal magical gem for 300 gold coins in Harvest City. That businessman had easily made 700 gold coins of him by just reselling it. That was so sad. Camille then proceeded to explain, normally, wizards will much rather receive gold coins than magic gems. However, the main energy source for this teleportation circle is magical gems. Abel then asked suspiciously, why don't we put the teleportation circle outside of the magic tower? Isn't it due to safety? The magic tower won't let any wizards who don't belong to the magic tower come inside. The teleportation circle also needs to draw a lot of energy from the magic tower. Just installing the magical gem by itself won't do anything. Due to safety, teacher had added a defense circle, separating the teleportation circle from the magic tower. On top of that, there is a rule that any wizards above the intermediate rank can't use this teleportation circle, so of course, the magic tower is safe, said Camille as she pointed towards those huge metal fences covered in patterns outside of the teleportation circle. Of course, trying to make gold coins, said Carlos lightly. Careful, don't let the teacher hear you. He will decrease your training resource, said Camille, pretending to be vicious. I didn't say anything, let's eat, said Carlos as he quickly changed the topic. At that moment, a boy and a girl wearing gray robes went up and put some cutlery and food on the table. Abel looked up and down at the two wizard followers. These are our two wizard follower, Paige and Joey. Carlos noticed Abel was examining the two wizard followers, so he introduced them to each other. After the two wizard followers heard Carlos introduce them, they immediately bowed to Abel and said, Mr. Abel, it's our pleasure to serve you. You should also find a wizard follower to help you take care of normal day-to-day work, Camille suggested to Abel. Abel then explained, maybe after a while. I still need to go back to my castle and rest every night. I only come to the magic tower in the morning. My spirit, how can the teacher say yes to a request like this? Carlos soured suspiciously. The teacher won't even let him go to Bakong City for a holiday. Yeah, the teacher is too nice to you. Camille looked up and down at Abel as though she was searching for something. Let's eat, said Abel as he quickly picked up his fork and knife. After lunch, they all returned to their individual floors. Abel continued to practice the fireball spell until the sky got dark. Abel tapped his identity card on the front door of the magic tower. The front door opened and he walked out. Suddenly, an excited voice came out of nowhere. Mr. Abel, are you staying in Morton Magic Tower? Abel turned his head and looked. It was that fatty Finkel. He couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I had already settled in Morton Magic Tower. I am so jealous of you. A flattering look occurred on Finkel's face as he proceeded to say, if you need anything, please let me know. Suddenly, Abel felt a tingle in his heart, although he wasn't planning to get a wizard follower currently. It might still be a good idea to help him take care of trivial tasks. Finkel might be a bit plumb, but he seemed to have a good heart. Can you help me find a horse carriage? I want to go to Bakong City, asked Abel with a smile. Of course, Mr. Abel, I have a horse carriage right nearby. Finkel's eyes began to sparkle. As long as Abel requested him for help, they would have social communication. Finkel's family thought this was where all friendship starts. Abel sat on the carriage and returned to the courtyard in Triumph Boulevard. Finkel was very discreet. He did not request to be in the same carriage as Abel. He only told the carriage driver to drive carefully and went off. As soon as Abel stepped down the carriage, Steward Ken had already appeared in front of him. He bowed and said, Master, you came back. Abel then directly asked Ken, Ken, from today onward, order a carriage to pick me up from Morton Magic Tower around this time every evening. Yes, Master, congratulations on your acceptance in Morton Magic Tower, said Ken with a face full of smile. Also, help me prepare 10 days' worth of food tomorrow. I have some other use for it. Okay, let's prepare for dinner, said Abel as he walked inside the courtyard. However, he did not explain the reason why he needed 10 days' worth of food. Yes, Master. Steward Ken bowed and walked off to prepare dinner. Brother Abel, did you officially become a disciple of a wizard? Asked Laura with a face full of excitement. Yes, I am the disciple of intermediate wizard Morton, Abel replied positively. Hearing Abel's response, a cheerful mood began to emerge from Laura's face. She said, Intermediate wizard, he must be very powerful. As Abel heard these words, his heart began to tingle. Before he had made contact with any wizards, Abel did not have the slightest idea of how powerful they were. However, Laura seemed to know a lot about wizards. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. After having dinner with Lorraine, Abel was preparing to go to the bedroom to help Black Wind with its mount enhancement technique. Steward Ken approached him. "Master, the trainer for Black Wind has been waiting for you. Would you like to see him now?" he asked, bowing towards Abel. "Bring him to the guest lounge, and I'll see him there." Abel turned and began walking towards the guest's lounge. Abe had just sat down in the guest lounge, drinking some juice, when Ken came in with a big, burly man. "Master, this is Trainer Marcy." Ken introduced Abel, then quickly stepped aside. "Mr. Marcy, thank you for coming by." Abel stood up and bowed slightly. "Dear Baron Abel, I am at your service," said Marcy. "Ken said that you're experienced in training Mount Wolves." Abel asked curiously, looking at the eye-catching wolf claw scar on Marcy's face. "Yes, Baron Abel. I was taken into slavery by the orcs for more than 10 years, and I have been involved in the training of several Mount Wolves for the Wolf Riders in the Orc Empire." Marcy explained to Abel, making no secret of his past. Mount Wolves were extremely rare in the human world. So when Abel heard about Marcy's past experience, he was glad to know that there was a trainer with such experience in training Mount Wolves. "Ken, get Black Wind over here and show Mr. Marcy." Abel spoke towards Ken, then turned to Marcy with a smile and said, "My Black Wind has never been systematically trained because of his lack of experience. He's a very playful nature. He loves to play around wildly too." "Baron Abel, these Mount Wolves are very playful when they're young, but with proper training, they can be battle effective within 3 months," Marcy said confidently. "Wudo!" Like a black bolt of lightning, Black Wind rushed inside the guest lounge through the door. Within split seconds, he was already beside Abel, rubbing his head against his body. "Black Wind, sit down properly," Abel ordered with a gentle tone. Black Wind then immediately sat on the ground obediently, but his head kept moving around restlessly. "How old is this Mount Wolf, Baron Abel?" Marcy asked Abel, looking hesitantly at Black Wind. "About 3 months," Abel replied. "My God, your Black Wind is even stronger than Mount Wolves that were 6 months old. I couldn't even tell his age for a moment. I've just never seen such strength at such age," Marcy exclaimed. When Abel heard this, he couldn't help himself but asked calmly, "Since you've been in the Orc Empire for many years, have you heard about a technique known as mount enhancement?" Marcy's face seemed like he had remembered something. A moment later, he said firmly, "The Honorable Baron Abel, I have never heard of the mount enhancement technique. The Orc Empire is very different from the human world. The more powerful the technique is, the more simple and direct its name would be. So according to my interpretations, your so-called mount enhancement would probably be a secret technique." Abel recalled the Wolf Raider where he killed and took Black Wind from. Although he had a mount enhancement technique with him, his Mount Wolf was pretty much the same as any other Mount Wolf, but the use and reasons are still unknown, as the Wolf Rider died before he was able to use it. Back then, Simon attained the mount enhancement technique sign during one of his adventures. After the death of nearly all of his companions in the adventure, he was found an orc's technique sign in an abandoned shrine that was filled with hidden dangers. However, the technique sign didn't include any instructions, which meant Simon wasn't able to use it. Simon believed that Orc's technique sign must have been extremely precious since he had paid such a high price of losing most of his companions. So even if he didn't know how to use it, he wanted to trade it for a large sum of wealth. But his status was way too low. This meant if he traded with other orcs, he would have been ripped off or scammed. This was why he wanted to trade it away after he came back from the trial of death, as he would have had a much higher status to trade by then. Although Simon knew that orc skill cards were very valuable because his family was small and none of them could become a wolf rider, he had to carry the mount enhancement skill card with him, which ultimately became Abel's. Marcy knew by this time that the young baron in front of him must have possessed a mount enhancement technique sign which would make his Mount Wolf extremely powerful. As Abel had told him about this classified information, he couldn't help but be shocked as he didn't know what this young baron would do with him afterward. "Mr. Marcy, I will let you take care of Black Wind. You can train it during the day. I will come back every evening to perform Black Wind's mount enhancement. Do you have any specific requirements for the payment for this job?" Abel did not hide anything from Marcy, because even if he hid it now, He would still find out about it after a few months of working with Black Wind, so might as well let him know now. Abel had been very secretive with keeping the orc technique sign in fear of the noble arbitral tribunal or people from the shrine temple in condemning him. But he was no longer the old Abel. He no longer had to fear these small things due to his high status as a baron now. Baron Abel, I would like to join the Abel family to become a trainer within your family. Marcy made up his mind as a trainer in your family. Marcy made up his mind after a moment of groaning. You don't need to do that, Mr. Marcy. Orc skills may be troublesome to others, but they are nothing to me, and you may rest assured that it would not cause any loss of dignity for you on the pretext of secrecy. Abel smiled as he understood clearly what's on Marcy's mind. After hearing Abel talk about a volatile subject so calmly, Marcy was reassured by his choice. With a young baron full of confidence, his family would continue to increase their strength within society. If he joined a family like this, he would have had his safety guaranteed for the rest of his life. All his life, he had worked extremely hard. With a few near misses in death, he was certain that he wanted a safer lifestyle. Master Abel, I'm sure that I want to join the Abel family. Marcy had changed the way he calls Abel as he said firmly. All right, then you'll be the professional trainer for the Abel family. Abel nodded, then turned to Steward Ken and said, Ken, prepare 5,000 gold coins for Marcy for his training fees for Black Wind, and also make arrangements for her family in terms of residency. Thank you, Master. Marcy bowed. Yes, Master, Ken bowed too. All right, if there's nothing else, you are all dismissed. I'm going to help Black Wind now, Abel said, waving his goodbyes to both Ken and Marcy. Nobles' etiquettes. There were different ways to address a person. Although the differences were small, they were quite delicate. If the person you are addressing had a certain status, you just addressed them with something that showed respect and distance. If someone was closer to you, you could address them less formally to reflect your closer relationship. Abel was also very satisfied. Marcy's experience would allow Black Wind to receive the same training that was in the Orc Empire. Looking at the somewhat confused Black Wind on the side, it didn't realize that its relaxation period is coming to an end, and the training would start soon. Abel then softly patted Black Wind's head and took it back to his bedroom for mount enhancement. At the end of the mount enhancement, Abel returned Black Wind to Ken, who had come to deliver 10 days of food for Abel. Ken now had to take Black Wind to Marcy. Starting from today, Black Wind was to live and train like any other Mount Wolves that were in the Orc Empire. After Ken and Black Wind was sent away, Abel put Ken's food for the 10 days into a personal locker. If the food were left outside, the meat, cakes, milk, and other food would have all went bad in a few days. Fortunately, there was now a personal locker, which has enough storage space for Abel to store 10 days' worth of food. Abel then closed the doors and windows, used his magic to open the scroll of town portal, and the wonderful rippling portal appeared. He then traveled through the portal as he had once again arrived in Rogue Encampment. The Rogue Encampment was quiet as usual. Other than the sound of the water and the wind, was the same white tent that stood there. The only thing standing between the sky and the ground was Abel. Afterward, Abel took out his hourglass and laid it on the ground for the first day of his basic wizard meditation practice. It seemed that this environment was more conducive to meditation. At the very beginning, he had already entered the back of his mind, and the magic began to be drawn into the pattern of the rank, one wizard. At the end of the daily meditation session, Abel took out the attribute sign and placed his hands on it. A flash of white light and a set of data appeared on the attribute card. Power 12.21. Speed 2.50. Constitution 5.05. Will 12.02. Mana 10.1. When Abel finished meditating by himself, he felt like his power of will had increased a little, but such a small incremental growth would not show on the attribute card. It probably suggested that the growth was less than 0.01. He was ready to double down on his meditation training for the next few days and take a look at the data again. Every time he finished a meditation session, his mana would only increase by 0.1. If he wanted to increase his mana to 120, it would take him a long time, even in Rogue Encampment. After meditation came Fireball training. He wanted to empty his mana he had just gained and meditate to recover again. After a day of training, Abel opened his Horadric cube as his power will suddenly noticed a message on the fireball symbol on the skill tree. Fireball produces magical fire arrows. Mana cost 2.5. Current skill level 0. Fire damage 2.5. Experiences until next level up 2,876/5,000. Abel's experience with the fireball spell had already reached half of the required experiences in terms of the next ability increase. Due to his successful training with the spell, he was also able to cast it within split seconds. If it was for an ordinary wizard, they had to use the power of will to draw the pattern every time, which would cost them much more time as well as draining the power of the will. But Abel's mana was still too low. If he had 120 worth of mana, he would have been able to increase the number of fireballs he could strike out continuously. Since his low mana had affected severely for his mana regeneration, Abel observed that it would take up to 5 minutes to just recover a tiny bit of his mana. After a few days of meditation practices, Abel has confirmed that in Rogue Encampment, he needed to undertake 3 meditation sessions. This was about 3 days' worth of practice until he could increase his will by 0.01 points. The Rogue Encampment was already a place that was filled with strong magical power. It was even a few times stronger than the magic towers. For an ordinary wizard meditating the magic towers, they wouldn't be able to increase their power of the will by 1 point even after many years of training. Wizards were known to possess terrifying spells and had a long lifespan. But now Abel understood the response of you win some, you lose some. Although wizards had a much higher life expectancy than any ordinary people, they had to spend most of their life undertaking meditation practices in order to increase their magic strength. Abel's everyday routine was the same as the days passed quickly. During the daytime, Abel trained at the magic towers. At night, he would return to his mansion on Triumph Boulevard to help Black Wind with its mount enhancement when he was finished. He would enter Rogue Encampment for meditation practices, as well as practicing his fireball spell. 4 months passed. Abel had just finished another 10 days of meditation practice and his fireball spell. Training in Rogue Encampment. Now, Abel had made great progress in terms of both his body and the power of the will. Since time passes differently in Rogue Encampment, every night when he entered Rogue Encampment and came out the next day, Abel had actually completely 10 whole days of training during that period of time. Therefore, during this period of 4 months, Abel had actually been practicing for more than 3 years. Abel then took the attribute sign from the Kong Kong Spirit portal bag and pressed his hand on it. With a flash of white light, a set of data emerged. Power 15.12. Speed 2.50. Constitution 6.05. Will 16.01. Mana 160/160. Upon reaching 100 points of mana, Abel found that his mana regeneration had also reached 1 mana regained per minute, which seems to have reached the limit of the wizard's mana regeneration. Whether it was 120 mana or 150 mana, or now 160 mana, the mana regeneration was fixed at 1 mana per minute. Abel now felt as if he was a human machine gun. The terrifying fireball spell had reached the point where it could continue to be shot out 10 times in a row. Finally, his spells had become destructive. At this moment, Abel imagined that if he was facing a group of elite knights, as long as he was able to distance himself away from them, he would have been able to burn them all to death. No wonder wizards in this world held such a high status. This matchless magical power was such a terrible tool for the wizards to suppress weapons made from all other occupations. With the improvement of Abel's mana, he also sped up his time of practicing the fireball spell. He raised to rank 1. A rank 1 to rank 2 fireball would require 5,600 points of experience, which took him 3 days' worth of actual time. From rank 2 to a rank 3 fireball required 15,360 experience points, and it took him around 8 days. From a rank 3 to a rank 4 fireball required him 30,150 experience points and took him more than half a month. From a rank 4 to a rank 5 fireball required 50,120 experience points. From a rank 5 to a rank 6 fireball required 5,480 experience points. From a rank 6 to a rank 7 fireball required 0.6410 experience points. Just like that, 4 months had passed. A rank 7 to rank 8 fireball required Abel 15,390 experience points, and he had already completed a large half of it. Using the Horadric cube, Abel's power of the will focused onto the fireball symbol on the skill tree, and a message appeared. Fireball produces magical fire arrows. Mana cost 2.5. Current skill level 7. Fire damage 1215. Experiences until next level up 11,314/143,090. With Abel fully focused on his training, he realized he was able to cast his fireball spell 1,000 times per day. But he couldn't exceed 1,000 casts, as it would result in a headache and a whirl for him. Even more, meditation seemed to have no use, as there was some kind of restrictions that limited the number of spells to 1,000 per day. This was nothing particularly bad for Abel. Other than him, no other wizard was able to cast 1,000 spells per day anyways. As casting these spells required using mana, they also required the power of will to draw these picture patterns. Every cast required the concentration of the power of will, and the human body had a limit. Only someone like Abel was able to achieve casting 1,000 spells per day, since he was able to cast directly from his skill tree. With Abel working as hard as a monk, he eventually increased to a rank 2 novice wizard. However, he was quite unsatisfied with the rate of increasing his rank. Even though in reality it was only 4 months, to him, it was already 3 years. It took 3 years for him to draw a rank 2 novice wizard pattern, and this was only the beginning of the wizard rank, as he was still a novice wizard. He couldn't imagine how long it would take for a formal wizard to increase rank. If he took 3 years to do this, wouldn't they take at least 10, 20 years just to get one rank up? Through the portal, Abel returned to his mansion room on Triumph Boulevard. He then went to the washroom to clean away 10 days' worth of dust, changed into his white robe, and walked out towards the courtyard. After 4 months, Abel has reached 1.85 meters tall. But he almost did not grow at all at night. Every night Day would go into rogue encampment to train for 10 days. But when he came back out, due to the different speeds at which time moves in this world, his physical body would immediately return to how he was 10 days ago. If it was not because of this, Abel would already an adult by this point. Woo! A howl came from far and near. Suddenly, Black Wind, who was already taller than Abel, rushed towards him. Black Wind's force was so tremendous, it had almost shaken Abel onto the ground. Immediately, Abel gave Black Wind's big brain a gentle smack. This smack made Black Wind felt so comfortable that it closed its eyes with a pleasant look. This look made Abel laugh so hard he almost choked. In the period of 4 months' time, Black Wind had undergone a change that was like night and day. Its height now exceeding 2 meters, and his entire body was filled with black hair. It had distinctive exploding muscles on its body, alongside with a little change in terms of its personality. Other than being a little naughty when it was with Abel, it had a sense of dominating king in front of everyone else. Master Abel, Marcy followed Black Wind and bowed. Marcy, how's Black Wind's training? Abel had been busy with wizard training recently and had little time to communicate with Marcy. Due to his intense training, his mana was now balanced with his will. The spell training was also smooth, so now had more free time to ask Marcy how Black Wind was doing. Black Wind has finished his initial training. Marcy looked at Black Wind with a special look on his face. He continued, Master Abel, with Black Wind's attitude now, although he doesn't live among the wolves, it is showing so many signs. I can tell that it is a king beast. King Orc. It was the first time Abel had heard this term. He stared at Marcy with curiosity, waiting for his explanation. King Orc is the ruler of a species. There can only be one King Orc among 100,000 of orcs, and they naturally one rank higher than common species, Marcy explained. What rank is Black Wind now? Abel asked. From my experience, Black Wind had already exceeded the ultimate rank of the Mount Wolf species. It became a junior soul beast. As Marcy said the word soul beast, his eyes lit up with passion. He continued, Mount Wolves are the highest quality attacking beast among all the normal orcs. Maybe it was because of this. I never heard of a single orc species breaking through and became a king orc. Not even if they grow up naturally like Black Wind. Abel was sure at that point that the ordinary sounding mount enhancement technique must be some extremely precious mysterious technique. Both Black Wind and White Cloud had formed a soul chain with Abel, and despite Marcy's experience, he had never heard of an orc that could create a soul chain and bond with another species. Especially for White Cloud, since Abel has been using the mount enhancement technique on it. Abel no longer needed to use the Orc Sky Sparrow control card 36 to control White Cloud. He only needed to use their soul chain to connect with each other. Now, since Black Wind had become a King Orc, could White Cloud become a King Orc as well? Up to this point, Abel's heart was burning with passion. But when he thought of the gigantic body of White Cloud and looked down at his hands, the burning passion quickly turned into a patch of smoke. If Abel wanted to massage White Cloud with the mount enhancement technique, he would at least need to be 5 meters tall. It was a pity. The mount enhancement technique was a technique that required the unleashing of the power of the will. If Abel did not possess the rank of a head commander in this world, he could not pass on this mount enhancement technique to another person. This was one of the unique ways the Orc technique sign kept its secrets. Master Abel, you can now ride Black Wind, Marcy softly reminded Abel. Yeah, Abel had always treated Black Wind as a pet. He almost forgot Black Wind had already become a mount. Marshall lightly called, Black Wind, get ready. Originally, Black Wind was joyfully dancing around Abel, but as soon as it heard this call, it immediately lay down. Its eyes stared at Abel with yearning, requesting him to start riding. Master Abel, Black Wind will not let anyone rid him other than you. Therefore, the last part of the training was making you two a perfect fit for each other, said Marcy as he helped Black Wind to put of a saddle designed specifically for Mount Wolves. Abel was very familiar with these kinds of saddles. He had assassinated countless wolf riders, and he often kept their Mount Wolf saddles as spoils of war in his castle. Seeing that Abel was paying attention to the saddle, Marcy explained, this saddle was specifically designed for the body of Black Wind. Black Wind was a lot stronger than normal Mount Wolves, and all the ready-made ones on the market will not fit it. So Mr. Stewart had invited a master specialized in making saddles into the courtyard to help make one for Black Wind. No need for the rein, said Abel as he saw Marcy was about to put a rein on Black Wind. Master Abel, you control it without a rein? Asked Marcy with confusion. Abel didn't reply, and he only smiled mysteriously. He already had the soul chain to connect with Black Wind. If he could fly White Cloud perfectly without a rein, Black Wind should be even easier. As long as they were a good fit, their fighting power could easily exceed using a rein. Whoa! Black Wind began to wiggle its body, desperately looking at Abel, hoping he could get on top of it soon. Coming, said Abel as he quickly jumped on top of Black Wind. With a move of heart, Black Wind jumped up from the floor. Black Wind felt the presence of its owner on top of it. It was happy since Abel was the only being in this world who was able to connect with it. Abel was the most important thing for Black Wind. Ever since Black Wind was born, it stayed with its Abel. Although it used to be naughty, after a few months of training, it understood its purpose in life. Go, Abel said softly. Black Wind's limbs began to generate energy along with its massive body. It tensed up all its muscles, and soon Black Wind had already rushed outside like a knife slicing through the wind. Alongside the main road of the courtyard, Black Wind arrived at the front gate like a strike of lightning. Suddenly, Abel heard Lorraine's voice from behind. Big brother Abel, I want to ride too. Back, Abel lightly patted on Black Wind's neck. Marcy was stunned as Black Wind did a quick 360-degree turn. It did not even slow down the slightest bit, and it was already back by the side of Lorraine. An extremely speedy turn like this had made the lifelong Mount Wolf trainer Marcy question if Black Wind was even a Mount Wolf. This ability had exceeded all Mount Wolves by a long shot. He never even knew turning without decreasing speed could even be done. As Black Wind ran back to Lorraine, Abel reached out his hand and held Lorraine by the waist. With a slight jerk, Lorraine was already on the back of Black Wind. Black Wind then speeded towards the front gate again. But this time, it directly jumped over the 5 meters tall front gate and continued to speed onto Triumph Boulevard. Black Wind faster, said Lorraine as she held onto the neck of Black Wind and laughed. She didn't seem to mind the speed at which Black Wind was going. Hearing the support of Lorraine, Black Wind increased its speed again. Abel felt like he was on his friend's sports car from his past life. The houses and trees of each side fell behind him at extreme speed, and from time to time, he would hear the people on the sidewalk cheering. Black Shadow speeded along the normally calm and quiet Triumph Boulevard. Suddenly, a luxury horse carriage was about to come out of an intersection. Seeing they were about to crash, some people closed their eyes and some automatically let out a scream. But in a second, the black shadow did a majestic leap, creating a marvelous curve line in mid-air above the horse carriage. The two warhorses carrying the luxurious carriage was deeply shocked by what they had just witnessed. They felt like their souls had been shaken by a godly power. The two war horses couldn't help but poop themselves. A horrific smell came from the front of the carriage. "Who was that?" asked a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious suit. He viciously stared at Abel, disappearing into the distance. "Master, that's Baron Abel." The carriage driver was not an ordinary person. He was an intermediate warrior, so his eyesight was quite good. The middle-aged man with a luxurious suit began to speak again. "Let's go back." His voice was sounding helpless, as though the vicious stare he just had was just a mistake. "There's someone on top of it, and it's a mount," said someone on the sidewalk, realizing there was someone riding the black shadow. "It's a black mount wolf, my god. Someone is actually riding a mount wolf." Since Triumph Boulevard was where all the most powerful nobles lived. Most of them had seen a lot in their lives, so someone had also recognized the black shadow. At the end of Triumph Boulevard, a group of soldiers was on guard. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "What is that?" A few soldiers saw a black shadow speeding towards them on Triumph Boulevard. The first thing that came to their minds was to block it. However, the moment they were about to step forward, their leader had stopped them. Their leader had served in the Miracle City and gained outstanding military service, and he said in a low voice, "Do you want to die?" "That's Mount Wolf. When have you ever seen a knight owning a Mount Wolf in Bakong City?" They exited Triumph Boulevard and continued to speed on to Tianjin Avenue. The roads were becoming more and more crowded. Abel moved in his heart again, and Black Wind slowed to a walking speed. "Big brother Abel, Black Wind is very fast, even faster than a unicorn," said Lorraine joyfully. Once again, Lorraine had mentioned something that Abel did not know about. He had only seen a unicorn on the coat of arms of the Lord of Marshall. He never knew they were real animals. If Lorraine had ridden a unicorn, how high was her status actually? This question has emerged in the mind of Abel again, but Abel didn't want to pressure Lorraine. He wanted to just go with the flow, and if Lorraine wanted to say it, she would have done so already. There were a lot of people in Tianjin Avenue, and they all looked at Black Wind with a puzzled expression. Many of them were also curiously looking up and down at Black Wind and Abel and Lorraine on its back. A knight saw Black Wind, and his face looked oddly surprised. There was not a single person that had heard of a knight owning a Mount Wolf in the entire Duchy of Carmel. After the knight's oddly surprised look had faded away, jealousy flashed in his eyes. In this world, a good mount was like a luxurious sports car. A Mount Wolf was the best mount anyone could find in the Holy Continent. Of course, not everyone's gaze was nice. A Mount Wolf was the signature mount of a wolf rider. Many people were afraid of it, especially those who had family members who died at the hands of a wolf rider. However, no one was dared come out and block Abel's way. Everyone knew a knight who could possess a mount like this, carelessly riding it out on bright daylight, must have an unimaginable status. Black Wind was only jogging, but it was still fast. The natural scent of these Mount Wolves could often make ordinary horses faint. War horses were often a lot stronger. But since Black Wind had reached the rank of a soul beast, they would still get very nervous when they smelled the scent of Black Wind, even if Black Wind was not targeting them. During this entire ride, Lorraine was sitting in front of Abel. She was laughing with pure joy. Abel noticed many frightened war horses along the way. At that moment, Abel jerked with his heart, saying, "Black Wind, hold back your beasts in pose." It was a lot easier for Black Wind to understand these commands through its soul connection with Abel than spoken words. Immediately, he began to hold back his vicious beasts in pose. After a while, the threatening scent of Black Wind disappeared. Other than its powerful appearance, Black Wind came across as just like another ordinary harmless mount. "Big brother Abel, can we go outside the city and take a look?" Lorraine still didn't have enough fun, so she stared at Abel with her big eyes, begging for him to take her further. "Okay, but not too long. I still need to go back to the magic tower today." Abel replied he was basically defenseless to Lorraine's requests. "Thank you, big brother Abel," Lorraine said excitedly, patting the neck of Black Wind. Then she said, "Black Wind, let's go fast. We'll go to play outside the city." Normally Black Wind was locked up in the courtyard in a Triumph Boulevard. Although it was not a small courtyard, it was still nothing compared to being outside. When it heard that it could go outside the city, it immediately began to speed up. It was faster than a normal war horse running at full speed. Stop, they had arrived at the south gate of Bakong City. A beginner knight walked up with his war horse. The beginner knight was a handsome young guy wearing a shiny white armor, reflecting his family's wealth. Abel was stunned a little. He passed through the south gate every day along his way to the magic tower. No one had ever stopped him. Why there was someone stopping him today? All of a sudden, he reached out his hand and lightly tapped on the neck of Black Wind, signaling it to stop. Black Wind let out a dissatisfied sound and came to a halt. "Who are you? Where do you get that Mount Wolf?" asked the young knight with a grounded voice, viciously staring at Abel. Then, a sudden surprised look emerged when he gazed at Lauren. "Since when did the Royal Defense Force begin examining the personal assets of the nobles?" Abel said after seeing that he was looking at Lauren. He was a little irritated, so he decided to bite back. The young knight stared at Abel with a pair of cold eyes and closely looked up and down at him. Understanding different etiquettes and outfits were a crucial skill in Bakong City in the Duchy of Carmel. This was because, through these things, a person could understand the status of the person they were facing. Then, they could decide if they could offend this person, or if offending them was worth it. Abel was suddenly carried out of the city all of a sudden. On Black Wind with the demand of Lorraine. He was still wearing an ordinary white robe. This also had to do with the fact that he had to enter and exit the magic tower constantly. The body of wizards tended to be weaker, so they would often wear a robe. Abel didn't want to be a sore thumb out, so he usually would also wear a robe. Due to the influence of his previous world, Abel also really liked pure cotton things as they feel comfortable on the body. However, pure cotton clothing was considered as cheap in this world, and normally nobles would not wear it. The young knight gave a cold smirk. The knight thought that the young man in front of him had clearly undergone some noble etiquette training, but his outfit was way too normal. But the young knight was doubtful. Owning an elf and a Mount Wolf was not someone an ordinary noble could attain. "Big brother Abel, let's go," said Lorraine, sounding a bit irritated. She only had one day to play with Big brother Abel, and most of the time had already been taken up by this knight in front of her. "If you have nothing important to say, please step away," said Abel with a slightly angered tone, stopping him for no reason and didn't even say a word. As a person who had deep knowledge in the nobles' etiquette, the young knight knew that no big nobles would let an elf call themselves brother or sister. It was something very embarrassing. Therefore, after he heard the elf called Abel as a big brother, he made a decision. He would arrest this young man under the law of smuggling orcs. There was no way a big noble could own a Mount Wolf like this. There had to be a problem. "I will arrest you under the name of the Royal Defense Force. Can you please go back with me to answer a few questions about where did you get this Mount Wolf?" the knight said to Abel, who was trying to comfort Lorraine. He then took out a medal, showing that he was a small captain of the Royal Defense Force. "Arrest me?" Abel couldn't believe what he had heard, then took out a card on his waist and said to the knight, "Do you really want to arrest me? Do you think a rubbish card like this could threaten me?" Without a doubt, the knight had already struck the card on Abel's hand onto the ground. Abel was shocked. How could a brainless young knight like this even exist, striking the identity card of Morton Magic Tower on the ground without even thinking? At first, Abel was only a little bit irritated by a young knight was blocking his way. He understands that even car drivers in his past world were often stopped to check their driver's license. However, everything changed when he presented his identity card. This little gesture had become an insult to Wizard Morton. Abel was furious that someone had insulted the identity card of his teacher. He unleashed his impose pressure. Although normally an intermediate knight could not unleash any impose pressure, due to Abel's strength, it directly unleashed the natural impose of his body. When Black Wind felt the impose of Abel, it also unleashed his beast impose as well. Previously, on Triumph Boulevard, two horses had been so frightened by Black Wind's indirect impose that they pooped themselves. Now Black Wind was directly unleashing its beast impose on to the young knight's war horse. The war horse let out a faint sound of woo-oh, and soon it was lying motionless on the ground. The young knight on top of the war horse was shocked, but after years of knight's training, a knight's basic move was instinctive to him. As his war horse was falling, he did a backflip and landed on the ground, putting on his defense pose. He stared at Abel with a threatening look as a white string of combat Kai shot out from his body. "Baron Abel, have mercy." A voice came from the top of the city wall as a shadow of a man jumped down. It was the commander that Abel had fought a few days ago. Since this commander was now the man of the eldest prince, he was promoted to become vice-captain of the Royal Defense Force. He was just patrolling nearby and saw someone using combat Kai, only to discover that one of his men was about to fight Abel. "We meet again," said Abel, staring at the commander with cold eyes. "The Honorable Baron Abel, the vice-captain of the Royal Defense Force, Lowell, is glad to see you," Commander Lowell said as he bowed o'er Abel. At first, Commander Lowell did not want to get involved. He was frightened by the power of this young intermediate knight Abel and his connection with head Commander Hopkins. However, as the vice-captain of the Royal Defense Force, if he saw this situation and didn't go save his man, his status in the Royal Defense Force would be impacted. "You really want to help him?" asked Abel. His voice was sounding extremely cold. This matter was not only about himself, but also the name of Wizard Morton. "Did you think that you could blackmail us by just knowing head Commander Hopkins?" said Commander Lowell. He didn't think of the fact that Abel did not care about his dignity. He was left with no choice but to do this, despite not knowing how things had started. "I will kill him today. Who can stop me?" Abel's eyes fixed on Commander Lowell as he leashed even more impose from his body. He then gently lifted Lorraine and put her behind his back. Abel had decided if Commander Lowell really wanted to stop him, he could have a taste of his continuous firebomb spell. Attack! It seemed like a good time to test out the power of the rank 7 firebomb spell as well. The young knight said, "It was nothing. I saw that he had a mount wolf, so I stepped up and asked him a few questions. Then he took out a card to play with me, so I hit it onto the ground." His voice was beginning to sound very weak. He realized a person of Abel's status might not take out a card to play with him after all. "What card?" Commander Lowell turned and looked on the ground, and there was an ordinary-looking card with an engraving of a big tree on top of it. Commander Lowell's face began to grow horribly pale. He then turned and deeply bowed to Abel. He said, "The Honorable Baron Abel, do not worry. I will give you and your teacher an explanation. He and his family will pay for what he had done." When Commander Lowell realized could have offended a wizard to save one of his men, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He thought, "You definitely deserve to die." The young knight was horrified by the words of Commander Lowell. Hopelessness shadowed over him. This ordinary card must represent some with great power. Up to this point, he felt a giant hand grab him by the neck. With a clear snapping sound, the body of the young knight had already been thrown to the ground by Commander Lowell. "He died." Commander Lowell carefully picked up the card on the floor, gently wiped the dust off, and handed it back to Abel with a bow. He said, "The Honorable Baron Abel, please take back your identity card. Do not worry, his family will also pay for what he had done." If Commander Lowell did not kill the young knight already, Abel would have done so himself. Abel said with a cold, calming voice, "You better. If I am not satisfied, I will report this to my teacher and let him answer your questions." "Do not worry, I will make sure you are satisfied," said Commander Lowell with a shiver. If this had angered the wizard, not to mention that the young knight's family, even himself, would be in big trouble. Abel reached out his hand, took his identity card, and strapped it back on his waist. He then lightly patted Black Wind on its neck. Black Wind immediately accelerated and disappeared into a small dot in the distance before the eyes of Commander Lowell. Soon, even the small dot vanished from his sight. "Big brother Abel, don't get angry," said Lorraine as she gently patted the back of Abel. "Lorraine, I'm not angry," said Abel as he turned and carried Lorraine back to the front. He felt like he was hit with some kind of emotion. With his increase in power and status, he noticed he had become a completely different person compared to himself when he first came to this world. He was no longer the peaceful and conflict-less person he used to be. That part of him had completely disappeared. "But you just," Lorraine asked curiously. "That knight had insulted the possession of my teacher. He deserved it. I just feel like I had lost myself a bit," said Abel with an awkward smile. "Big brother Abel, you lost yourself." Lorraine felt a little bit confused by the words of Abel. Abel no longer wanted to talk about what just happened, so he changed the topic and asked Lorraine with a caring tone, Lorraine, are you getting used to living here? Yes, it reminds me of home. When Lorraine mentioned home, a sad expression began to emerge. Don't worry, I will definitely send you home, Abel promised Lorraine once again. Big brother Abel, that's impossible. My home is very far away. I sneaked out to play with a teleportation array but got captured by the capturing squad. Then the capturing squad carried me for a very long time and very far away. I don't think I can never go back home. As Lorraine was speaking, tears endlessly rolled down from her eyes and shoulders continuously twitched. Don't worry, Lorraine, do you know Big Brother Abel has a very big secret? Abel said as he gently hugged Lorraine with his arms. What secret? Lorraine still had the nature of a kid. When she heard Abel said secret, she immediately paid attention. You'll know in a moment, said Abel, as he signaled Black a Wind to run faster with his heart, while simultaneously trying to use his soul chain to connect with White Cloud. Ever since Abel had settled in Bakong City, Abel had ordered White Cloud to look for food for itself in a mountain range a few 100 miles away. He had always been in contact with White Cloud through the soul chain, but they had never seen each other in a very long time. When Abel requested that they should meet up with the soul chain, he felt excitement and joy coming from the other side of the soul chain. Black Wind had been running for an hour, and they were around 100 miles beyond Bakong City. Suddenly, a massive body landed in front of them from the sky. Black Wind alertly stared at White Cloud, and White Cloud stared back. A confused look then emerged from both of their faces. Both of them were connected by Abel's soul chain, and they could both scent the presence of their owner of each other. Black Wind, this is White Cloud, Abel introduced as he gently patted on the neck of Black Wind. He then turned to White Cloud and said, this is Black Wind, you two can get to know each other a bit. Black Wind made some woo-oh sound, and White Cloud made some goo-goo sounds as a way of saying hi to each other. My God, Big Brother Abel, you have a sky sparrow. Lorraine had seen a lot of things. She immediately recognized this creature in front of her. Did you see it? This is my secret, said Abel as he jumped down from Black Wind and helped Lorraine come down as well. Big Brother Abel, I will definitely keep this secret. As Lorraine was speaking, she made a zipping motion with her hand in front of her lips, looking extremely serious. Lorraine, now you can stop worrying. No matter how far away your home is, when I become an official wizard, I will use White Cloud to send you home. When Abel saw the adorable look on Lorraine's face, he couldn't help but laugh. I will wait for you, Big Brother Abel. Lorraine said these words very softly, as she began to look at White Cloud with an extremely curious expression. She no longer wanted to look at Abel as she turned her gaze towards White Cloud. My beautiful elf, may I invite you on a flight? Asked Abel as he gave a majestic bow to Lorraine and reached out his hand. Can I really? Lorraine immediately grabbed Abel's hand with excitement, like she doesn't care about anything else in the world. Let's go. Abel jumped up onto the back of White Cloud, then he reached out his hand and pulled Lorraine onto the back of White Cloud as well. Go. White Cloud was very happy that it could meet its owner again. It reached its head back so it could be closer to Abel. Abel reached out his hand and gently brushed on the feathers on White Cloud's neck. Big Brother Abel, can I pat it as well? Said Lorraine, standing behind Abel with admiration. Abel moved to a side, allowing Lorraine to go beside him and pat White Cloud. Lorraine stuck out her hand and gently brushed on the feathers of White Cloud. It made White Cloud so happy that it laughed with sounds of goo-oh. Take a seat, Lorraine. Get ready. Abel gave half of the seat on White Cloud's neck to Lorraine. He then helped her secure the seatbelt, took out a wind goggle from his portal bag, and helped her put it on. Seeing that Abel was getting busy because of her, Lorraine couldn't help but let out a small giggle. Black Wind, come up, Abel shouted at Black Wind as he pointed towards a roofless leather carriage on the back of White Cloud. He then followed, you can sit there. Black Wind really liked White Cloud. When he heard the words of Abel, he immediately jumped onto the carriage on the back of White Cloud. Abel then stepped up and secured Black Wind with a seat belt as well. Black Wind was not used to seat belts, and it continued to wiggle its body. It only quieted down a bit when Abel gently hit Black Wind on its big head. Abel then returned to the side of Lorraine and put on his own seatbelt and wind goggles. He then shouted, White Cloud, let's fly. The gigantic White Cloud lightly made the goo-goo sound. It then stretched its wings and began to fly smoothly off the ground. Despite White Cloud's gigantic body, it maintained its balance very well. It did not feel like it was very heavy at all. Abel was filled with admiration. The experience was not all too different than flying a plane in his past life. According to Abel's demands, White Cloud directly fly up to the highest part of the sky. This was a human's world, and Abel would be in big trouble. They were spotted. Although there were no other flying mounts in the Duchy of Carmel, wizards might have some unknown techniques to attack White Cloud. Therefore, Abel had always warned White Cloud to stay away from all magic towers. White Cloud was a type of bird, and its eyes were a lot stronger than humans. It could spot tiny details on the ground from the sky. Other than serving the command of Abel and hunting for its own food, it was a sky sparrow's nature to fly high in the sky. Therefore, despite White Cloud had been living in the human world for a long time, he had never been spotted. This was the first time Lorraine had looked down onto the ground from the sky. She was filled with joy as she pointed towards the trees, houses, mountains, and rivers on the ground. She couldn't help but giggle and get Abel to look down with her. Seeing how happy Lorraine was, Abel was 120% satisfied with his decision to take Lorraine outside today. Therefore, he also laughed next to Lorraine at the tiny landscape passing by. After looking at the landscape for a while, Abel remembered that he had made a telescope. He took it out from his portal bag, said, "Here, use this," as he handed the telescope to Lorraine. Lorraine curiously held the telescope on her hand, not knowing what to do with it. Abel let out a small laugh. Lorraine suddenly put up an irritated look. She thought Abel was mocking her. After seeing this charming, irritated look on Lorraine, Abel could only laugh. He taught Lorraine how to use a telescope correctly. The moment Lorraine had witnessed the magic of a telescope, she had completely forgotten what had just happened and began to giggle again. It was October, and the temperature had turned cold after a while, especially when they were so high above in the sky. It was only after Lorraine had settled down a little from her intense excitement. She realized the cold wind blowing on her face was like a sharp knife. She automatically leaned against Abel. Abel had a strong body, and the cold could do nothing to him. When he saw the look on Lorraine's face, he realized the temperature must be very low in the sky. To a person without training such as Lorraine, it must be torture. He began to regret his mistake. "Let's go back." Abel hugged Lorraine tightly with his arms and said with a gentle voice. Lorraine just made a sound. She did not want to speak as she hid in the arms of Abel. At that moment, her face began to turn red within hug of Abel. The temperature in her body began to rise as well, as though the surrounding coldness had completely disappeared. "White Cloud, let's go back," said Abel as he lightly tapped on the neck of White Cloud. White Cloud did a 360 turn in mid-air and began to fly downward. Its descent was so fast, Lorraine screamed. When White Cloud had landed, Abel helped Lorraine to take off her seatbelt and carried her to the ground. He then turned to Black Wind. At that moment, Black Wind was silent. It seemed like the flying did not affect it at all. Abel was very satisfied. If he needed to go somewhere far in the future, he could bring Black Wind with him. Its behavior was light years ahead of the war horses. Abel remembered the first time he took his war horse flying on the back of White Cloud, and it took them a long time until they could recover and walk again. The moment when Abel took off Black Wind's seatbelt, it could not help but begin to rub the seat belt mark on his neck with the soft hair on its head. Abel dodged and lightly patted on that massive skull of Black Wind. He then said to Black Wind through the soul chain, "Okay, I know. I won't tie you up again, but you need to promise you can stay safe." After Black Wind heard the words of Abel, it lowered its head and made the woo-woo sound. Meanwhile, he took out its claw and tightly held on to the floor of the carriage, signaling to Abel that it had the full ability to stay safe. "Okay, understand," said Abel with a laugh. Up to this point, Abel jumped onto the back of Black Wind and called, "Let's go down." Black Wind jumped out of the carriage, his legs slightly tipped on the body of White Cloud, and directly landed next to Lorraine. Abel once again picked up Lorraine and placed her at the front. He then turned his head back to White Cloud and said, "White Cloud, you can go now. I'll call you when I need you." As White Cloud made that goo-goo sound, Black Wind immediately backed off to avoid the hurricane of dust. A giant body lifted off the ground, and its head sentimentally gazed at Abel one last time and viciously flapped its wings. Soon, White Cloud had disappeared into the cloudy sky. Black Wind, go full speed and bring us back, Abel shouted, and Black Wind accelerated into full speed. Lorraine sat in front of Abel, suddenly found it a little hard to breathe, so she quickly turned to Abel and leaned against his chest comfortably. In this warm environment, on top of all the exhausting things she had done today, Lorraine had fallen asleep. Abel hugged Lorraine with his arm in a somewhat loving and pity way. As Black Wind ran faster and faster, the ride also became more stable. In the south gate of Bakong City, the guards saw a familiar black shadow rushing towards them at lightning speed. They immediately stopped everything they were doing and bowed among the line of ordinary citizens waiting to enter the city. The two guards responsible for opening the noble pathway also bowed. In the eyes of many, the black shadow sped through the noble passage. After it was gone, the guards let out a breath of relief, and everything returned to normal. Who was that? They were so arrogant, asked a noble angrily as he was blocked by a guard from entering the city. The guard coldly gazed at that noble, pointing a spot nearby, and said, "Just there, a Royal Defense Force captain had stopped the man on his way earlier. He was then personally killed commander on the spot. Do you really want to know who that man was?" "No worries then." The noble immediately got back onto his carriage and left. He no longer wanted to enter Bakong City. Seeing the noble going away in embarrassment, the guard smirked. All the other people waiting to enter the gate nearby were looking at the spot where the black shadow had disappeared in terrifying shock. "Master, welcome back." When Abel had gotten back to his mansion, Steward Ken was already waiting for him, and he stepped up and bowed. "Shhh," Abel whispered as he pointed towards Lorraine on his chest with his finger. Ken bowed again and opened the gate for Abel. Abel then carried Lorraine off Black Wind and entered the mansion. Black Wind followed behind like a good boy. "Master, you've grown up," Ken mumbled softly. Abel picked up Lorraine and walked along the path in his courtyard. He realized many of his servants were looking at him in a somewhat surprising way. Some couldn't help but laugh. Any servants would be shocked if they saw their noble master carrying a young elf, especially when Abel was not just an ordinary noble. Abel gently lay Lorraine onto her bed and said to a maid, "When Lorraine wakes up, tell her I went to the magic tower." "Yes, master," said the maid as she bowed. Abel quickly walked out Lorraine's room, but little did he know, as soon as he walked out, Lorraine had sneakily opened her eyes. When she saw the maid about to ask something, she immediately reached out to her hand to stop her. "Miss you." When the maid was about to ask a question, she suddenly stopped as though she had realized something. She then gave a little smile to Lorraine and did not ask the question again. Lorraine's face was still red as she tightly held the telescope that Abel had given her in her arms. She then whispered, "Now I have this, I can see Brother Abel in the sky. Ken, I am very happy with Marcy's good work. I want to tip him 2,000 gold coins," said Abel directly to Ken. "Yes, master, since you have free time I will report to you about your income lately," said Ken with a bow. "Let's see. How much did I make?" Abel's physical property was an excuse for him to spend money. The more income streams he has, the less suspension he will raise with his unknown wealth. "Master, the 2 courtyards outside of Bakong City can give you 3,000 gold coins every month." Although Ken had remembered all of this information, he still took out an accounting record to show his professionalism as he spoke to Abel. If the 2 courtyards can only generate that little amount of income, does it mean they are not good quality courtyard? Abel asked. He was not satisfied with the income. "Master, they are already the best courtyards around Bakong City. They are all extremely high in demand," Ken explained. If it was a good quality courtyard, that's all it mattered to Abel. The amount of income his property produced was like nothing compared to the 6 figures in his magic gold card. "The 2 shops in Tain Jin Avenue can bring you 20,000 gold coins of profit every month," said Ken, looking at his accounting records. "The Benson family are still the least stingy. Their compensations are actually decent," Abel exclaimed. Ken did not respond. Courtyard and shops were actually 2 totally different types of assets. You could not compare them only based on profit. To a noble without an estate, a courtyard would be many times more valuable than a shop. Courtyards were land, and they were the true reflection of wealth and status. Also, the Cotter Wine House. It is the most famous wine house for Cotter wine. It can bring you 30,000 gold coins every month, Ken proceeded to say. The eldest prince, oh sorry, I mean the King Majesty is such a nice guy. Abel was very happy when he heard the prophet the wine house had brought. The eldest prince, Julian George, had become the king of the Duchy of Carmel a few days ago. However, at the time Abel was madly doing his training. He did not accept the palace's invitation. Master, the current spending on this courtyard, including the food and salary for the servants, are 10,000 every month. The details are here, please take a look, said Ken as he flipped to a page in the accounting record and handed towards Abel. My dear steward, I trust you very much. You can look at it yourself, said Abel, waving his hand. We can make a total profit of 52,000 gold coins every month. This is a huge amount of wealth, said Ken in excitement. Huge amount of wealth. Abel couldn't help but smiled as he said this. He was reminded of the white robe wizard on the teleportation circle the other day. Each time it costs 10,000 gold coins if a person wants to teleport, and it can often take multiple times until the person reaches their destination. That's a truly huge amount of wealth. His current income was nothing. On the 9th floor of Morton's magic tower, Abel was looking down at Bakong City under the mountain. He felt small. Then the identity card on his waist began to vibrate lightly. Abel then took out the identity card and placed it on his hands. From the card came the voice of Wizard Morton. Abel, I need to see you right now. Yes, teacher. Abel then put away his identity card and headed towards the 11th floor. Ever since Abel had entered the magic tower, he had only been sought out by Wizard Morton once, which was only the first day. For the 4 months afterward, Wizard Morton seemed to be particularly busy. He traveled out quite frequently. He only returned yesterday, and he immediately requested Abel to see him the next day. Abel had teleported from the 10th floor to the living room on the 11th floor. Wizard Morton was reading a book in his hand as Abel bowed and said, Teacher, I am coming over now. You arrived. Wizard Morton lifted his head and looked at Abel. Suddenly he asked in disbelief, Are you already a level 2 novice wizard now? Yes, teacher, I meditate every day to improve my magical ability as you required. Before I knew it, I completed the rank 1 novice wizard pattern, and now I am doing the rank 2. Did I do something wrong? Abel knew his meditation practice speed was unusually fast, but there was nothing he could do about it. His level was still too low. Meditating in Rogue Encampment with its 20 times meditation speed was already much quicker than the rate of ordinary wizard practice. Wizard Morton paused for a moment and said, It is said that some people are naturally superior in their abilities and in their constitution. They can learn everything much faster than others, but I am not expertise constitution, so I cannot tell what kind of constitution you have. What I can tell you is, your constitution does not match that of an ordinary human. When Abel saw that Morton was helping him to find his reasons for why he was leveling up so quickly, he was glad that he was not suspecting anything of him. When he became a formal wizard, his strength would be so tremendous that no one could ever doubt him. You've only been in the tower for 4 months, and you've already become a rank 2 novice wizard. Originally, I wanted to examine your practice progress, but that doesn't seem to matter now. Wizard Morton said with a smile on his face, and added, Even if you had the best talent and constitution, you could not have become a rank 2 novice wizard so quickly if it weren't for your effort. Teacher, it was only because you are looking after me very well too, said Abel, bowing gratefully to Wizard Morton. As Abel thought about how he was arranged to the best floor of the magic tower by Wizard Morton, he was moved. After entering the world of wizards, both novice wizard Sam or teacher Morton were all particularly concerned about him. Not only so, the 2 senior brothers and sisters in Morton Magic Towers were also very attentive to Abel. Upon his entry, You are really good at compliments, aren't you? Wizard Morton said in a reproachful tone, and the smile on Morton's face increased markedly. He went on to say, I have been busy with some trifling things lately, and I had only finished yesterday. From today on, I will teach you the basic knowledge every morning. Here, take this book. If you can, memorize everything in it. As Wizard Morton spoke, his right hand swiped in the air, and a spell pattern suddenly appeared. For a moment, a white light flashed on Wizard Morton. And then it flashed on a book that was on the shelf not far from Wizard Morton. Shortly after, the book disappeared in the white light, and at the same time, Wizard Morton gained another book in his hands. Abel recognized that this was the spell that Wizard Morton had used to destroy his firebomb in his courtyard in Triumph Boulevard. Here, Wizard Morton then handed the book towards Abel and said, "This book is a record of most of the things that are useful to wizards. I've put together a collection of books on these particular subjects, with my own ideas written on it too. It's a good book for people like you who had just entered the world of wizards, since it can instruct you and motivate you too." Afterward, Abel took the book that was handed over by Wizard Morton with both his hands. It was a heavy book with a thick orc skin on the cover to protect the soft lambskin parchment pages inside. The book was called Morton's Observations Records, written by Wizard Morton. As Abel opened the book cover, there were contents of a variety of flowers, grass, insects, beasts, and also introduced a variety of magic gems, crystal core, minerals, and so on. The book covered everything that was useful or can come into effect for the wizards. "Thank you, teacher." After a quick glimpse at the contents of the book, Abel knew the book was Wizard Morton had taken meticulous care in writing this book. It would have taken so much effort and time to compile such a large volume of content, as well as dividing them into chapters. "Abel, next time, when you go on an adventure, you will no longer have a problem identifying a treasure and regret not taking it," said Wizard Morton, laughing loudly, and followed, "Correct, you are my disciples. You also have givings in the Duchy of Carmel. Disciples also have givings." Abel never knew the duchy would pay him gold coins for studying at a magic tower. He couldn't help but admire his status as a wizard. The duchy was very strict on its citizens' taxes. Other than the duchy's guards, he never heard of the duchy giving gold coins back. "Of course, but you will first need to apply for a magic gold card first. Then I will be able to use your identity card to apply for the application. Afterward, all you need to do is go to the Bank of the Holy Continent." Morton smiled at Abel. "Teacher, I actually already have a magic gold card." Abel then took out his magic gold card from his arms and showed it to Wizard Morton. "You're doing pretty well amongst ordinary people. You already possess a gold magic card." Wizard Morton rarely cared about the lives of ordinary people, which was why he didn't bother to investigate Abel's previous identity. No matter how prestigious your titles were, it was nothing compared to a wizard. The only thing that was strange to Wizard Morton was Abel's young age. How could he already pass the application for a magic gold card at this age? Abel felt a little embarrassed as he touched his head. Embarrassment? He was unable to speak of his previous achievements in the presence of Morton. Abel might be underestimating his previous status. Maybe a barren title didn't mean much for a wizard like Morton, but the identity of a master blacksmith was actually much more prestigious than what Abel thought it was. As it was from ancient times until now, a master blacksmith was still a very noble identity. If Morton knew Abel was a master blacksmith, he would surely look favorably on him. "When you are free, go to the Bank of the Holy Continent and get your givings," laughed Morton, and added, "All of my disciples are offered 10,000 gold per month, and you still haven't gotten yours for 4 months already." The Bank of the Holy Continent was the Holy Continent's Chamber of Commerce to the outside world. Although the Holy Continent Chamber of Commerce Alliance did not belong to any country, people from different countries have held shares of the alliance, forming a wealth throughout the large financial institutions in the human world, as all countries had joined up to supervise its operations, as well as unifying the gold standard in the human world. This ultimately created magic gold through the use of magic. "Yes, teacher," Abel said. He bent down and marveled at the nobility of the wizard's identity, allowing a disciple to have 10,000 gold as consecration. "I'm going to tell you about the 2 spell systems today. One is the pattern system and the other is the rune system," said Wizard Morton sternly. As soon as Abel heard that Morton was giving a formal lecture, he straightened up, concentrated, and began to listen to him. Before the human conquered such a large amount of lands, the elite elves ruled the world. Both the orcs and humans were slaves to the elves until all the elite elves had vanished from this world. Although their descendants, the elves, had inherited some of their abilities, they were nowhere as powerful as the elite elves. Afterward, there were countless years of battles. At last, the world was divided into 3 territories: humans, orcs, and elves. The eyes of Wizard Morton began to sparkle. He must have been reminded of the suffering the humans had gone through during those battles. "We humans were good at learning. We learned patterns from the elite elves. Patterns bring us a new class, and that is us. Wizard Morton went on with a look of excitement. Wizard. The elite elves did not create patterns for professionals' purposes. Most of it was for the sake of pleasure. The elite elves really knew how to enjoy life. They created the teleportation array to save the struggle of walking, illumination array for lights at night, protection array for protecting personal belongings. All in all, they all just to enjoy life. And they rarely had any patterns for battles. Wizard Morton seemed to be extremely biased towards the elite elves, and his voice was full of sarcasm. After hearing what Morton said, Abel immediately thought of the teleportation circle and defensive that was on the first floor. The tower, these were all invented by the elite elves. Teacher, if humans have inherited the high elves' occupation, then what about the orcs? Abel remembered that the orcs had fought with the humans before. If the humans had a share of the inheritance from the elite elves, then the orcs would have had similar kinds of inheritance too. The orcs have also gotten a wizardry system, but what they got was the much more gruesome death wizardry inheritance. It evolved over the years. Due to their devotion to the orc gods, it gave rise to a cult and sacrifice. Wizard Morton knew all about the orcs, and he added, they said that sacrifices were able to communicate with the orc gods and hear their commands. Wizard Morton then continued with a shameless look on his face. The age of the gods ended long ago. Even if the orc gods were still alive, they would most likely be hiding and living in some deep hidden place, on their last breaths. How could they even have the energy to accept the sacrifice? It's all just an excuse for the priests to provide resources for the orcs in order to control them, which the orcs had found some sort of spiritual entrustment within it. Abel was a little opposed to what Wizard Morton had said. This was because he had used an orc's technique sign a few times before. These technique signs gave out an unparalleled imposed pressure. Although only a small amount of imposed pressure could be reflected through the technique sign, it was enough to shock Abel's soul. As a person possessing a high power of the will, Abel had never felt another person with that amount of imposed pressure. Even Wizard Morton was nowhere close. Therefore, Abel was afraid. Using the orc's technique sign was actually the remaining way to connect with the power of the orc gods. Abel, of course, was going to keep this, his orc skill cards, as his little secret. His mount enhancement was certainly not an ordinary orc skill, which was evident in the physical changes of Black Wind. Black Wind possessed Abel's golden combat kai, no matter if it was a soul chain or an increase in body strength. Even Marcy, who served under the Orc Empire with 10 years' worth of experience, had never heard of such skills. If the Orc Kingdom had such skills, why didn't they use this control sign earlier to control the Orc species? He didn't know the answers, so the Orc technique sign was Abel's absolute secret. Although to Abel, the wolf family's no. 11 long spear technique was only used by Abel to hide his identity while attacking his enemies. However, this technique was still capable of killing a royal member. Even though Abel was not afraid of anything, he still decided not to let anyone know about this technique. Abel was very curious about the age of the gods, but he was able to tell that Wizard Morton thought that the gods were a careless bunch. This was probably because the wizard's status nowadays was on par with the status of the gods. Therefore, Abel didn't ask about the age of the gods, but in the future, when he had more time, he wanted to read more books about the story of that era. Humans are good at learning. Humans have mastered 3 of the 4 wizard systems of the elite elves: fire, ice, and electricity. Continued Wizard Morton. Teacher, you mentioned about humans, orcs, and elves, but what about dwarves? Abel thought that in addition to humans, orcs, and elves, there were dwarves who were closely related to him, and that race was clearly a powerful force in this world. But why didn't the Wizard Morton mention about it? I was just about to talk about them. So when it comes to the dwarves, they had existed together with the elite elves since the ancient period. As they were enthusiastic about forging, their relations between all other races were very good. Alongside their enjoyment in living on large mountain ranges filled piled rocks, they had absolutely no interest in conquering lands, as they had built their houses underground. Hence, their race was able to survive for decades until now. They even lived with through dinosaur age. They truly witnessed the transformation of this world. Wizard Morton said, smiling. However, the dwarfs were not totally unaffected by the battle between the 3 races. There were a few times when they almost became extinct, Therefore, in order to save their lives, they had also lost some of their inheritance. Some of these inheritances were also picked up by humans. Now, they become the other part of our rune system. The rune sign and the magic weapons the dwarfs make are some direct results of this. One of the most important things about the rune system was that it's a set of different runes that can be used in battle in a variety of ways. It would be a game changer to turn any battle upside down. Abel finally realized at this moment the magic weapons he had forged before used this part of the rune system. These runes were almost exactly identical to the runes in Diablo. Abel was not sure how much of it was grasped by the humans, and if he could string a few of these runes together with a rune language to create those dark gold equipment. Abel then asked with doubt, "Teacher, how many of these kinds of runes do we possess?" Not even the dwarfs have a complete rune system. The only rune system we have is the lower tiers. The higher tiers may be known by some dwarves due to their inheritance knowledge. However, not everyone can learn them, Wizard Morton said with a sigh. Further down the road, I will teach you the runes, I know. You need to know that these runes are one of the main means of survival for a wizard and one of the most important trading items. Every wizard good at runes is considered a wealthy wizard, said Wizard Morton with a little smug on his face. From the teacher's tone, Abel could tell that he was a wizard who had already mastered the art of rune drawing. Another important item for the wizards would be potions. Potions are learned from the elves. As the elves lived in the forest, they had a strong depth of knowledge on natural growth and all kinds of minerals, as well as a strong study of different plants. They have thus invented potion studies. Humans further developed from the elves' study by incorporating resources from the human world. This is the human potion study we know today. A core component to the training of wizards was using potions to recover the body, and those portions would direct result this. Obviously, in order to attain resources, as well as some other reasons, wizards would also create some potions for other professional uses. Nowadays, potion study was not limited to wizards, as many ordinary people have mastered some simple potions production, but the more powerful potions required magic to be forged. Hence, the study of potions was still a main part of the wizards. Potion study is not my specialty, so if you want to study potion, the only way you can learn is through studying it yourself. But remember, no matter how much you want to learn these different types of knowledge, don't let it affect your wizard practices. I've seen too many intelligent wizards spending too much time on potions and rune drawing, but in the end, they weren't able to progress further with their wizard levels. Yes, teacher, Abel bowed. Let's talk about spells. There are 5 types of spells you can learn during your novice wizardry period. In addition to the fireball you've already learned, there are other spells. For example, fire spells such as warmth, ice spells such as ice ball, and frozen armor electric spells such as charging bolt. The ice spell, ice ball, is a spell that produces crystals with cold energy to form a large ice bomb, which then fires the bomb, damaging and slowing the target. This spell is considered extremely powerful too. Frost spell, frozen armor, is a defensive skill. For a wizard who was in their beginner stages, this skill could effectively protect the body of their weak bodies. Moreover, it could produce an ice shield that would protect the wizard, preventing all close-quarter attacks from their enemies. The effect of this skill was able to provide bonuses in defense as well as freezing all short-range enemy who had attacked you. For early-stage wizards, close combat had the highest chance of fatality in combat. The electric spell Charging Bolt was a group attack spell which involved a burst of lightning power. After being incited, multiple warheads would be fired. The leaping lightning energy will find and strike the target by itself. It relied on the ground to conduct, so it only works on ground targets. The last one is the fire spell Warmth, which very few people learn this spell. This was because, although it can speed up the mana recovery time, the rate of recovery was not that great. On top of that, the pattern for this spell was extremely complicated, even more complicated than the ones of the second and third layer spell. Therefore, very few wizards had actually studied this spell. Wizard Morton had explained to Abel every single spell he could learn currently. Abel was puzzled. His heart immediately began to ponder. What could be the connection between this world and the world of Diablo? Why are runes and the magic spells so similar between these two worlds? As for other novice wizards, my advice is to learn only a few spells that would be useful to you. But for you, Abel, if you want to learn them, I can teach you all of them as I have almost the entire collection of spells for novice wizards. Wizard Morton had seen Abel casting the fireball spell, and his instantaneous speed proved Abel's unmatched talent. Thank you, teacher. Abel thanked him sincerely. My condition is that I will not teach you another spell until you have mastered one. Also, if you don't complete your training and learning program, I will stop you from learning new spells. Wizard Morton looked at Abel gravely, then added, now choose one spell to learn for your second spell. When it comes to choosing a spell, Abel thought of the 4 types of spells, and each spell had its use. The fire spell Warmth could help regenerate magical ability. Although it could not regenerate a significant amount, mana was still extremely important to wizards and made Abel want to learn this spell. However, the magical power concentration in Rogue Encampment was many times higher than the magic power, which meant recovering magical ability through meditation, was also much faster. Therefore, Abel wasn't in a rush to learn this spell. Regards to the 2 ice spells, Ice Ball and Frozen Armor, one was for attack and one for defense. Frozen Armor was a way to turn your defense into an attack. If your opponent was attacking you from a close distance, they would be frozen by the ice magic power from Frozen Armor. Abel was very fond of this spell, and it fit too perfectly with the ability of a knight. During a charging formation, the only thing you could do was an attack, making defense very hard. However, with the Frozen Armor, an attack by an enemy would backfire onto the enemy himself. The electric spell Lightning Bomb would also be very useful. It could attack a group of enemies. Once the spell reached an elite level, you could unleash strikes and strikes of lightning strikes, electrocuting patches and patches of enemies. Therefore, choosing this spell was also a good idea. For a while, Abel had some difficulty in choosing his next spell, but when he looked back, he decided it was his own safety that was the most important, as the defensive spell was able to defend against his enemies. Although it was only a close-range defense, it has greatly improved his ability to survive in combination with his abilities, as an intermediate knight. Teacher, I have decided that I want to learn Frozen Armor, Abel said to Wizard Morton. Haha, I knew you'd choose this one. Frozen Armor is the only defensive spell a novice wizard possesses. The sooner you learn it, the sooner you'll gain its protection, Morton said with a laugh. He was very pleased with Abel's choice. Instead of focusing on the powerful attack spells, Abel chose a defensive spell. Throughout Wizard Morton's life, he understood that true wizards were the ones who could survive. I've got it ready for you. Here you are. There is the pattern and spell for the Frozen Armor. Wizard Morton took a parchment scroll from his pocket and handed it to over Abel. Teacher, I will learn it as soon as possible. I will be going now. Abel bowed to take the scroll, and with a wave of the Wizard Morton's hand, Abel promptly disappeared from the 11th floor and instantly reappeared on the stairs of the 10th floor. As Abel returned to the 9th floor, he still had some time to kill before lunch on the 1st floor. He took out the Morton's observation records and began reading it. Wait, what is this? Abel saw something that was familiar. Wasn't this the jade from the Wolf Garden last time? Morton's observation records wrote, Peace Jade. The wizards have a large power of the will, which makes evil fantasy easier to arise. Evil fantasy is an illusion created through the unlimited exaggeration of a person's innermost desire. It is the worst enemy to a wizard's progress. Peace Jade has a soul-calming effect, which could lower the chances of evil fantasy arising and makes a wizard's progress smoother. Peace Jade is also commonly used in other elite occupations. It had a wide range of use, so it holds a high value. Especially the heart of the jade, it is where most of its power is concentrated. It can lower the occurrence of evil fantasy to the max. Therefore, Peace Jade is a treasure that every occupation cherishes if they want to increase their abilities. Then it continued to describe the details of the Peace Jade and the heart of the Peace Jade, teaching people how to identify an authentic one. According to the observation records, Abel learned that the jade floor tile he had taken from the room of the wolf trooper on the Wolf's Garden was the Peace Jade. It was an important aid to the practice of the wizards, especially that jade pillow, which, as described in Morton's observation records, was made of a complete the heart of the Peace Jade. Abel was lamenting the Wolf Rider's large collection of treasures in the human world. From what Morton's observation records had stated, that Wolf Rider was preparing the big piece of a jade pillow to help his promotion as a Wolf Rider captain. This item was identified as a treasure by Wizard Morton in Morton's observation records, so it was probably extremely valuable. That was why Abel must not tell anyone about what he did in the wolf garden. Until the day he reached his full ability, he had to keep this secret far away from the public by all means necessary. With that in mind, Abel quickly opened the Morton's observation records to search for clues, and sure enough, in the introduction to the trees in the book, he found some information about wood. Dragon saliva wood is only produced in the dragon deep, made of dragon saliva from the dragon saliva tree. Anyone who came into long-term contact with the tree was able to strengthen the power of the will subtly. Whilst it was only a short sentence, it showed the importance of the dragon saliva wood. Before, the only method that a wizard could use to strengthen their power of the will was through meditation practices. That took years to accumulate, little by little. But now, Abel had discovered this new method. Abel couldn't help marveling at how much the wolf rider had paid to acquire such good things. As far as Abel knew, the dragon's pool was located in the depths of the bi-monthly forest, protected by the elves on the outside, while on the inside lived the most powerful creature in the Holy Continent, the dragon. According to the legend, the dragon was a creature created by the elite elves to protect the elite elves' descendants from intrusions. Furthermore, if the elite elves needed backup, the dragon would send a powerful force to support them. However, if you wanted to turn the dragon's saliva into dragon saliva wood, it must be as hard as pulling a tooth out of a tiger. Abel obviously didn't know what the crazy things the crazy wolf rider captain did in order to get a promotion to become a head wolf rider captain. The wolf rider captain had entered a forbidden place, the double moon forest with wolf's treasure Kong spirit portal bag. He then sneaked into the dragon cave and to acquire just enough dragon saliva wood. The wolf rider captain narrowly escaped the hunt from the dragon, and all of his allies ended up killed. In regards to that pillow made entirely out of the heart of a peace jade, the wolf rider captain had stolen it from the Fox clan's headmaster in the Orc Empire. As soon as he had gotten the information that the Fox clan's headmaster possessed a pillow made entirely out of the heart of a peace jade. The Fox clan was the most sacrificial race among the orcs. Stealing things from the Fox clan's headmaster was even crazier than entering the dragon's cave. Although the wolf rider captain had hidden his identity, he was afraid of becoming a suspect. Therefore, under the protection of the wolf clan, the wolf rider captain was driven to the human world, living a life of survival. Abel's heart was burning. He had no idea that he had acquired so many treasures from a single act of revenge against the wolf riders, and that the portal bag had been acquired during his previous attack too. Moreover, each item within the bag seemed to be very useful as well as extremely valuable too. When Abel thought of the Kong spirit portal bag, he immediately began searching for it on Morton's observation records. The record was like a Wikipedia for all things that were related to a wizard, as long as Morton had heard of it before. It would all be recorded on the chronicle. Not only so, looking for things on the record was also very simple. For example, if Abel was searching for a portal bag, all he needed to do was also find the section of the introduction of portal items, and he would be able to see everything related to it. The Kong spirit portal bag was made with the skin of a Kong soul beast. The Kong soul beasts were an extremely rare species of soul beast. It had a strong dimensional attribute and could store all their rewards into their bodies. Since they could travel through portals of dimensions, they were very hard to capture. The Kong spirit portal bag made with their skins were the best type of portal bag because of its ability to stretch. In the beginning, a Kong spirit portal bag was also 1 square meter. It was stretched by directly putting other portal bags into a Kong spirit portal bag. These Kong spirit portal bags were secret weapons of every large race, therefore few people had heard about their existence. Upon seeing this record, Abel took a look at the size of his portal bag again. It was about the size of a house. He couldn't help but bite his tongue. It was 10 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and a height of 4 meters, which was 400 cubic meters in total. This meant it must require 400 normal portal bags, in total, to throw into this Kong spirit portal bag. Who would have even dared to guess? Where did the wolves find all these portal bags to expand the Kong spirit portal bag into its current size? But one thing could be certain. The wolves had sacrificed generations of hardship, murdering wizards and accumulating their portal bags to help expand this Kong spirit portal bag. Only a powerful and vicious race, such as the wolves, could have the ability to achieve such a thing. This Kong spirit portal bag was the strategic treasure of the wolves. It helped to carry a large number of resources to take from the human world back to the world of the orc. The wolves themselves kept a part of it, and a part of it was exchanged for large sums of wealth. After reading Morton's observation records, Abel felt like he knew way too many secrets. He had to stay safe. Now, he was like a kid carrying a massive amount of wealth in broad daylight. If someone had found out how much wealth he carried around with him every day, it would be a disaster. Abel couldn't seem to calm himself down. He could only hope the night comes sooner so he could examine in detail each of the spoils of war in the Kong spirit portal bag. Before, he only kept these spoils of war in the Kong spirit portal bag because they held some kind of value. But now, he realized these things were not just valuable, they were extremely valuable. To the point where he no longer wanted to sell it, especially that soul-catching grass, which he thought was the most precious thing. Luckily, Abel was not short of gold coins before he discovered this information. It seemed like he made a correct decision not to sell off the soul-catching grass. The only way to do these treasures justice was to keep them a secret, and only use them when Abel had accumulated more knowledge in potion study. Abel's identity card began to vibrate. As soon as he got connected, the voice of Carlos came from within. "Abel, come down quick. Camille and I are waiting for you." Abel couldn't help but shake his head with a face full of smile. Carlos was still enthusiastic as always. During these 4 months, he would invite Abel for lunch together as soon as he was free. Abel answered, "Coming down, Carlos." Abel had already gotten familiar with Carlos and Camille, and he had changed the way they addressed them long ago. Abel enjoyed the atmosphere in Morton Magic Tower. It reminded him of the time when he was at school in his previous life. There were no scams and pitfalls, only pure friendships. It was a pity his second senior brother and third senior sister always locked themselves in there. Individual floors. Abel had only seen their wizard followers deliver food to their door. He never seen them come out. According to Carlos, both second senior brother and third senior sister were also very lovely people. Despite Carlos inviting him for food every day, it seemed like it might still be a good idea for Abel to get his own wizard follower. Therefore, Abel already had a sense of who he was going to pick. As Abel was thinking, he had walked to the first floor. However, Carlos and Camille were not around the dining table. Instead, they were at that hall. That's strange. It was time for lunch, and usually the two would wait for Abel around the dining table. "Junior brother, today I will take you to see something," said Carlos, raising his eyebrows up and down to Abel. "Don't worry about him, Abel. We will take you to Carol City. Carlos and I need to exchange something, so we want to take you along to enrich your experience," Camille said to Abel with a smile. "Where's Carol City?" Abel asked in a puzzled tone. Although he did not know much about this world, he still had heard of most of the city in the Duchy of Carmel. However, he had never heard of Carol City. Carol City is located on the border between the 4 duchies: the Duchy of Carmel, Duchy of Thunder, Duchy of Cora, and Duchy of Laka. It was a place for wizards from the 4 duchies to do exchanges and not open to ordinary people. Long ago, it was only a place used by a few wizards to exchange stuff they don't need. In the past few hundred years, it had undergone a lot of progress and slowly became the Carol City we know today. Camille explained as she saw the puzzled look on Abel's face. "How are we going to get there, Camille?" Abel asked. "The teleportation circle, of course. We had not used our free teleportation this month. Little brother, you didn't use yours as well, right?" asked Carlos, pointing towards the teleportation circle. "No, I have not used the teleportation circle," said Abel as he stared at the gigantic teleportation circle. He was a little curious. He had never seen the size of the teleportation circle pattern on the teacher's 11th floor, and the one in Rogue Encampment was very small. It was nowhere as complicated as the pattern of this teleportation circle in front of him. "Okay then, let's go." Camille waved her identity card on the metal fence in front of the teleportation circle. It opened up a small door, allowing only one person to pass through. Camille entered in a flash. Abel followed closely behind, but suddenly the small door had disappeared in a flash of white light. blocking Abel on his way. Carlos couldn't help but laugh, seeing that Abel was shocked that he was blocked. "Haha, this defense circle can only let one person pass at a time," he said. Afterwards, both Carlos and Abel flashed their identity cards and entered the teleportation circle. As Abel stood inside, the hugeness and complication of the teleportation circle could be felt to an even greater extent. Some strips of the pattern on the floor began to emerge onto the surface, while some remained hidden below. Only with a few looks, Abel knew how hard it would be to copy this teleportation circle. Stop looking, teleportation circles are the Wizard Union's top secret. You can only buy one when you reach a certain status, and it was set up and tested by a wizard specialized in drawing circles, said Carlos. As he saw Abel examining the teleportation circle, he could help but laugh again. "The spirit of the tower, ready for teleportation," said Camille to an empty space, after making a "be quiet" hand sign to Carlos. "Identity confirmed, free teleportation for 3 people. Please select your destination." A very robotic voice came out of the teleportation circle. "Destination Carol City," said Camille. "Confirmed, begin teleportation." Abel felt the magical power around him began to rush in. The pattern on the floor began to glow in stripes of white light among those magical power. In a few short seconds, the entire teleportation circle was surrounded by white lights. Abel felt like a hurricane surrounded him. Since Abel was used to teleportation, things had entirely down after a short while. As the white light faded, he realized the scenery around him had changed entirely. On the 11th floor, a smirk emerged from the face of Wizard Morton. He mumbled, "These kids," as he disappeared from his room in a flash. Abel turned his head and looked at Camille and Carlos. They still haven't woken up from the dizziness caused by teleportation. They were not like Abel. About was an intermediate knight with an extremely high power of the will. He also uses teleportation circles quite frequently, so he didn't faint from the dizziness caused by teleportation. "Stop hiding, come out," called a wizard follower in a gray robe. Okay, calm down." At that point, Carlos and Camille had become more clear-headed as he said to the wizard follower, waving his hand. When the 3 stepped out of the teleportation circle, Carlos said while patting the back of his head, "I hate teleportation. Every time it ends up like this. Why can't they invent a teleportation circle that won't make you dizzy?" "That's because you are too weak. If you had become an intermediate wizard like teacher and still faint for half a day every time you move in a flash, then you will become the biggest joke in the wizard community," said Camille in a mocking tone. "Oh, you never got dizzy. I thought you also had just woken up," Carlos counteracted. "At least I didn't complain. I knew I would make it through the dizziness one day," said Camille in a very particular tone. Wait, did you say move in a flash?" Abel seemed to remember from Diablo, move in a flash was a spell to teleport things to a short distance in a flash. He was not sure how it works in this world. Yes, teacher uses move in a flash whenever he traveled. It is the signature spell of an intermediate wizard. When someone has mastered the move in a flash, almost no one could keep a wizard locked up in one place, Carlos said admiringly. "How far in terms of range can the move in a flash go?" Abel remembered that the mysterious movements of his teacher, Wizard Morton, but he was very concerned about how far he could travel with the move in a flash, since it seemed that the move in a flash from Diablo could only be seen at close range. "It all depends on how far your power of the will can extend. The larger your power of the will could extend, the further you can travel," Camille explained. Since the 3 of them talked while walking, when they were walking out of the teleportation circle, there was suddenly another white light behind them as more wizards were being teleported to the circle. Carlos then took a badge from his pocket and placed it in front of his chest. The badge had a 6-star shining circle on the top with 3 small leaves on the bottom. Camille, on the other hand, also wore a badge on her chest with an extra tiny leaf. Noticing that Abel was looking at the badge on his chest, Carlos smiled. "It's a wizard's badge. You can also apply one from the Wizard Union. Do you see these leaves? 1 leaf means 1 rank. Since I'm a rank 3 novice wizard, I have 3 tiny leaves." Carlos took one look at the badge on Camille's chest in a mocking way, and then said, in the face of Camille's defiant gaze, "You know, your rank determines the number of leaves you have." Seeing Carlos had skipped introducing her own badge, Camille stared directly onto Carlos's eyes with her eyes of death. In the midst of the drama between the three, they walked out of the teleportation circle. As Abel looked curiously at his surroundings, although this place was called a city, it looked more like a town as there was only one main road. The road was made from giant boulders, and it was also very smooth with both sides of the roads occupied by various shops. These shops in the city of Carol are the shops of the witches and wizards as well as the branches of some large trading corporations. These shops are tailored for wizards, the goods in these stores aren't exactly cheap. If you want to buy something, remember to check the price first, or you will not have enough gold to buy them. Carlos kindly explained and introduced Abel. Abel, tell me if you don't have enough gold coins, or if you need anything else. Camille smiled at Abel. Thank you, Camille. I think my family's fortune is enough for me already. Abel replied gratefully. As they spoke, the three of them came to a huge storefront with a wand painted on the sign. Here we are, Carlos said. This is the Wizards' Exchange. Witches and wizards in this neighborhood hold fairs here every 20 days, and luckily today is the day of the fair. Abel watched curiously as Carlos went to a table in the doorway and drew a gold coin to a wizard follower standing there with his magic card. He then took a sign from the wizard follower. Okay, let's go, it's shop 168. Carlos waved the sign at the two of them. Abel could see clearly that there was a sign of 168 on the sign, but nothing else. In front, Carlos found shop 168, which was more like a long bar than a shop. There was a 3-story wooden shelf behind it. Carlos then took 12 runes from his arms and placed them on the first shelf, while Camille took 15 runes and placed them on the second. How come you have more runes than I do? Carlos asked Camille defiantly. This is because you're lazy. I've been drawing at least 5 times a day for months. What about you? Camille asked Carlos with a blank look. I just spent a little more time practicing, Carlos said guiltily. Are these the runes you made? Abel asked, picking up one of Camille's runes. Yup, but the materials are too expensive, which means the success rate of these runes weren't able to increase. I could barely break even too, Carlos sighed. What materials are these runes made of? Abel asked, looking at the wood and gold on his hands. It felt like a similar material he had worked with before. It's made of crystal cores. I used a potion to soften them slightly, then reshaped them and finally carved them with a knife. As my teacher, Wizard Morton, is good at making runes, Carlos and I have learned this skill, Camille said. It was made from the nucleus of a crystal, thought Abel. No wonder he felt so familiar. The irregular shape of the nucleus had been refashioned into a rectangular plate, so he couldn't even recognize it. Abel then looked at the runes, most of which were 8 Ral runes, a few 7 Tal runes, and 10 Thul runes. Why are there so many fire attack runes here? Abel asked Camille. Wait, you know these runes? Instead of answering Abel's questions, Camille was surprised that Abel knew the runes. This was because the knowledge of these runes wasn't something that could be learned casually. Even for wizards, they could only learn the knowledge of these rules if they have a heritage in rune drawing. Otherwise, most wizards would generally purchase their runes if they ever need them. Yes, I've learned runes from my blacksmith teacher for a while back then. Abel looked at Camille, puzzled, as he didn't think that this knowledge was valuable. From the beginning, he had a dwarf magical weapons forging guide, which allowed him to learn the most systematic knowledge of the runes and successfully copied the rune from a rune sign. Was your blacksmith teacher a dwarf? Camille didn't expect Abel to have also learned forgery. In her memory, only the dwarf blacksmiths would have inherited their rune systems. No, my blacksmith was a human blacksmith, but his teacher was a dwarf blacksmith, Abel explained. Camille suddenly realized. No wonder you know about this rune knowledge. When making a rune sign, you need to balance the energy within the crystal core to the energy the rune requires. Recently, only fire crystal cores were available on the market most of the time, so all the rune signs we made were basically all fire attributes as well. Abel had some understanding of the requirements of making runes, as it was the same principle as forging the magic swords. Both of them required the same energy. The difference was that the runes used the crystal core, while the magic sword uses the magic gems. Can I learn how to make runes? Abel asked Camille expectantly. I don't think I can teach you. The teacher will have to teach you this knowledge when he can. I will not dare to teach you in advance as I might get in a lot of trouble. Camille shook her head, but when he saw Abel's disappointed look on his face, she added, "But I can teach you the basics of how to use a carving knife. These are the basics of rune making." Thanks, Camille. Abel's mood was suddenly much better, as he was able to practice the basic use of carving knives first. This would lay a good foundation for learning rune card making in the future and save a lot of time. This was because he had a lot of time to practice in Rogue. Encampment. Carlos, stay here. I'll go with Abel and buy him a good carving knife. You can't do this, Carlos protested. Turning to Carlos, Camille ignored his protestation and called Abel out. As they passed, Abel remembered. "Camille," he asked softly and curiously, "what's the price for half-day's rent in one of these shops?" 10,000 gold. Camille looked back at Abel and then said, "Don't come here by yourself. Your levels are too low. Although it is safer here, there will still be dark wizards." Dark wizard, another word Abel had never heard. Dark wizards is the name given to evil wizards who were born by robbing ordinary wizards. You may see an ordinary wizard here, but he could also be a dark wizard secretly, so be careful in the wizard world. Camille explained, then said to Abel, "You've got a great talent. You've reached level 2 in such a short time, but there's a lot of rank 4 and rank 5 novice wizards out there, and sometimes there are even official wizards, and you can't get away from them since they are so strong." "Thank you, Camille. I will be careful," Abel said while nodding his head. "We arrived. Both Carlos and I bought our carving knife here," said Camille as she led Abel to the front of a shop. The storefront of that shop was filled with all kinds of knives, swords, and shields. Under the gaze of Abel, all those knives, swords, and shields did not look too bad. They were all made from 100 skill iron base. Behind the counter, there was a rank, secured with 2 full body armor. "Isn't this a place for wizards to exchange their stuff? Why are there so many weapons?" Abel asked quietly, "Junior brother. Do wizards have any ability to protect themselves?" "Of course, they need to buy some warrior or knight's equipment to protect themselves. All the equipment in our store is the best of the best. If you give a tip to the thing that protects you, they will definitely remain loyal to you," said a raspy voice coming from somewhere. It was the owner of the shop, a burly man with a face full of beard, who was around 2.2 meters tall. He came up to Abel after he overheard his question. "Dorian, this is my junior brother Abel. He wants to buy a carving knife." Camille said hello to Dorian, the burly man with a face full of beard. After Dorian had heard Camille's introduction, he looked at Abel in disbelief. He asked, "Abel, may I ask what is your name?" "Abel Harry." Abel bowed and replied, "My respected master, elite blacksmith Dorian, salute to you," said Dorian as he bowed deeply. "Dorian, you are too polite," said Abel after returning a greeting. "It is my pride to have you visiting my shop," said Dorian in pure excitement. "Wait, Dorian, did you just call Abel a master?" Camille asked in a puzzled tone. "Camille, did you not know that Master Abel is a blacksmith master? He was the 36th blacksmith master in the Holy Continent, as well as the youngest blacksmith master. According to statistics, he is the closest blacksmith master to becoming a grandmaster blacksmith," said Dorian, his voice filled with his respect for Abel. Abel, Camille was dumbstruck. She seemed to have lost her ability to speak all of a sudden. All she could do was stare at Abel. She had only regained her concentration after a while and asked Abel, "Abel, why didn't you ever mention you are a blacksmith master?" "That's because no one had asked me." Abel innocently stared at Camille. "Shouldn't you be the one who tells us first?" said Camille, staring back at Abel in a somewhat helpless way. It was such an important thing, but Abel had always pretended like it was nothing and never told her about it. "I came to the magic tower to become a wizard. What does my other status have to do with it?" The teacher had said that the status and wealth of an ordinary person have nothing to do with being a wizard. As long as you are a member of the wizards, you will be granted the identity of a wizard. "Do you really not know what being a blacksmith master signifies?" Camille realized maybe Abel didn't know too much about being a blacksmith master. She proceeded to say, "Other than making powerful weapons, blacksmith masters can also work with wizards to make powerful magic weapons. For example, a wand that increases ice attacks. Without the help of a blacksmith master, it is impossible to make one." Seeing the dumb look on Abel's face, Camille waved her hand and said, "Whatever, you had just become a novice wizard. The teacher will teach you this stuff in the future." Abel did not know how to make a wand at all. He had only socialized with knights in the past, and almost everything he made was equipment for knights. Master Bentham had said in the past that Abel could become a student of the dwarfs and further develop his forging ability. But at the time, Abel only wanted to become a wizard and did not pay too much attention to a blacksmith master's study. Now his perspective had changed. It seemed like the connection between blacksmith masters and wizards were actually a lot closer than he thought. They seemed to have a special yet tightly linked relationship. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely sit down and have a good talk with teacher Wizard Morton. Master Abel, did you say you want a carving knife? During all this time, Dorian's sight did not leave Abel at all. When Abel noticed Dorian, it looked like he was looking into the eyes of a fan seeing a superstar. Yes, Your Excellency Dorian, I need a carving knife for my study of rune sign making, Abel said with a laugh. Please wait, Dorian said and bowed. It was somewhat comedic to see a 2.2 meters gigantic bowing to the 1.85 meters Abel. Dorian turned around and searched in a box behind the counter. After a while, he carefully took out a dark gold color carving knife and handed it to Abel with 2 hands. Dorian said, I had accidentally found a natural ore around here. However, the ore was too small to make any weapons out of it, so I made this carving knife. Upon its completion, I realized this carving knife was a lot sharper than anything else on the market. Please give it a critique. Abel received Dorian's carving knife with 2 hands and closely examined it. This carving knife looked like it was made with some kind of alloy. Abel tapped it 2 times with his hand. It seemed like there was some extremely balanced heavy metal inside it. If this kind of natural compound gold was sharp to such extent, it would be even rarer than other valuable ores. This alloy was truly unique. The material of this carving knife was compounded with many types of metal. You said it's a natural ore, so it was compounded naturally. Materials like these was so rare, you can almost call it a treasure from the sky, said Abel in a careful tone. Master Abel, your sight is too good. I have shown this carving knife to many blacksmiths and wizards, but never a blacksmith master. A few wizards I have shown this carving knife to agree with what you have said. It's just that they were not too interested in these compound metals. Although these types of metal were sharper than gold, they could not increase the amount of magical ability being injected. Therefore, in the eyes of those wizards, this carving knife is not too different from the ones made with normal metals, said Dorian, looking at Abel with respect. Abel smiled in a little embarrassment. The alloy could be seen everywhere in his previous world. Even primary school kids could understand the concept of alloy. However, this carving knife in the hand of Abel was good for both study and practical use. He was not like the other wizards who only cared about magical ability. If Abel could separate the compounds within the alloy, he might be able to make some extremely powerful weapons. According to the statistics in the Horadric Cube, the attacking power of this world's weapons was generally lower, to the point where it's basically impossible to hurt anyone with an absorb material impact rune sign. Abel calculated, although these weapons might have no problem battling a low-rank monster in rogue encampment, it would most likely have a problem battling high-rank monsters. Since Abel had discovered a type of alloy that could increase a weapon's attacking power, it provided him with a direction for experimenting in the future. That's good news. How much for this carving knife? Abel asked as he stared at the carving knife in his hand in excitement. Master Abel, if you like it, I can give it to you as a gift. That ore didn't cost me that much, and my forging skills are nothing compared to yours anyway, so don't ever talk gold coins with me, said Dorian, waving both of his hands. Abel was a little hesitant. He really wanted this carving knife. But his heart won't let him take advantage of Dorian and walk away with this carving knife for free. Abel, just accept it. I knew Dorian for many years. If he said he wants to give you something as a gift, with his personality, he would rather throw it away than take it back. Camille couldn't help but interrupt, seeing Abel's hesitation. Okay, thank you, Your Excellency, I'll accept this gift. If you have any questions in regards to forgery, feel free to ask me. Of course, I had not been studying forgery for too long, so I might not be able to answer some of your questions, but I'll try my best, said Abel in a somewhat serious tone. Thank you, Master Abel. Hearing Abel's promise, Dorian was filled with joy. Although Dorian was already an elite blacksmith, he did not have any inheritance. At first, he felt like he had lost his goal. However, after hearing this promise and guidance by a blacksmith master, he had regained a sense of direction again. That was great news for Dorian. On the way back, Camille asked Abel countless questions that made his brain hurt. Abel, how much does it cost if I want to buy a weapon from a blacksmith master? Abel, what are some prerequisites to become a blacksmith master? Abel, do you still connect with other blacksmith masters? Abel, do blacksmith masters make clothing for girls? Abel, can blacksmith masters make jewelry? These questions did not stop. Abel saw the No 168 shop front in front of him and let out a breath of relief. HR said to Camille, Camille, we arrived. Abel, ever since I found that you are a blacksmith master, your attitude towards me changed. How come you're no longer as enthusiastic? Said Camille, emphasizing her voice. Abel bitterly smiled at Camille. He knew that all women could be illogical sometimes. Even a wise female wizard. Camille was obviously asking weird questions along the way. Abel just did not know how to answer these questions, not that he had an attitude problem. That was such a big injustice. Abel could even feel it on his own face. You are back, said Carlos, saving his hand to Abel and Camille. Then, he began to chat with a young wizard follower around 20 years of age in the shop in front of him. Can the price go any lower for this fire spell rune sign? The market price is 20,000 gold coins, and you are selling them for 22,000 gold coins. That's quite a big gap, isn't it? Said the wizard follower, sounding a little irritated upon seeing the rune sign on display. We got a customer. I'm a flash of an eye. Camille stepped in front of the counter. She looked at the wizard follower and said with a smile, you can't say it like that. Yes, the market price is 20,000 gold coins, but do you know why we are selling higher? Why? The wizard follower saw a gorgeous female wizard. Because of heritage. All of our runes were personally inherited by an intermediate wizard. So our quality is a lot more promising than those ones on the market with defects and turnover by multiple hands. As Camille was speaking, she seemed to flash the identity card on her waist subconsciously. When the wizard follower saw the identity card with a big tree engraving on Camille's waist, his eyes immediately began to sparkle. He smiled and said, give me 3 fire attack rune signs. Carlos took out 3 rune signs from the shelf and handed it to the hands of the wizard follower. The wizard follower then took out his magic gold card and lightly tapped on Carlos's magic gold card. A payment of 66,000 gold coins had been completed. After the wizard follower had left, Carlos looked at Camille directly in the eye and said, wow, you used the teacher's name to sell rune signs again. You better watch out. No, I didn't. I just said it was inherited by an intermediate wizard. There are a few intermediate wizards within the 4 countries. Who knows which one I am talking about? Said Camille as she put on an innocent look, as though she had really just exposed her identity card mistakenly. Okay, at least we can sell some of them. It had been very quiet lately, and no one is buying rune signs. Said Carlos, sounding a little irritated. Quiet is a good thing. It means that nothing major had happened. If not, we will get put in missions, and we won't even have time to do our training, said Camille with a smile as she disagreed with Carlos's perspective. Camille, we need to do missions, asked Abel suspiciously. Abel, you had only just settled in the magic tower. All you need to focus on is doing your training. You will get put into missions after 5 years. Camille explained. Junior brother. Some bad-intentioned dark novice wizards decided to something bad. Sending an official wizard will be too much of a waste. However, it will be suicide if we send a knight. Novice wizards like us will be a perfect match. It will also be a good chance for us to gain some more experience in fighting, said Carlos, turning his head after fixing up the things on the shelf. But only for novice wizards who can fight. We don't want to give more food to our enemies by sending some rank 3 novice wizards. Camille gifted this sentence to Carlos. Oh, it's like I never completed a mission, Carlos shouted while jumping up like a rabbit being bit in the tail. Yeah, what rank was that novice wizard that tagged along, rank 1 or rank 2? Camille asked Carlos in a calm voice while rolling her eyes. Seeing the 2 in killing mode again, Abel immediately said from the side, Camille, Carlos, I'll go take a walk, see if there's anything to buy. Okay, since it's your first time here, it will be a good idea to take a walk around. I don't trust Carlos to be by himself here. With his personality, he won't even make enough gold coins for us to get back using the teleportation circle," said Camille, nodding her head. Abel slowly walked along with the crowd. Every shop had weird objects he couldn't even recognize. Most of them seemed to be the body part of beasts, while others were strange herbs or materials. As Abel continued to walk, the more alienated he felt. By this point, he was even more motivated to memorize everything in Morton's observation record. If he had, he wouldn't be staring at all these weird objects in every shop, like he had never been outside before. After a while, Abel had stopped his steps. He finally recognized something in the shop in front of him. It was a crystal core, he was certain of that. The owner of the shop was a middle-age rank for novice wizards with 4-leaf badge on his chest. When he saw Abel, he said with a genuine smile, "Junior brother, are you looking for something?" Abel continued to look at the crystal core on the shelf. Seeing such a familiar seller, he thought, why not buy some? It might also be a good idea to stock up some ingredients when he made runes in the future. "How much for a crystal core?" Abel asked. "The fire one is 20,000 gold coins apiece, the ice and poison one is 30,000 gold coins apiece," the middle-aged wizard introduced with a smile. Abel had asked about the rough value of crystal cores. These crystal cores in the shop were not too expensive. They were around the normal market value. This middle-aged novice wizard did not randomly raise the value since he didn't have a wizard badge. "Give me 10 fire crystal cores and all of the ice and poison ones you have," said Abel, seeing there was not much ice and poison one left on the shelf. "Wait a minute, let me calculate." The middle-aged novice wizard calculated in his heart for a while and proceeded to say, 10 fire crystal cores, 20,000 gold coins. 7 ice and poison crystal cores, 21,000 gold coins. 41,000 gold coins in total. Abel took out his magic gold card. He had just received the auction payment of 240,000 gold coins from Edmond's boutique shop. Now, he had reached a shocking amount of 1,250 gold coins in his magic gold card. A dark gold flash of light emerged as Abel tapped his magic gold card with the middle-aged novice wizard's magic gold card. After Abel had confirmed, 41,000 gold coins had deducted from his magic gold card. Now he only had 31,025 gold coins. The middle-aged novice wizard in front of Abel caught a glimpse of Abel's gold card. Abel did not have the experience. Normally, people would cover their magic gold cards with their hands during transactions. When the middle-aged novice wizard saw the 6 figures in Abel's gold card, his eyes flashed in greed. Abel sensed a wave of bad intentions with his power of the will. When he lifted his head to see where the bad intentions were coming from, the eyes of the middle-aged novice wizard returned to peace again. Abel shook his head. Everything seemed to be normal. So he put the crystal cores in his bag and walked off. Seeing where Abel had walked off, the middle-aged novice wizard took out a small sign and slowly injected some mana into it. This was a wizard exchange ground, so the use of mana was strictly banned. However, these small-scale communication signs only required a small amount of mana to operate, and it was sold by the officials of Carol City. That's why the middle-aged novice wizard was brave enough to use it. Small-scale communication sign could only be used within a city, and that city must be covered in energy from a communication circle that corresponds with the communication sign. As the wizard exchange ground, Carol City was all covered in communication circles and was publicly selling these small communication signs. However, these small communication signs were normally extremely expensive. Normally, an intermediate wizard could not afford it, and they were mostly purchased by official wizards. "Teacher, I discovered a fat sheep." During their conversation, the honest tone from the middle-aged novice wizard's voice had completely vanished. What's left was only a smell of fishiness. "You say it's a fat sheep every time." The last fat sheep only had 20,000 gold coins on it. It barely even covered the cost of operating my magic circle. A heavy voice emerged from the communication sign. "Teacher, I promise, it's a fat sheep this time. I saw that he had a balance of 310,000 gold coins," said the middle-aged novice wizard in excitement. "Do you know who he is?" said the wizard on the other side. He doesn't seem to be too excited about the 310,000 gold coins since he kept asking for more details. I feel like he is just a rank 1 or 2 novice wizard. He doesn't have a wizard badge, so he probably wasn't even verified by the Wizard Union," said the middle-aged novice wizard explained. "Okay, not bad. Lure him to my place, and I'll share some of the gold coins with you." The voice of the wizard from the other side began to show some interest. Abel did not know what was waiting in store for him at all. He continued to look around the different shops, trying to elevate his thin knowledge of wizardry. "Junior brother," a familiar voice came from behind. When Abel turned and looked, it was the middle-aged wizard who had just sold him the crystal cores. Abel felt a bit strange and asked, "Is there any problem?" The middle-aged novice wizard said, "When you paid for the crystal cores just then, you forgot to cover the balance in your magic gold card. That's very dangerous, and you have to be more careful next time." "Oh, thank you so much." At that moment, Abel had just realized the balance in his magic gold card might be a little too big to carry around. It might attract bad-intentioned people. Luckily, the middle-aged novice wizard reminded him. The novice wizard said in a bit of embarrassment, "I just saw the balance in your magic gold card and remembered that my friend had some unique crystal cores that he wants to sell. Are you interested in buying some electric crystal cores? If you want, I can take you to my friend's place. He's also selling some attribute-less crystal cores." Abel did not have much response when he heard the middle-aged wizard said electric crystal cores. He didn't even know how to make a rune sign. These materials were just for future training. However, when he heard the middle-aged wizard mention an attribute-less crystal core, his heart began to chime. These attribute-less crystal cores were often exclusively exchanged between official wizards, and they would only exchange once every 100 days. Therefore, these attribute-less crystal cores were tough to attain. However, hearing that the second floor of this exchange ground had a stock, he might have a chance to get one, so he wanted to take a look. Abel did not worry about his safety since he was in Carol City. Even if a slightly more significant amount of mana was unleashed, it would attract the attention of the wizards on guard. If a fight had broken out, and even the official wizards on guard could not solve the problem, then at least 4 intermediate wizards would be teleported here immediately to solve it. "Okay, I am very interested in attribute-less crystal core. Let's go have a look," said Abel with a smile. "Junior brother, follow me." Seeing Abel agreed to his offer, he led Abel to where the corner of the exchange ground was located. Abel realized the further they walked, the fewer people there were. Although he was still in the exchange ground, the place was deserted. He started to become suspicious, and he slowed down his steps. "Junior brother, you see that shop in front of us? That's where we are heading. We've arrived," said the middle-aged novice wizard as he slowed down his steps and pointed to a shop not far in front of him to Abel. Abel focused his sight. Although the storefront in front of him was placed with merchandise, he did not see anyone moving inside. He had no idea why anyone would rent a shop here. "Little brother, please go in." The middle-aged novice wizard slowly came to a halt, allowing Abel to step in. Since Abel had arrived, he did not pay too much attention. He thought he might as well step up and take a look at the merchandise in the storefront. There were large amounts of crystal cores placed on the shelf. He moved along. He noticed a large amount of fire crystal cores, poison and ice crystal cores, and even some electric crystal cores. Abel continued to walk along. Suddenly, everything in his surroundings changed. He realized he was standing in an open field surrounded by big trees, and the middle-aged novice wizard behind him had disappeared as well. "Oh no, I've been scammed." Abel felt his heart drop as he muttered to himself. Black was a beginner wizard. Normally, he was the owner of a 7-stories magic tower in Duchy of Kian. However, sometimes he would also do some dirty things. Yes, he was a dark wizard. Although Duchy of Kian had quite a lot on consecrates for wizards, they were far not enough to sustain Black's spending. He did not have any special inheritance, so he wouldn't make any rune signs and potions. Sometimes he would go hunting some soul beast to get some income, but he couldn't do it very often since hunting a soul beast required at least a few wizards to go together. Therefore, the costs of the magic tower, the cost of his own, and his disciples' training always stressed him out. Without a choice, he had to find another way to make more gold coins. Therefore, he decided to murder some novice wizards with a relatively big fortune and take their money. Just like that, he became a dark wizard. Black did not have the guts to kill an official wizard since that would be a very hard and risky thing to do. Every official wizard had their own unique defensive moves, but in regards to killing a novice wizard, it would be like a walk in the park for Black. After he sacrificed a lot to make a barrier circle, Black began his profession as a novice wizard murderer to make money. He had calculated the time exchange for every exchange ground within the nearest 10,000 miles. Then he would use his disciples as bait to lure novice wizards into the barrier circle. Just like that, he would successfully avoid the attentions of the wizards on guard. Black would rarely make his killing in Carol City. Carol City was the center of the Four Duchy. Every teleportation circle within a few thousand were controlled by the wizards of the duchy. If he had left a tiny bit of bread crumb behind from his killing, many intermediate wizards would be immediately teleported to his place. If he was unlucky, that number would be even higher. Therefore, he could not make a mistake no matter what, as his chance of escaping will be extremely low. Throughout the morning, he did not have a single success this time. He arrived at Carol City. Just then, his disciple reported that there was a novice wizard with 300,000 gold coins worth a fortune. Although it was not a lot of gold coins, it was still extremely rare for a novice wizard to carry that much around. Seeing the novice wizard who had been lured into the barrier circle was only a 13-year-old rank 2 novice wizard, Black let out a breath of relief. An official wizard would not make a mistake when identifying someone who was younger and lower ranked than themselves. After he had confirmed that this young rank 2 novice wizard was not acting bait or an impersonator, Black began to walk out from where he had hidden, standing in front of Abel. "Hello, young novice wizard. I am a rank 7 dark wizard. Please transfer all the gold coins in your magic gold card to my magic gold card." He thought he was completely out of the league of this rank 2 novice wizard. There was no way this kid knew any spells. How could he hurt him? Don't even think about it," said Abel. Although he was nervous, he already had a lot of combat experience at his age. He knew that in a situation like this, he had to numb his enemy. No matter what, he couldn't let this rank 7 beginner wizard have a chance to attack. Abel stared into the face of the dark wizard, and the dark wizard doesn't seem to be concerned about him at all. Abel couldn't blame him. Who would have guessed a 13-year-old rank 2 novice would simultaneously be an intermediate knight with a power that exceeded an elite knight? "I don't want to say it twice," said Black. Waves of imposed pressure emerged from his voice. I know spells." Abel tried to act scared as he drew the pattern for fireball in midair. However, he might be too nervous. He made a mistake immediately. He then tried to draw it again but still failed. Black stared at this young novice wizard in front of him in amusement and said, "How did your teacher teach? You can't even draw a basic fireball spell." "My teacher is very powerful. He is an intermediate wizard." Abel flipped the identity card on his waist to the front, exposing an engraving of a big tree. The eyes of Black grew tense. He recognized this was the identity card of Wizard Morton. Although he doesn't have the ability to fight Wizard Morton, this kid in front of him was only a novice wizard. He would just be careful and no one would know. "Little kid, don't try to scare me with your teacher. Quickly give me your magic gold card, or I will make you suffer so bad you rather die." In a flash, the heaviness within Black's voice had disappeared. Wizard Morton's name still gave him a lot of pressure. Abel seemed frightened by what Wizard Black was saying. He slowly took out his golden magic card. While he was a bit reluctant to give it away, he still handed it over. Wizard Black smiled. Abel was still a child after all. Words were all it took to threaten him. The younger these apprentice wizards were, the easier it was to swindle from them. The experienced ones were harder to trick, though. Since they knew they were going to die soon, they would just not hand the gold coin on their cards over. All in all, Black got pretty lucky today. Wizard Black took out his golden card as well. He looked kind of displeased with how slow Abel was. He stepped forward and connected the 2 cards. The 2 cards glowed in a dark gold light. Wizard Black smiled when he saw the 310,250 value point on Abel's one. "Teacher," Abel shouted as he looked behind Wizard Black. He was like an Oscar actor, hypnotizing himself that it was really Morton who was standing behind Wizard Black. Normally speaking, Wizard Black would not fall for a childish trick like this. Abel was just 13 though, and he was obviously from a noble family. If he had the brain to play this kind of joke on the adult in front of him, it was kind of hard to see how he became a rank 2 apprentice wizard in the first place. Wizard Black turned around after hearing Abel's shout. There wasn't anything behind him. Actually, they were inside a barrier circle. There's no way that he wouldn't know if someone was behind him. For the many years that he had lived, he did not expect to be fooled by a child like this. A white light appeared from Wizard Black. It was from his defense rune. Abel knew what was the defense rune could do. He still had 2 of them that he got from the Virgin Prince. He knew what their limits were. A cold smile appeared from Abel's face. He had almost 4,000 pounds of raw strength. Since his strong point was around 15.12, he could deal with about 16,000 pounds of damage with the 4-time buff of his combat Kai. Although the defense rune could reduce physical damage, it wasn't exactly a perfect tool to avoid injury. As Abel's leg made contact with Wizard Black's groin, he could hear the sound of something breaking. This kick was fatal for any wizard if they did not have their defense rune. It did hurt Wizard Black pretty badly, but it wasn't going to kill him. Wizard Black's face paled. For an instant there, he couldn't remember any magic, runes, or any defensive techniques he had learned over his whole life. Extreme pain was the only thing his brain could feel. Abel didn't stop. There was a 7-level wizard right in front of him, and Abel cast a firebomb spell. Then a small and 7-level firebomb fired into Wizard Black's wide-open, screaming mouth. Boom! Wizard Black's head exploded. Abel stepped back to avoid the blood that was spurting out. He sat on the ground and breathed heavily. In just a few seconds, Abel was completely out of mana. At the beginning of the conversation they were having, Abel tried to lower Wizard Black's guard. He then tried to scare him by using Morton's reputation. For the killing blow, he used his balls-breaking kick, which was finished by several fireballs to the head. As fast as the encounter was, he did gain a lot of experience during this encounter. After calming himself down a little, Abel stood up and looked for things from the headless body. As Morton told him, every official wizard had their own space bag. As it turned out, Wizard Black was no exception. Abel looked into the space bag with his power of the will. Because its owner just died, it was easy for him to open it. Inside were tens of crystal cores, as well as several runes with both attack and defense functions. He counted the runes. There were 11 of them for attack and 3 for defense. If Wizard Black had the time to use more than 1 defense rune, it would be Abel, who's going to have his head blown up by now. Abel also found 4 pieces of sheep parchment scrolls. Since the space bag was not too big, the wizards would only use them to carry basic necessities. Abel took out the 4 parchments. There were recipes for making 2 types of potions, one for recovery and one for providing nutrition. The recovery potion was meant for recovering one's stamina. After drinking it, one could regain some of the stamina that was lost for a short amount of time. The nutrition potion could be used as an alternative form of diet. Once consumed, one would have no need to eat or drink for a long period of time. Abel looked at the 2 recipes. Morton never taught him about these kinds of potions. Disappointingly, he wasn't sure if he could ever make any use of them. For the other 2 parchment scrolls, one was a house deed for a certain location in the kingdom of St. Ellis. Abel had never heard of this country before. The parchment paper was glowing with the magic wave, something that Abel had never seen before. Quickly, he decided to look at the last parchment scroll. It was a guide for making a certain type of magic circle, which meant that one of the 2 cards inside the bag was for activating the magic circle. The magic circle was called the seclusion circle. Once set up in open space, it would completely separate a small area from its surroundings. Abel was a bit happy. He didn't expect to find a way to control the seclusion circle so quickly. After taking out the card that is meant for monitoring the circle, he did as the parchment scroll showed him and deactivated the space that was trapping him inside. The giant tree disappeared as soon as the circle was switched off. Instead, a small, round plate was on the ground in front of Abel. It was about the size of his palm and had all sorts of runes written on it. When the middle-aged wizard looked down, he screamed as he saw the headless corpse lying on the ground. He tried to run, but no man could run faster than a fireball. Immediately, his back lit on fire after Abel shot a fireball towards his back. Eventually, the scream became less and less audible as the man was burnt to his death. Who used their spells here? A familiar figure flashed before Abel. "O honorable wizard, a dark wizard just attacked me. I had to cast my own spells to kill him." Abel bowed to the wizard in front of him. It was a young wizard who was wearing a very fancy robe. He had a golden card in his hand. According to what Abel heard from Carlos, it must be the key to activating the circle that could teleport regular wizards. Interesting. Rank 2 apprentice wizard killed a rank 4 apprentice wizard. The young wizard said as he examined the headless corpse on the ground. While the body was without its head, the clothes were obviously Wizard Black's belongings. Wizard Black was a rank 7 wizard who was early to an exchange meeting for official wizards. The young wizard couldn't help but ask again. "Did you really kill this man?" "Sir, this dark wizard tried to trap me inside his seclusion circle. He wanted to kill me," Abel said. Impossible. The young wizard couldn't believe what Abel said. If a rank 2 apprentice wizard fought against a rank 7 apprentice wizard, there was just no way that the latter would lose. From the young wizard's perspective, judging from how the body had lost its head, Wizard Black must have taken a fireball to the mouth. It was hard to imagine how such a scenario could happen, but all the evidence was here. As for the rank 4 apprentice wizard, he died from having his back burnt from a fire element spell. The young wizard threw a cautious look at Abel. While scanning Abel from top to bottom, he realized that a portal bag and a circle plate were lying on the ground. Just when his mind was about to be taken over by greed, the tree token on Abel's waist had him thinking twice. After all, he was not the headless corpse that was lying on the ground. He wasn't one yet, at least. He had a bright future ahead of him, which he should not risk losing because he tried to piss off Wizard Morton. "I understand now. You can pick up what you want from them." "I'll take the bodies," the young wizard said with a smile. Then watched enviously as Abel took everything from Wizard Black. Even all of the rank 4 apprentice wizard's belongings were taken. When Abel was done, all that was left for the young wizard were 2 magic gold cards that could not be transferred at all. "Keep these magic gold cards," the young wizard said while trying to be nice. "I'll tell the Wizard Union to contact the Bank of the Holy Continent. What they'll do is to force a bank transfer from Wizard Black to your account. Is that okay with you? All you need to do is to take these 2 cards and give them to Wizard Morton." Regardless of what methods Abel used, the young wizard respected him for killing a wizard that was way above his league. Besides, Abel was a disciple of Wizard Morton, which was, by no means, a title that should be ignored. In fact, Abel did feel some malice from the young wizard. When he felt it, however, it didn't remain for too long. Perhaps it's because Morton was mentioned. All that ill intention just then was quickly turned into a sense of admiration. "Thank you for the advice. When my teacher asks about what happened today, I'm going to say something good about you," Abel saluted to the young wizard. Abel then left happily with the loot that he retrieved. The young wizard, too, left with the 2 dead bodies. When the 2 were gone, a figure appeared from where they were talking. It was Wizard Morton. Morton saw the blood on the ground. He thought it was a good idea to get Abel here for some training. He wanted to teach him about how dangerous it was in the world of wizards. He had no idea that Wizard Black would have a seclusion circle, though. Abel was lucky, or just really smart, to have handled all that on his own. When Morton realized that Abel was trapped inside the seclusion circle, he pretty much just gave up on rescuing him. Even for him, breaking a seclusion circle was not a quick and easy job. Instead, Morton planned to kill the dark wizard as soon as the circle was deactivated. Abel killed not only the rank 4 apprentice wizard, but also headshot the rank 7 dark wizard. As the situation changed so quickly, Morton decided not to show up at all. If he did appear and spoke to Abel, Abel might just rely on others to save him during his future adventures. After seeing that Abel was safe, Morton teleported himself back to Carol City. Since his guardian circle was at a much higher level than the wizard women, no one noticed that he had left his tower. Abel came back. Camille smiled at Abel. He's in a pretty mood. He probably made some good deals when Abel was out. "What did you buy, Abel?" Carlos asked. "Some crystals cores," Abel said abruptly. He didn't want to talk too much about it. He wanted to see his teacher first. "How much did you buy it for? Were you ripped off?" Carlos asked with concern. "Not when I am getting from you," Abel laughed. "Well, you're pretty sensible for saying that." Carlos patted his chest. You know, I do know a lot about everything that goes on in a market. Yeah, come on, pack your things. We're going back now, Camille said. Carlos said as he packed up the few rune cards that he had on the rack. Don't be like that, man. You know, I did buy a material that was worth 20 gold coins for just 10. Well, why don't you talk about the time you spent 100 gold coins for a piece of junk? That was just a mistake. Abel heard their conversation. He was delighted. As the three went on with their conversation, they came in front of the teleportation circle. I'll pay for transportation this time, Camille rushed in. Abel chose not to argue with her. As for Carlos, he just pretended that he was looking at the scenery around them. After the wizard activated the transportation circle, a bolt of white lightning took them to their destination. We are back. Nothing feels better than your own home. Am I all right? Carlos shouted in excitement whilst trying to recover from his headache. Fair enough, Abel replied. Just when he stepped out from the circle, he could hear Wizard Morton calling for him from downstairs. Come here, Abel, Morton called. Abel thought to himself as he quickly said goodbye to Camille and Carlos. Could Wizard Morton have known about Carol City already? Man, the wizards sure had a good network system. You looking for me, sir? Abel asked as he went to level 11 from level 10. When he arrived, Wizard Morton was already waiting for him. You did very well at Carol City. Actually, you did much better than I thought, Morton smiled. There was just no way that Abel could hide about what he did. Now, all the wizards in the other 3 duchies knew about how he, a rank 2 apprentice wizard, has successfully murdered a rank 7 dark wizard. Wizard Morton was a proud man now, much prouder than he already was before. You knew about it already, sir? Abel replied while scratching his head. He did see this coming, but he was still pretty surprised that Morton could know about it so quickly. In fact, the news came faster to Morton than he did. What Abel didn't know was that Wizard Morton was protecting him behind the scenes the entire time. While students wanted to find a good teacher, good teachers wanted to find good students. Because of how talented Abel was, Morton had to put in extra effort to look after him. Abel took out the portal bag and gave it to Morton. This is what I got from that dark wizard. Please accept this gift on my behalf. Instead of taking the portal bag, Wizard Morton just stood there with a proud dad look on his face. What Abel did was very touching for him. When he got his first portal bag, he was hugging it in his sleep. Abel, though, he decided to give it away to thank his teacher. Keep it, actually, look for anything that could be used to identify its owner. If there is, I'll go search for the magic tower he's at. Morton said with a smile. You mean this? Abel asked as he gave a card to Wizard Morton. He had no idea what the card was for. Morton took the sign for looking, then smiled. Just as I thought. This is the main control card for the magic tower at the Duchy of Kian. In case you didn't know where the Duchy of Kian is, it's north, and it shares a border with the Duchy of Cora and the Duchy of Laka. Abel took out the house deed and passed it. According to this sheet of paper, there's supposed to be a house to be collected in the Kingdom of Ellis. Do you know where that is, sir? A house in the Lion City. Where did you find this deed? Morton said, then tried to feel the magic wave emitted from it for a second time. This is not a fake. As long as you have this house deed, the house is yours to collect regardless of your status. Wizard Morton added, and about where the Kingdom of Ellis is. You see, within the territories that are claimed by the humans, there are 7 duchies in total on the Holy Continent. With the Duchy of Carmel being one of them, there is also the Duchy of Cora, the Kingdom of Laka, the Duchy of Kian, the Duchy of Tex, and the Duchy of Larvid. Together, these 7 duchies formed a union with the Kingdom of St. Ellis, which is just enough to form a triangular balance between the Kingdom of St. Anwal and the Kingdom of St. Pierre. There are a bunch of other small duchies, of course, but basically, there's a triangular relationship between different factions in the human world. And while they compete against each other, they also need each other to survive against the powerful Orc Empire. Wizard Morton looked back at the house deed in his hands. It says Lion City here. Lion City is right in the center of the Kingdom of St. Paul, the Kingdom of St. Anwal, and the Kingdom of St. Ellis. This city belongs to 3 kingdoms, and they manage it together. Many years ago, it was once the center of the human world. If I was 200 years younger than I am now, this deed would have had me very interested. Morton returned the house deed to Abel. Remember, this house deed is very precious. Do not let others know you have it. Many young wizards dream of living inside Lion City, but without their own house deeds, they could only stay for up to 10 days. Lion City is a place for fulfilling dreams, but only a few are lucky enough to be a part of it. This house deed was just like an ID card without a name. It was absolutely for one to be allowed in certain places. Strange though. How did Wizard Black manage to get something like this? What Abel didn't know was that everything was very expensive in Lion City. If Wizard Black did go there without his salary from his duchy, he would have to hunt for spiritual beasts in the Budapest mountain range if he wanted to make a living. That being said, the smart thing to do for him was obviously to stay inside the duchy. This deed will be very helpful for you when you become an official wizard, Abel. You'll need it when you want to go to Lion City, Morton said. Thank you, sir, Abel bowed. While his head was still down, Morton had already sent him back to the 10th floor. Morton took out the control card of his magic tower. In a blink of an eye, he teleported himself to the portal down on the 1st floor, then proceeded to vanish from the building. Abel did not back to his room. Instead, he left the building with his status card. Today, he wanted to find the wizard apprentices that he was looking for. If he did, living in the magic tower would be a lot easier for him. Mr. Abel is coming. Unlike the first time that Abel came to the Morton Magic Tower, everyone showed a lot more respect for him. Not only were their eyes more focused when they noticed him, but they also bowed to him when he was walking past them. By this point, everybody knew what Sir Abel was looking for. Since he didn't have his own disciples, he was going to do some scouting around the magic tower. Abel wasn't going to pay too much attention to these people, though. In just a while, he walked towards the front entrance of the Eveline's magic tower. Good day to you, Master Abel. A bunch of people greeted from every direction. Abel still didn't care. Instead, he just kept looking for the fat figure amongst the crowd. Yes, Finkel. He was always so easy to find when the people around him were so thin. Come here, Finkel, Abel called out. Finkel gave Abel a bow. Anything I can help you with, Sir Abel? Yes, actually, Abel smiled. I need someone trustworthy to help me with some daily chores. I don't know a lot of people, though. What do you think if I were to ask you to become my personal assistant? Am I competent enough for you, sir? Finkel asked cautiously, despite the excitement that's shown from his expressions. Abel nodded as he took out a status card from his pocket. You can come if you want. You said yes. Oh dear, you actually did, Finkel suddenly shouted. For a moment there, he looked kind of dumbfounded with Abel's request. But after being granted access from the 1st to the 9th floor of Abel's magic tower, he was literally on his toes because of how happy he was. Finkel quickly gave himself a slap on the cheek. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. Thank you, Mr. Abel, I will do my best for you, he exclaimed as he thanked Abel for another few times. Finkel carefully took the status card from Abel's hand. After giving it a long, careful look, he slowly put it in his pocket. When he did, he gave another bow towards Abel. Abel laughed as he saw the palm print on Finkel's face. You better enter that magic tower after the mark disappears. I don't want my friends to think that I was the one who hit you. Sure, Fink nodded again and again. Welcome, Abel. What brought you here today? Wizard Sam walked out as he opened up the door to the Eveline's magic tower. When did you come back, Uncle Sam? Abel asked. Ever since the last time he saw Sam, Sam has been going out for the last several months. He didn't come back once during those times. Let's have a seat inside first, Abel. Sam invited Abel over as he saw the people standing outside. For Abel, the tower seemed both familiar and strange to him at the same time. After sitting himself in the guest room inside the main hall, he saw 2 apprentices that were doing some cleanup. Their names were Ethan and Sam. When they saw Abel, they quickly went to him and gave their greetings. No need to be so formal around me, Abel said as he remembered how nice Cody was to him in the past. Thank you for taking care of me back then, Cody. If you have anything you want help with, just come visit me in the Morton Magic Tower. That's fine, Abel, but I've got Cody's back when he needs it, Sam said, then let out a loud laugh. Thank you, Master Abel, Cody said with a somewhat stern look on his face. For him, it must have been difficult to see how things would turn out so differently between him and Abel. They were both apprentices just a few months ago, and if Abel wasn't so grateful as to return the favor of his help back then, he wouldn't have so much support by now. On the other hand, Ethan seemed kind of disappointed that Abel didn't mention him. Since Abel didn't say anything about him, Sam's probably going to think that he bullied Abel before or something. Life was going to be hard from now on, Ethan thought to himself. While showing no care with what the two apprentices were thinking, Ethan shooed them away with his hand. He then turned towards Abel. "How are you doing at the Morton Tower?" "I was just promoted to being a rank 2 novice wizard," Abel replied in the most direct way that he knew. Because of how close Sam was to him, he had no need to lie here. "Dear Spirit, really?" Sam said in surprise. If anything, he was the one who taught Abel how to train through meditation. He knew how long the routine was going to take, but 4 months. Genius would be an understatement here. As though afraid of letting someone else hear it, Sam whispered something to Abel. "You know, Master Iveline knew how fast it took for you to become a rank 1 novice wizard. Even now, he's still mad that he gave you away to Master Morton." Abel suddenly understood that Wizard Iveline was probably in the magic tower this time. That was why Sam spoke so quietly. "Sam, are you saying bad words about me?" A voice came from their back, making Sam shake his hand. "Teacher, how are you today?" Sam stood up from his chair and greeted him. Abel stood up as well as Sam did. He was surprised because the man that Sam called him the teacher was pretty young. Sam was in his 40s. He became a trainee wizard 20 years ago. His teacher should be at least 60 years old. He should be, but... "You must be Abel," the Iveline wizard said as he touched his face. "I can see that you're surprised. Wizards don't just live longer, you see. Their appearance change when they've reached about 150 years of age. If you have become a wizard at 20 years old like me, you can keep your face even when you're 130 years old." That didn't add up. If Wizard Iveline could be a formal wizard before he was 30, why was he still a level 6 wizard during all this time? It's hard to find the right answer to that question. Whatever this man was saying, he must be hiding some secrets behind him. Abel should start worrying about himself, though. If he became a formal wizard soon, he would have to look like a child for a very, very long time. "Sir, if a minor becomes a wizard, will he never grow up?" "You're so confident." Wizard Iveline laughed. "Take it easy, boy. If the situation you described happens, your body would grow until it's fully developed." Wizard Iveline knew what he thought. Abel was embarrassed and touched his head. "Abel, I'm very regretful." Wizard Iveline continued. "Morton just talked to me because he wants his own wizard apprentice. I didn't know before, but you are a genius. If I knew earlier, I would have never let you go." "What about me, sir?" Sam interrupted because he just had to. "Shut your trap, Sam. You're worthless compared to him. Worthless, do you hear me?" Wizard Iveline's face reddened as he shouted at Sam, then toned down a little as he noticed Abel's reaction. "Abel is far stronger than you. He killed Wizard Black, a rank 7 dark wizard, all by himself. If you can do the same, Sam, I will be just as proud of you as I am for Abel." "Don't worry, sir," Sam said jokingly. "I'll kill any rank 7 dark wizard when I become a formal wizard. If you tell me the names on your list, sir, I'll get their heads for you soon enough." How far the gossip spreads, Abel thought. The murder he committed was in Carol City, but the news spread in just a few hours. Level 7 dark wizard appeared in the 4 normally peaceful duchies. That alone was already big news. But more shocking yet, he was killed by a rank 2 novice wizard. Such news was simply impossible to hide. In just several minutes, many of Wizard Iveline's friends came and told him about it. Wizard Iveline punched Sam in the head, then pointed towards Abel. "You see that boy? Do you see that? That's goddamn genius right there. He's your nephew, and your nephew defeated a level 7 wizard today." Sam finally shut up. Instead of making any more smart remarks, he just looked at Abel with his mouth open. The more that he had thought about what Wizard Iveline was saying, the more he was stunned by how talented Abel is. Wizard Iveline gave a lighter smack at Sam. "Look at yourself, Sam. Do you look like a wizard? Talk to me, damn it, are you a wizard?" Abel explained in a soft voice. To be fair, the dark wizard I killed didn't know that I'm also an immediate knight. He should have never got close to me. But he didn't know better." "What, you're an immediate knight?" Sam's jaw dropped even further. He couldn't believe how much of a genius Abel was. "Would you stop being so humble, Abel?" Wizard Iveline sighed. "Either that, or you should start learning more about dark wizards. Even elite knights are a piece of cake for them. Yes, I am talking about close-range combat." Abel argued as he acted out what he did back then. I also used some tricks too. I told him who my teacher was, and I kicked him in the groins as he thought about whether he should attack me or not. Look at those thick leg muscles. As Abel showed how he destroyed Wizard Black's balls. Both Eveline Wizard and Sam closed their legs together. They felt sympathy for the pain that Wizard Black had suffered, and they also praised Abel for his quick-wittedness. Level 7 Dark Wizards were different from those who do experiments at magic towers. They were all deadly assassins, which would make sure that their target was dead every time they attack. Yet, despite all that, Wizard Black was still defeated. Abel explained it as being lucky, but Wizard Eveline didn't think so. Abel, you're Sam's nephew. That means we are family. Though you are not living here. Morton and I are close friends. We always welcome you to come over here. Wizard Eveline took out a status card to Abel. Abel looked at the status card in doubt, wondering if he could accept it. Sam laughed. Just take it, Abel. This is a VIP guest card. You can get an extra one in the future if you want. Wizard Eveline laughed. There are supposed to be 2 of these at each magic tower. Because of how small our tower is, we don't get a lot of VIPs coming to visit us. Just take it. Since you are a part of our family, you can come and leave as you want. Abel took this card and thanked Wizard Eveline. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wizard Eveline. Wizard Eveline had his PWN plans. For him, Abel was a very profitable investment, and as long as he was alive, he could be a very significant figure on the Holy Continent. By handing Abel the VIP guest card now, the Eveline Magic Tower might be under his care in the future. I'll let you 2 talk amongst yourselves now. Wizard Eveline stood up and laughed his way towards the stairs. Sam and Abel stood up as well and saluted him until he came up the stair. It's getting late, Uncle. I need to go back, Abel said. It's not like he didn't want to bond with Uncle Sam. Here, but he also wanted to check some of the treasures in his Kong Kong spiritual beast bag. Sure, you're welcome to come over here if you're free. Remember to use your VIP guest card, Sam replied. As a wizard apprentice himself, he knew how precious time was. Sam came with Abel to the door. Once Abel went out, he could see Finkel waiting for him. Why are you still here, Finkel? Abel said. Sir, I can't leave without your order, Fink replied with a somewhat smug look on his face. Abel said as he waved his hands. You can go to the 9th floor and study at the apprentice room. I won't stay in the magic tower tonight. Come to think of it, maybe Finkel wasn't the best candidate to become my wizard apprentice, Abel thought to himself. When Abel went back to the Triumph Boulevard, he saw Lorraine training a warhorse that he had once rode. Ever since Black Wind was in the house, he decided to let Lorraine have his horse. Stretch your left leg, Lilac, not your right, Lorraine said. She was training her horse to do a dance move. You are a good trainer, Lorraine. I didn't think that it's going to be this fast for you to train this horse to do dressages. Abel was glad with the way that Lorraine was spending her time. As an elf, it was hard for her to integrate into human society, let alone with other upper-class human females. Since Lorraine wasn't very interested, to begin with. She spent her time with the warhorse that Abel gave her. Abel, you're back, Lorraine called out, then threw the reins back to Marcy, the family trainer. She ran to grab Abel's arms. Sir, Marcy took the rein and bowed to Abel. Marcy, thank you for training this horse, Abel smiled. Sir, I have done very little. Miss Lorraine is very talented. After I taught her some of the basics, she completely did all the training by herself. Can elves speak with animals, Lorraine? Abel asked as he knew very little about elves. Some of them can. Not all of them though, Lorraine said. She didn't look like she wanted to go into the details. Abel changed the topic. Marcy, would you mind training Lilac a bit more? On the road towards the restaurant with Lorraine, Abel had thought quite a lot to himself. Not only was his closest friend, Black Wind, very friendly to Lorraine, White Cloud also seemed to like her very much. She was probably born with some special abilities which, according to herself, was very rare amongst the elves. In terms of combat capabilities, the druids were the strongest amongst the elves. As children of nature, they could manipulate both the forces of nature and their mana. They could control fire, soil, and wind. Due to their eternal pact with Mother Nature, they also could rule over beasts and plants. They could summon eagles, wolves, vines, and even elves that were in the elemental class. Lastly, they could shapeshift into other creatures, such as a big bear or a terrible wolf. There were two conditions to becoming a druid. First, the power of the will. Second, one must be close to animals. Judging from how fast Lorraine learns, Abel could tell that her power of the will was much stronger than the others. And all the signs up till now was suggesting that she was very, very good with animals. That didn't make sense, though. If she was so talented at such an early age, how did the humans capture her in the first place? How did she ever become a slave? While there were a lot of questions inside Abel's head, he would not ask them until he had sent Lorraine back to the elves. If Lorraine didn't want to talk about it, he wasn't going to force her. After dinner, Abel decided to spend some time with Lorraine. He apologized to her for not spending enough time together, and after getting some food from Ken, he went back to his room. It wasn't just Lorraine. Abel, too, had a lot of secrets that he couldn't share with others. Even if he was going to share them, he had to do it after he became strong enough to bear the consequences. In his room, Abel took out the board for his seclusion circle. In the center of this rune-filled board, there was a fire magic stone. Abel scanned this stone with his power of the will. About half of the gemstone's mana was gone. As it turned out, the gemstone was a battery for activating the seclusion circle. Besides the magic stones he synthesized himself, this was the second fine magic stone that he had ever seen. The first one was from his wizard teacher, who gave one to his classmates as a reward for her breakthrough. As long as it was a fine gemstone that was powering the circle board, Abel didn't need to worry that the circle was going to have a power shortage. In his Kong spiritual beast bag, there were loads of the same stones that he synthesized with his Horadric cube. After placing the board in the middle of the room, Abel took out the activation card for the seclusion circle. Soon, numerous giant trees appeared around him. With the seclusion circle under his possession, no one was going to know about his scrolls of town portal. No one was going to find out about any one of his secrets. Whether it's the defensive circle that was in the city or the wizards that were doing their daily patrols, no one was going to know what he was doing inside his seclusion circle. Abel took out the scrolls of town portal from his Horadric cube. As he inserted his power of the will into it, a portal appeared in front of him. After stepping into it, Abel started to feel dizzy, but it didn't take much time for him to recover from it. It was the morning at the rogues' encampment. Abel sat cross-legged on the ground and took out some of his battle trophies in the Kong spiritual beast bag. Pretty soon, the ground was filled with the floor tiles that were once made with meditation jade. Abel also had the jade pillow taken out, but after noticing how dirty the ground was, he decided to set up his Akara's tent first. Inside Akara's tent, there was a stone alchemy bench, some empty wooden racks, a wooden drawing table, and a wooden chair. After taking all these into his Kong spiritual beast bag, Abel started placing the meditation jade tiles on the floor. Because of how big the tent was, Abel decided to separate the spaces with some wooden racks. He then moved the ambergris timber bed, chair, and table over here. From this point onward, the newly decorated Akara's tent was going to be his private resting spot. One half for resting, one half for alchemy experiments. This was just a temporary setup. After learning how to make his magic circles, Abel could try completely cutting off the experiment area to the resting area. If he could do that, whatever experiment he might be doing, he could make sure that it wouldn't affect his resting spot. Morton wasn't going to teach him, however. He wasn't good at brewing potions, nor was he good at performing alchemy. After redecorating the tent, Abel went outside to have a look. While the tent looked about 2.5 meters tall and 3 meters in diameter, he wasn't sure if he could pack it up. As he tried, he noticed how easy it was to leave his power of the will on the tent. Since the tent's original owner was long gone, it was effortless for him to declare ownership to it. It worked. The Akara's tent was connected with Abel's power of the will. And along with that, Abel managed to learn how to control the canvas itself. He tapped on one of the support points of the tent, and it quickly contracted itself like an umbrella. It was too big for him to pack it up before, but now he could hold it in his own hands. Abel wanted to wrap up the tent with his power of the will. He tried to put it inside the Kong spiritual beast bag, but the bag didn't show any reaction. He tried the private storage box instead, and the tent quickly went in. Abel got a little surprised. He didn't expect the Akara's tent to be packed up so easily. Not only was it big, but it also contained a lot of various items. Since he couldn't go inside the Kong spiritual beast bag, he didn't know how big that was. Yet, he did spend a lot of time inside the Akara's tent himself, so he knew how spacious it was. Just to be sure, Abel took out the Akara's tent again and activated it with his mana. Soon, the tent slowly opened itself up. As he went in, he noticed that everything was the same as before. The private storage box had nothing to do with what happens inside the tent. Instead of closing up the tent again, Abel decided to walk towards the rest spot that he built. While sitting on the chair that was made of ambergris timber, he took out his sheep parchment scroll and started reading about the frozen armor spell. Since he had a similar experience with the fireball spell, Abel managed to figure out how to draw the runes for frozen armor in just 8 days. While the initial activation time for fireball was 2 minutes, it was 3 minutes for the frozen armor spell. This was because the frozen armor spell was more complicated than the fireball spell. After finishing with the rune drawing, Abel began to chant out in the noble tongue of the elves, "O the ice elf, use your divine power to weave a pure white armor around me." As he spoke, the rune pattern he drew started glowing in white. The Horadric cube on his right arm started reflecting a dark gold light, which somehow made the rune pattern larger than it originally was. Eventually, an armor glowing in frost appeared around Abel's body. Watching as the Horadric cube glowed in dark gold light, Abel felt like his effort was worth it. The frozen armor rune pattern he drew was recognized by the Horadric cube. After spending 8 days on it, his work finally paid off. Skill: frozen armor. Description: increase your defense while freezing your enemies when they hit you. Mana cost 7. Defense bonus 25%. Spell duration 108 seconds. Freeze duration 1.1 seconds. Current skill level 0. Progress till the next level 1/5000. After Abel finished reading the skill description, the frozen armor on him exploded and vanished in the air. Abel tried to draw a frozen armor pattern again. As he lifted his finger in the air, the skill tree in his Horadric cube was being activated. Suddenly, a voice came to ask him inside his head, "Do you want to activate your frozen armor spell with your skill tree?" Yes, Abel thought, and a complete rune pattern suddenly appeared in his right hand. Without even doing the enchantments, the rune pattern started sucking mana out of him on its own, and soon, a set of frozen armor appeared around his body. Abel felt safe as the chilling sensation of the frozen armor surrounded him. He's finally got a defensive spell of his own. While it was only effective in close-range combat, he didn't think that long-range attacks would do a lot of damage to him. He was an intermediate knight, after all. Besides, he could use Golden Combat Kai. Sure, even if regular long-range attacks would be a threat to him, he could always take out his magic shield from his portal bag. There was a downturn in using the frozen armor, however. Its mana cost was way too high, at about 7 points in less than 2 minutes. If Akara could be resurrected after all these years, he would love her to make some blue-quality mana potions for him to use. If only the hell creatures outside had their own potions. That'd be so nice, Abel thought. As long as he could loot enough potions from the fallen, he could practice his spells as much as he liked to. As dangerous as that might be, it sounded like a much better choice than to study alone inside his lab. From his calculation, Abel could tell that he had 2 more days left. Because of how fast his body was growing due to puberty, he could no longer fit inside his blue armor. Abel stayed at Rogue's encampment every night. While his body would revert back to its original state when he left the dark world, the strain his body received during training would stay. As a result, not only was he starting to get a bigger appetite every single day, but he was also starting to grow at a much faster rate. The blue armor was originally 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall. Since Abel was about 1.9 meters tall now, he became oversized for it. That being said, it was good to have the frozen armor spell instead of making new armor according to his new body size. The next time he was making his own armor, so he thought he would have to wait for his body to stop getting taller first. So far, the only equipment Abel could use as a shield, an ice magic sword, and a knight's lance that could bump his enemies away. As he realized that he had no way to launch a long-range attack, he took out his hairy bow. Ever since Abel became a knight, he had hardly used the hairy bow at all. Although it was strong enough to kill both beginner and intermediate knights instantaneously, He was already strong enough to take on advanced knights in a one-on-one fight. While the hairy bow did kill about 100 or so virgins before, it was not a very useful tool now. Apart from drawing his enemies to him, there really wasn't any use for it. As a knight, having a good sword, a shield, a knight lance, and a good bow were important. Yet even as a master blacksmith, Abel was afraid that he couldn't find a suitable bow for himself. For someone as strong as him, he would need a super sturdy bow, one that could satisfy his 4,000 pound strength. As he contemplated to himself, Abel walked into the bloor moor once more. This time, he decided that he wouldn't wear any armor. To stop the quill rats from ambushing him, he had to detect them first with his power of the will, which, at his current level, had a range as far as 16 meters in radius. If the enemies were outside the 16-meter radius, he would have to depend on his fight instinct as an intermediate knight. Abel really wanted to become an advanced knight now. After fighting some elite knights himself, he knew how much keener their sense of danger as compared to intermediate knights. If he managed to become an advanced knight himself, he would have a much higher survival rate inside the bloor moor that he was in now. As he concentrated on his power of the will, Abel could tell that a thorn was shot towards him. He quickly picked up his magic shield, which made the flying thorn bounce off it. He stuck his ice magic sword in the ground, lifted his finger, and launched a fireball towards a quill rat that was about 20 meters away from him. The mouse gave a terrible shriek when it was hit. Yet in Abel's view, the wound was not very serious. In fact, as the quill rat was just about to be burnt to its death, a blue light flashed across it and quickly extinguished the flames. Abel frowned. There's something odd about this quill rat. Maybe it was a pack leader. Talk about back luck. He didn't expect to see one right after getting out of the rogue's encampment. It wasn't the worst situation to be in, though. Whether it was a pack leader or not, quill rats were the weakest hell creatures out there. The one Abel encountered just now was only a little bit harder to kill. Yeah, harder to kill, as in it could be killed with 5 fireballs. Wait a second. If it's just an ordinary quill rat, it could be killed with 1 or 2 fireballs that's not even upgraded. Abel's fireball was in level 7. If he had to use 5 of them to kill this pack leader, that means it was already stronger than a knight's commander in terms of its defensive capability. The leader one used its final strength to let out a loud, terrible squeak, which spread far away from the blood moor. Just to be safe, Abel threw another fireball at the dying rat. A dark shadow flew over the quill rat's corpse. It was then absorbed into the Horadric cube on his right arm. Although Abel was sure that it was dead, he didn't let his guard down at all. If anything, his power of the will was telling him that danger was coming. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. There was a giant horde of creatures moving towards Abel. Abel was nervous, of course. He took out his shield and prepared to withdraw, but as he heard the many squeaks in the air, he gave up on the idea of retreating. Solid defense, Abel screamed, and his golden combat kai surrounded his shield, which was then connected to the ground below him. Dang 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 dang. There were hundreds of quill rats shooting thorns at Abel. It was literally a rain of spikes. As the shield was not large enough, it could only cover some key components of his body. Fortunately, however, Abel used the Bennett family's secret knight's technique, solid defense, just in time. As his shield was connected to the ground, he created a barrier large enough to cover up his entire body. When was this attack ever going to end? While they weren't doing a lot of damage to Abel, he had to use up a lot of his combat kai to guard against them. Actually, it was the first time that he felt like he didn't have enough combat kai in him. This was a very rare discovery for him because his kai core was much larger, many times over even than that of any ordinary knight. This just couldn't go on. While connecting to his private storage box with his power of the will, Abel reached for the improved version of his 130 skill exploding big sword. As it instantly appeared in his hand, he threw it as far towards his front as he could. Although he couldn't see anything outside the shield, his power of the will would tell him everything. 3, 2, 1, boom. As Abel counted, a huge explosion followed. With some metal shards in them, a huge amount of soil splattered on his shield. If he wasn't using his solid defense, he would have been gravely injured there. He did have to use up a large amount of his combat kai in such a short time, but still. In a split second, a large number of shadows rushed into the Horadric cube. This time, Abel made sure that these shadows belonged to the souls of quill rats. Just now, there wasn't any attack coming from the direction that he threw his exploding big sword at. Without giving it too much thought, another exploding big sword appeared in Abel's hand. As he felt an attack coming from a certain direction, he just threw it towards there. Boom! And again. Boom! The rest of the pack was still attacking. Were these creatures not afraid of death? As Abel's combat Kai was about to run, his last explosive sword appeared in his hand. Boom! While the exploding big sword could do both physical and fire damage, Abel still had to throw out 4 of them before he was able to clear off his enemies. When he was done, the world around him was back to being quiet. He couldn't feel any attack on his shield. The Horadric cube was like a bottomless container, silently absorbing the countless souls that Abel has just claimed. After letting out a sigh of relief, Abel finally withdrew his magic shield. There was a pile of dead quill rats in front of him. While most of them were turned into mush, some of them were still half alive. Abel picked up his ice magic sword and killed the struggling ones. To his discovery, the neck was the vital spot of these rats. As soon as he poked his blade in their necks, these rats would stop struggling almost immediately. Suddenly, the power of the will warned Abel that a long thorn was coming at him, to which Abel raised the shield and deflected it. After that, he threw the ice magic sword and nailed the quill rat that was attacking him to the ground. Abel stretched out his right index finger. As he shot out a fireball, it quickly killed that rat as it was struggling on the ground. While it was already injured, it would have died to this level 7 fireball even if it was in perfect condition. As it turned out, fireballs were more convenient than the ice magic sword if Abel wanted to clear off these quill rats. As he started tapping with his right hand's fingers, he continued to hit the quill rats that were trying to make an escape. This was a slaughter. The quill rats that had completely lost their ability to fight back. When Abel's mana ran out, he picked up the ice magic sword and continued to kill these quill rats. He got good at it. It was like picking oysters out of their shells. By inserting his blade into the rat's neck, he could easily separate the head from the body. He was doing all of this with the guide of his power of the will, of course. As many souls entered into his right arm, a dark golden light flashed out from the Horadric cube. Instead of opening the cube right away, Abel decided to hurry up and kill all the remaining quill rats first. After he was done, he quickly opened up the cube with his finger. Inside the Horadric cube, there was the Tome of Town Portal, private storage box, and the Kong Kong spiritual beast bag. Nothing was lost. "What's this?" Abel said as he found a dark golden crystal bottle at the corner of the cube. He used the power of the will to take it in his hand. It was a wide-based crystal bottle, and by looking through the transparent glass that was used to make, Abel could see that the liquid inside had a dark golden shade to it. What kind of potion could be this color? Abel opened it as carefully as he could. The smell was kind of weird. Yet, regardless of how sketchy it seemed, a voice was telling him that he had to drink. It was his own soul. It was demanding that he had to drink this potion. If Abel had to guess, this potion must be synthesized by the quill rats that he killed. But if the Horadric cube has just made drink made out of corrupted souls, would be safe actually to have a taste of it. Since the potion was in dark gold quality, the Horadric cube just showed its name Soul Potion without any description. Can I drink this, should I? Abel was hesitant, but he trusted the Horadric cube. After all, it gave him all the skills he had in this world. With that in mind, Abel poured the strange-smelling potion into his mouth. As he swallowed, Abel felt the blood rushing towards his brain. At this moment, his mind was like the CPU of a supercomputer, running faster and faster. All the knowledge he learned in the past few months, the 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level apprentice wizard's rune, fireball pattern, frozen armor pattern, the noble tongue of the elves, and so on. They had been reanalyzed by his brain, the 2 spell patterns, especially. After learning how to draw their rune patterns, he just kept using the Horadric cube to cast them. It was convenient with the Horadric cube skill tree, but the only way for him to memorize the patterns was to do them manually. Without the correct understanding of these runes, there was no way that he could learn the extended versions of them. The long noble tongue of the elves for issuing the spell was an important reason for limiting the speed. In Abel's brain, a virtual Abel was using this tongue, and each fireball pattern was reflected in his mind. as the virtual continuously issued the spells. He mastered the spell gradually. Inside Abel's imagination, he would have an infinite amount of mana. Not only that, but the number of words he needed to chant out in the noble tongue of the elves was also reduced. It was cut from the original 4 sentences to 3, to 2, and finally just 1 sentence. As Abel imagined himself firing the fireball one by one, he tried to deconstruct the entire spell. He tried to alter the sentence structure of the spell enchantment, which, in the end, made it possible to activate the spell fireball with just the word fireball. Abel didn't have to go so far to do this. The noble elves that invented this spell could have done the same thing, but they decided to add words of praise into the enchantments. They probably did this so that everyone would subconsciously praise them when the spells were activated. Next was the frozen armor spell. When the frozen armor was placed on Abel, the imagined version, it automatically disappeared so that the virtual one could continue to perform it. Again and again, the spell was completely mastered by him. Just as he attempted to reduce the spell enchantment of this technique, his brain suddenly ended the simulation. The effect of the soul potion had passed. Abel felt like he just got a strong adrenaline rush. But it quickly reduced after a few minutes. The soul potion was very powerful, so powerful that it almost brought him into the state of realization. Like some sort of high-quality fuel, it forced his brain to exceed his limit to imagine and analyze things. Shockingly enough, Abel fully recharged his mana in a very short time. After realizing, he decided that he wanted to try the spell that he had just mastered. Fireball, as Abel said, his finger flicked in the air. In just spent half a second, a fireball was thrown from his hand. Yes, even without the help of the Horadric cube. From what Uncle Sam told him, he had spent more than 20 years to decrease the speed of his fireball to 1.5 seconds. What Sam also told Abel was that the Iveline wizard could release a fireball just half a second. Half a second was just as fast as Abel's fireball just then. So, with just 1 bottle of the soul potion, Abel became as good as the wizard Iveline. "O the ice elf, use your divine power to weave pure white armor around me," Abel sang as he drew the pattern in the air. A 1.5 seconds later, a frozen armor was placed around him. Because the frozen armor spell was more complicated than the fireball, the speed of the pattern drawing was much slower. And because Abel didn't finish his simulation in time, the enchantment for this technique was not yet simplified. Abel was a bit unsatisfied, but under normal circumstances, each spell must be used for tens of years before their activation time could be reduced. He had reached the level of others who spent many years learning spells, which was already a remarkable achievement. That being said, there was always a chance for improvement. As Abel checked inside his head for the other progress that the soul potion has helped him to make, he found a small ball next to where his 2nd-level novice wizard runes were. It was so small that he had almost missed it. Actually, how did it get inside his mind at all? When Abel used the power of the will to examine it, he could see that this tiny ball was a part of him. With the infusion of the willpower, this tiny ball seemed to come alive. Abel's mouth opened wide. He found that there were 2 of himself, one looking at the ball and one looking out of the ball. Is this his soul? Or was it the original Abel that died when he was a kid? But didn't their souls fuse already? The original Abel's soul had traveled through time and merged with the current Abel's soul. What was left behind was a small fragment of itself, and because of how small weak it would disappear slowly over time. As it turned out, despite Abel using most of the soul potion for his training, some of the liquid was used to strengthen this tiny soul shard. Because of this, the shard was starting to share its mind with Abel. Like a newborn baby, it wasn't capable of complex thoughts, but that was not to say that it wasn't alive at all. Abel didn't know this was the soul shard. But he knew one thing: there was one big and one small soul inside his body. He could think like 2 people now. The other half was not fully developed yet, so he wasn't going to let it deal with matters that were too hard for it. Abel was eager to get another soul potion. Because of this meditation, both mana and combat Kai had been full, and he could fight again. Looking at the piles of dead quill rats on the ground, Abel turned them over one by one. He wanted to look for more potions, but there was nothing among them. After chopping up a few rats' bodies, he still couldn't find anything. Abel gave up on finding the potions from these dead quill rats This was a real world, not a game where monsters drop loot when you kill them. After packing his equipment, Abel continued to move forward. This time, he needed to be more careful. There was no more exploding big sword left in his bag. As though remembering something, Abel took out a pair of telescopes from the Kong spiritual beast bag. Fortunately, he made a backup after Lorraine took away his original one. While the telescope might be a treasure for the others, for him, it was just like a toy that Lorraine liked a lot. Even after walking for about 20 minutes, Abel still did not find any quill rat. He probably just killed all the ones that were here before. Suddenly, the ground below him became soft. Then, a black hand stretched out and grabbed his calf. "What is this?" Abel yelled as he kicked the black hand. It was a zombie dressed in nothing but some very shabby clothes. It crawled out of the ground and staggered towards him. The zombie looked scary, yes, but it was moving so slowly that Abel could just walk away from it. While taking his sweet time, Abel wore the frozen armor on himself. Since he was short on mana, he couldn't just wear the frozen armor when he was in the dark world. Zombies, like the quill rat, were the weakest hell creature there was. Due to their slow speed and incapability to launch any distanced attack, they were the perfect target for Abel to practice his long-range spells. After Abel released 2 fireballs, the zombie turned into a scorched corpse and fell to the ground. A shadow soon emerged and was absorbed by the Horadric cube. Abel smiled. He could take on 100 of these zombies without breaking a sweat. But just when the thought came to him, countless black hands appeared from the ground. Just when he knew it, the 2 black hands closest to him had already grasped onto his legs. As they were turned into ice as soon as they touched his frozen armor, Abel easily snapped them off and broke them into powder. Weirdly, there were so many zombies. In most cases, zombies should be the hardest hell creature to find in the rogue encampment. They had little attack power and seldom moved in groups. Yet, at this moment, there were literally about 100 of them coming towards Abel. Although the zombies outnumbered Abel, their attacks were slow and extremely short-ranged. Abel didn't even have to make a defense. After putting away his shield, he took out his 5-meter-long lance and swept away all the zombies around him. As it turned out, the lance wasn't doing a lot of damage to these zombies. If Abel couldn't find himself a better weapon, his knight's abilities would be almost useless. Fortunately, though, the shocking effect of the lance was pretty effective. Because of it, he was able to keep a good distance away from these spawns of hell. Abel continued to fire as many fireballs as he could. On average, every 2 fireballs could kill 1 zombie. After firing about 40 times, he stopped attacking because he was short on mana. He could use up all of it, but that could, potentially, be a very dangerous move to make. This point killed about 1/4 of the zombies. Abel no longer cared about the physical damage that these zombies could do. He was more interested in attacking rather than defending. Every time a soul was absorbed into his Horadric cube, he would be more motivated to continue his attacks. His golden combat Kai surged as it wrapped itself around his lance. Even when his attacks were so strong that they could break the bodies of these zombies into 2, these damned creatures had no sense of pain whatsoever. Even without legs, they could crawl towards him with their hands. These zombies didn't seem capable of thought. The only thing that drove them was the instinct to bite anything alive. As they constantly moved toward Abel, they just kept using their hands, nails, teeth, and every other part of their body so that they could attack him. Slowly but steadily, Abel found out about something. Without physically crushing their heads, these zombies would never truly die. Abel changed up his fighting tactics. Instead of doing anything fancy with his lance, he just kept stabbing towards the heads of these zombies. According to his calculations, it would take about 10 stabs to crush the brains of these zombies. That frustrated him a little, and worse yet, since the zombies would be knocked 10 meters away from him, he had to switch his target every time he made a hit. What a pathetic way to fight. He was stronger and more skilled than these zombies, whereas the only thing that they could do properly was to defend themselves. Yet, it was exactly because of this that instead of being a massacre, this fight just kept dragging on and on and on. It wasn't hard to find something fun about this, however. For Abel, this felt a lot like a game that he used to play when he was a child. Yes, it was like playing whack-a-mole when he was on the street. It was a little different from that. Not only was the game done in a 360-degree fashion, the zombies just kept coming back after they were hit. After a while, more souls of these zombies were absorbed into Abel's cube. As time-consuming as it was, as long as some of his enemies went down, he could have enough mana supply to keep going. Abel continued, as he was motivated to get another bottle of the soul potion. With the number of zombies decreasing, the fighting came to its end. When the soul of the last zombie came inside his Horadric cube, everything became quiet once more. Abel placed his lance back into his Kong spiritual beast bag. After that, he searched the corpses in case he could find any loot on them. Disappointingly, he couldn't find what he was looking for. The most he could see was some ordinary jewelry drenched in black blood. Abel's hands turned black after touching these dead bodies. After taking out some clean water from his Kong spiritual beast bag, he washed his hands for a bit. When he was done, he gave up on the idea of finding loot from these hell creatures. Abel was out confidence to find more of these hell creatures. His mana was only enough for him to wear the frozen armor for 2 more times, and it wasn't like he could sit down to have a meditation session either. Yet he did not want to give up. After climbing a tall tree that he found, he started scouting around with his telescope. This time he gave up. As Abel looked into the telescope, he saw a sea of complete red. This red sea was made out of those tiny fallen with skins that carried out the color of hell. There were at least thousands of them. Within the sea of fallen, you could faintly see the shadows of a fallen shaman lurking within. Fallen were not one of those slow-moving creatures of hell like zombies. Although they are small, they were able to move very fast. Fortunately, fallen were not as fearless as zombies, and as soon as they saw their allies being injured or killed in battle, they would immediately flock the battlefield. The fallen shaman was the leader of the fallen, and as long as the shipwreck wizards were still alive, the fallen would possess immortal existence. The fallen shaman could continue to resurrect the dead fallen. Unless the body of the shipwreck was frozen after being hit into scattered ice debris, the fallen would be able to be resurrected infinitely. At the same time, these fallen shamans were also the masters of the fire spell, which can be seen from their skins. Their red skin represented the color of hell. Fallen shamans used firebomb to attack their enemies, demonstrating their mastery of the fire spells. This made the existence of the fallen shamans, along with a large amount of fallen, an extremely dangerous threat. By this point, Abel had completely given up his motivation to search for the flesh-blood wasteland. That large army of fallen was like a brick wall to Abel. If it was only a few fallen, he might have the chance to kill them off, but such a large number fallen had exceeded his ability by a long shot. On top of that, a fallen shaman was lurking within. If only the Black Wind were here, thought Abel. Even if he couldn't fight off the enemies, he would have been able to escape. At this time, Abel finally understood the meaning of this sentence. A knight without a mount is not considered a real knight. In the training of knights since childhood, there was little training in fast movement. The human bodies weren't built to move quickly. Hence, humans found a solution, which was a mount. With Abel possessing the first Mount Wolf in the Holy Continent, it would have added extra power for knight. Even if Abel couldn't deal with so many of the fallen at a time, if Black Wind was here, he would have been able to use speed to separate the fallen, kill the fallen shaman hiding inside first, and then slowly eradicate the rest of the fallen. Although Abel was only an intermediate knight, he could easily beat the elite knights, which made him extremely proud of himself. Moreover, when he was using his knight abilities, he was able to withstand a commander for a short period. While he wasn't able to beat the commander, the feeling of being able to withstand commanders already made his heart fill with superiority. Coupled with his recent magic spells, it had truly strengthened his capability in battle once again. As Abel stood in the fresh blood wasteland, the truth had struck him hard. Although he looked powerful in this world, his knight abilities couldn't even kill the lowest levels of creatures easily. Furthermore, his mana limitations were an issue. When facing many from hell, he was hopeless. Abel was, once again, eager to improve his strength. He had so much to learn, whether it was rune card or new spells, especially group attack spells, which were the fastest way to improve his strength. Looking at the time, it was already getting dark. It was a long way from the rogue encampment. Abel took a scroll of town portal from the Horadric cube, filled it with magical power, and a portal opened. This was Abel's first time opening the portal in the wild. As he stepped his foot into the portal, he thought he would return to his mansion in Triumph Boulevard. However, after he had woken up from the vertigo of teleportation, he realized he was not inside his mansion in Triumph Boulevard. Still, instead, He had returned to the campfire in the rogue encampment. This unexpected discovery surprised Abel. Was there something wrong with the scrolls of town portal? If anything had gone wrong with the scrolls, he would have never been able to return to the holy continent. Here there was no food, no people. He could not last long, even with his enormous portal bag. Confused and terrified, Abel tried to open another scroll of town portal, and a new portal appeared in front of his eyes. Abel prayed a little before entering the portal, even though he didn't believe in gods. As he stepped into the portal, his body disappeared from rogue encampment. In Abel's mansion on the Triumph Avenue in his room, a blue portal appeared in isolation. When Abel opened his eyes and saw the huge forest around him, his brain was unable to turn. It took him a moment to realize that this was the illusion of isolation circle. Finally, he had successfully returned to the holy continent inside his room. It turned out that the town scrolls would only return to the holy continent if it was being used in rogue encampment, and only back to the camp if they were used in the wild. Abel suddenly realized that this discovery of the town scrolls would greatly reduce travel time too. If the scroll of town portal could teleport him directly back to the holy continent, then there would be a high chance some problems might occur and teleport him somewhere else along the way back to rogue encampment. Therefore, he might get attacked by creatures from hell. During his dizzy teleportation state, Abel liked this feature of the scroll of town portal. Abel took out the circle control card and closed the isolation circle. Throughout one night, the magical power within the delicate magic gem had only decreased a little bit. With this interpretation, a delicate magic gem like this could support enough magical power to sustain an isolation circle to open for a month. Abel put away the isolation circle. He then went to the bathroom, cleaned himself, put on clean clothes, and walked out of the bathroom refreshed. "Master, the messenger from Bennett City has come over." Ken, the housekeeper, who was already waiting outside the door, stepped forward as Abel left the room. "What's the matter with my father?" Abel wondered to himself. Then he said to Ken, "Send the messenger to the guest lounge." "Yes, master," bowed down and walked out. When Abel went into the guest lounge, a servant brought in some snacks and juice. Ken then came in with a dusty middle-aged man. "Norman, it's you. What's the matter at home?" Norman was one of the 6 soldiers who had once been Abel's bodyguard. Abel knew Norman well and asked him warmly when he saw him. "The Knight of Bennett has asked me to bring you a letter, my lord." When Norman saw that Abel remembered his name, he saluted with some excitement and took from his bosom a parchment sealed in wax and handed it to Abel. "Norman, you've had a hard trip." As he said this, Abel opened the scroll and read it from top to bottom. Then he smiled happily. "Ah, looks like my elder brother is getting married. This is great." "Oh, before I came, young Master Zack told me to tell you don't forget the gift you promised him." Norman spoke softly, as if he was somewhat ashamed of what young Master Zack had said, but he had must obey young Master Zack's request and read out the message. "Haha, Zack still remembers. All right, I will prepare his gifts after this." Receive family news from afar, as well as happy news, made Abel very happy within his heart. With his current blacksmith skills, he could easily forge a set of magic knight's armor and a full set of the magic weapon of the shield for Bennett family to pass down to their next generation. To Abel, it was a pity that he couldn't learn new runes. Otherwise, he would have had more choices. "Norman, wait a minute," said Abel. Abel then ordered Ken to bring in the parchment and ink. He wanted to tell his brother about his current situation and give a detailed response that he would rush back to attend his wedding. Although Abel was still the son of the Knight of Bennett, on paper, he was no longer a member of the Bennett family. Therefore, regarding the response, it was still better to keep it formal. After writing the letter, Abel handed it to Norman and said, "You can rest here for a few days. Ken will arrange your place and just hand this letter over to my father when you return." "Yes, my lord." Norman bowed to receive the letter and withdrew. After Norman left, Abel turned to Ken and said, "Ken, in 2 months, my big brother Zack will be getting married. I'll need you to start buying some of the most popular ornaments in Bakong City and ask Coda Winery to send a batch of wine to Bennett Castle." As Abel rode his horse carriage towards the magic tower, even the driver of the carriage could tell that he was in a good mood today. Abel's brother Zack was getting married at Bennett's castle. On the carriage, Abel was reading Morton's observation record carefully. He had already learned a lot of useful information from the record, and whenever he had time, he would have taken it out to read it. Due to his power of the will, his memories were able to increase drastically, but in order to secure those memories, he still needed to read a few times before he was able to memorize those clearly. As the carriage departed off the main road outside of Bakong City and headed towards the mountain roads, Abel's power of will suddenly sensed a threat that surrounded him. It was like being stared at by a viper. "Stop the carriage," shouted Abel as he opened the door and immediately jumped out. "What's the matter, my lord?" asked the driver, looking at Abel strangely. "We will call it a day, head back first." Abel did not explain his intentions but instead told the driver to leave. "Yes, my lord." Without saying anything else, the driver turned the carriage around and returned back to Bakong City. Abel, however, did not move. His power of the will was now in full swing, as though he would be attacked by a thunderstorm if he moved a single bit. "Master Abel, it was not easy to find you," said a strange voice coming from somewhere. Abel turned and looked in the direction of the voice. It was a wolf rider he knew very well. This was the heart of the human world. Which other virgin could it be, especially when that virgin was Wolf Rider Captain? Yes, it was Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling. Due to the missing treasure of the Wolf clan, he was blamed by the heads of the Wolf clan. But since Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling was located in the human world, it was very hard to capture him unless a head Wolf Rider Captain was sent out. However, it would be very risky for a head Wolf Rider Captain to enter the human world. If anything had happened to the head Wolf Rider Captain here in the human world, then the power of the Wolf clan would be greatly weakened. Hence, no head of the Wolf clan would ever give out such an order. Furthermore, no head Wolf Rider Captain would dare risk their lives to undertake such a risky mission. Therefore, despite that Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling had lost the most important treasure of the Wolf clan, and this angered the heads of the Wolf clan, he was only asked to complete a mission to redeem himself. That mission was to assassinate the killer of Wolf family's sixth son Fowler, who was the human race's most potential blacksmith master, Abel. If Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling wanted to return to the Orc Empire, then he would have to accept the Wolf clan's arrangements to assassinate Abel. Otherwise, he would have to spend the rest of his life adrift and would never be able to return to the Orc Empire. If Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling didn't lose the resources in the first place, he would be successfully promoted to a head Wolf Rider Captain. Then nothing would matter at that point. He would be able to return to the Orcs Empire anytime he wanted. Not only no one would stop him, but they would have also given him a warm welcome due to his prestigious title. But now that Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling had lost all of the resources, with all of the treasures that would promote him being all stolen, all he had left was the armor on his body and his weapon. With no other options left, the only thing Wolf Rider of Flawling could do was to follow the orders of the Wolf clan and assassinate Abel. But assassinating a blacksmith master in the human world wasn't easy at all, especially since the master blacksmith resided in a capital city. In order to acquire details on Abel's daily movements, the Wolf clan used all kinds of connection they had in the human world, purchasing intel from humans that they have traded with before. With the help of these traders, they have finally found out that Abel was heading to the magic tower by himself every day. As Abel becoming a wizard disciple was extremely secretive, only a few people knew about it other than the royals, with ordinary citizens only knowing that Abel was living in Bakong City. The Wolf clan was well aware that if they had to kill Abel before becoming a formal wizard, otherwise, if they want to kill him in the future, it would cost them a lot of their resources. Hence, the news of Abel was quickly passed on to the Wolf Rider of Flawling as they wanted him to assassinate Abel immediately. Under these circumstances, Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling decided to ambush along Abel's route to the magic tower. Originally, he was planning to kill Abel by surprise, but he was not expecting his power of the will to be this sensitive. "Wolf Rider, you shouldn't have come into the human world," said Abel quietly, pretending that he didn't know who Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling was. "Master Abel, you know why I'm looking for you," said Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling assuredly. Why? Abel had offended the Wolf clan so much that he didn't even realize for a moment which of event Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling was talking about. "The great Wolf family were furious that you have killed their sixth son, Fowler. That's why they have ordered me to come here and take your Life, Wolf Rider captain of Flawling, said to Abel with a ferocious face. Great, Abel scoffed. Aren't you afraid that your beast gods will blame you for describing the wolf family as great? The word great wasn't an adjective that was used casually in this world. They were normally only used to describe the most powerful king in the most powerful kingdom, or the legendary spirits and gods that possessed immense power. To wolf riders, the wolf family was considered as the royals of the wolf riders, as it was a part of the spirit of the wolf rider. Hence, Wolf Rider addressed the wolf family as great. Wolf Rider captain of Flawling wondered why Abel was still able to face him so calmly. The feeling of being ignored irritated him so much that a powerful force came from within his body as he rushed directly towards him. Abel's clothes were freely waving around in mid-air. With Wolf Rider captain of Flawling's immensely powerful yet invisible imposed pressure, small leaves and dust were picked up from the ground and blew directly towards Abel. However, it formed a circular defense shield and scattered towards the side not far in front of Abel. The golden combat Kai of Abel had allowed him almost to impose pressure from the Wolf Rider captain. But this imposed pressure was much stronger than any other knight he had ever met, from Viscount Dickens, Commander Lowell to Commander Hopkins, and even the vice-captain to the Duchy's Royal Defense Force. Commander Lowell's imposed pressure was nowhere as close as this Wolf Rider captain. Abel's emotion began to look grim, as this was the most powerful opponent he had ever faced, and since the Wolf Riders were naturally a fighting race, it meant that they would be much stronger than an ordinary human at the same level. Abel then placed his hands into the portal bag at his waist as an ice magic sword and magic shield promptly appeared on both of his hands. Portal bag? As Wolf Rider of Flawling was still puzzled about how could this intermediate knight in front of him would withstand the imposed pressure. He noticed Abel also had a portal bag. In a split of a moment, he almost thought Abel had stolen his spirit portal bag. However, he quickly changed his mind after he saw the portal bag was on Abel's waist. Your teacher endorses you so much that he will give you a portal bag, but it will soon be mine, said Wolf Rider captain of Flawling. Eyes were full of greed. However, his human language sounded terrible. Little did Wolf Rider captain of Flawling know. The idea he had just disregarded was actually the truth. Too bad I'm not interested in what you have on you. Abel glanced over at Wolf Rider captain of Flawling, who had come here without a mount wolf. Since he was in the center of the human civilization, all he had on him was a battle axe while wearing a piece of armor. These seemingly unintentional words by Abel struck the soft spot where the Wolf Rider captain was penniless. When he had heard Abel's words, it immediately gave a war cry and charged directly towards Abel with his battle axe. Halfway through the charge of the Wolf Rider, a white outpouring of combat Kai from the Wolf Rider captain of Flawling suddenly increased the power of the axe, and the air seemed to freeze with its combat Kai. The Wolf Rider captain was so fast that within split seconds, the axe was already in front of Abel's face. Luckily, Abel had been watching out for his attack and avoided it early. Abel swung his shield in front of him. The golden combat Kai surrounded the shield as the battle axe flew towards it. Dong! Abel lightly twisted his body, and Wolf Rider captain of Flawling had been knocked back by a step from the rebound. Wolf Rider captain of Flawling's eyes was filled with disbelief. He was about to be promoted to a head Wolf Rider captain, which was supposed to possess the top class of fighting power. But now, he was repelled by an intermediate knight. Abel knew very well that in the first block, because the shield had the ability to absorb physical impact, the two weren't actually too different in terms of strength. This was the first time Abel had ever seen an opponent with a similar strength with him. P-Alpha Nanua 1 SOM. When Wolf Rider captain of Flawling was retreating, Abel screamed, "Knight acceleration." This was a secret technique of the Bennett family. Although he rarely had the chance to use it, it was useful to sacrifice his combat Kai for speed when facing a much faster and flexible Wurgen. With the use of this secret technique, Abel's body immediately felt lighter as his pace had instantly doubled. However, using this technique had consumed 1/10 of his combat Kai within his body. This was a substantial amount, as Abel's combat Kai store was a few times larger than an ordinary knight. This meant if an ordinary knight heir to use this technique, it would have consumed half of the combat Kai that was on their body. With the increasing speed of his acceleration, Abel waved his ice magic sword and prepared the standard knight's melee tactics. Abel continuously sliced, stir, stab, and wipe, but the Wolf Rider of Flawling was very experienced with these knight tactics. The opportunity was lost the moment he retreated. Afterward, the Wolf Rider captain used its battle axe to constantly repel Abel's attacks one by one, while continuing to retreat slowly. Golden Combat Kai and Holy Combat Kai seems like it can't help you, shouted Wolf Rider captain of Flawling as he slowly drew back. At that moment, his battle axe was already covered entirely with frost. As the two weapons collided with one another multiple times, the frost on the ice magic sword had finally burst out, as Wolf Rider captain of Flawling's body was covered entirely with frost. When Abel was about to advance his attacks, Wolf Rider captain of Flawling gave a loud howl, and a full body of combat Kai armor emerged in a flash, sending all the frost flying out of his body. At that moment, Wolf Rider Captain Wolf finally understood why an intermediate knight like Abel was able to compete with him in terms of strength. Other than Abel's massive power, he also had something known as Holy Combat Kai, which would allow him to attain 4x the combat Kai he had. Throughout history, anyone with this kind of golden combat Kai could often hold battle with an opponent who was a rank above them, and those who could hold a struggle with an opponent who was 2 ranks above them was indeed a rare gem. Followed by Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling's second howl, his combat Kai suddenly extended outward, like a whip that was striking towards Abel. It seemed that Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling had never used up all of his strength since the beginning of the battle. This was because the iconic combat Kai armor and the combat Kai aggression of the Wolf Rider weren't used until now. However, with the appearance of the combat Kai armor and the combat Kai whip, now it seemed that Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling was using all of his might to engage in this battle against Abel. The combat Kai whip was very agile and flexible. Even if Abel was using his Knight acceleration ability, he was still unable to dodge some of the sharp attacks from the combat Kai whip. With the current situation on his hands, it seemed that the only way Abel could win this battle was if he had used magic spells. But Abel's mana inside him wasn't filled up, as his mana was only enough for him to cast 2 times of ice armor and firebomb before running out of mana. Abel was blaming himself to the heart for not refilling of his mana before departing the city. Abel knew he had to use magic now, but how could he defeat his opponent with the amount of mana he had? Elves of the Ice, use your divine power, weave pure white armor and protect me. As Abel chanted the frozen armor spell and drew the pattern of the spell in the air with his ice magic sword. After a second and a half, armor made of ice crystals had appeared on Abel's body. As soon as the captain of Flawling heard Abel casting a spell, he was stunned. He knew that the blacksmith master in front of him had only been inside the magic tower for 4 months, so how was he able to use magic already? Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling's sudden shock gave Abel time to finish up his magic spell. Now, with the protection of the ice armor, the combat Kai whip would not cause any damage to Abel until the armor has fully shattered. As Abel completely ignored his defenses, he began to attack Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling with all of his might. Without mercy, Abel continuously cuts through the air from time to time with his magic sword. For Captain Wolf, he was also very confident in his combat Kai armor. Like Abel, he ignored his defenses and even attacked with his full might. The two masters were fighting like barbarians. The majestic forms and techniques from the start had disappeared entirely and replaced with an even more vicious and dangerous head-on-head battle. The sounds of clashing filled the battlefield. It was the sound to Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling combat Kai whip striking upon Abel's frozen armor. The sound of she could also be heard, which was the sound of Abel's ice magic sword colliding with Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling's combat Kai armor. The frost continued to engulf the body of Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling. However, it was soon harshly expelled by his combat Kai armor. By this time, Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling was no longer dared to attack Abel's frozen armor with his weapon directly. He knew the spell quite well, and if he did attack the helmet, he would have been frozen regardless of his combat Kai armor. This was one of the reasons that made these wizards terrifying to face. After more than a minute of this unaesthetic fighting, Abel felt his ice armor was beginning to crumble, so he quickly backed away. As he did so, he swung his ice magic sword in front of him, and his mouth began chanting, "The spirit of ice. Use your divine power, weave pure white armor, protect me." How could Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling miss such an excellent opportunity to allow time for Abel to cast his frozen armor spell again? Although it took Abel 1.5 seconds to throw the ice armor spell, in elite-level battles like these, 0.5 seconds was already considered as a very long time. Wolf Rider Captain Wolf then began to rush forward, closing in on Abel with all his might. His combat Kai whip increased the intensity of his attacks, trying to disrupt Abel from casting his second, frozen armor spell. Abel had put so much effort in front of him. Wasn't it because that he wanted to keep Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling at a close distance? The ice magic sword stopped in the air, and so did the spell Abel had spoken, all of which indicated that the spell Frozen Armor had been successfully interrupted by Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling. Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling was relieved. Without the protection of the ice armor, it would be difficult for Abel to withstand his whip attacks. Even if he had stepped up to his melee attacks, there would be no chance for Abel to cast his spells again. At the moment when the Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling began to be more relaxed, a complete picture flashed out in front of the ice magic sword in Abel's hand. It looked as if it had been printed directly in the air. Then the picture turned into a fireball and flew straight towards Captain Wolf. When the unsuspecting Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling saw the fireball coming at him, he was shocked. This casting speed was too instantaneous to even think about it, and now it was too late to avoid it. If it were a typical firebomb spell, it wouldn't have been able to smash open a Wolf Rider's combat Kai armor. But Abel's firebomb was no ordinary spell. It was already an elite level 7 firebomb spell. Captain had underestimated its power as the firebomb tore apart his combat Kai armor like a piece of thin paper. Abel had witnessed the power of his firebomb many times in the rogue encampment, but only to those creatures from hell with scary defensive power. After Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling's combat Kai armor had been torn in front of him, the firebomb penetrated his body immediately. In a sound of bang, Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling had been sent flying. Abel did not stop there, as he cast a second fireball that followed the flying body of the Captain Wolf and struck him again in the air. Abel was not confident to attack a Wolf Rider Captain in the mid-range. No matter if it's the firebomb or other spells, it required a bit of time to draw the magic pattern in order to be executed. Virgins were natural very speedy. If Abel had used the firebomb from the start, it could easily be dodged by Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling. Therefore, Abel tried to get the Captain of Flawling to some long-distance attack first, and only burn him to death when he got exhausted. Of course, this was only because Abel's rank was too low. If he were an official wizard, he would be able to lock in his power of the will, which would make his opponent very difficult to escape the spell, no matter how fast they were. As Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling fell onto the ground, from the air with a bang sound, Abel felt as if the Wolf Rider was a candle in the wind. On his last gasp, "If I had my Mount Wolf around, it wouldn't have ended like this," came the faint voice of Wolf Rider Captain of Flawling. Still not dead, Abel couldn't help but marvel at the surviving ability of these virgins. If the same thing happened to a human, they would have died a few times already. "So what if you have a Mount Wolf? You know I have one too," said Abel softly, crouching down as he looked at Captain Flawling, who had lost all of his strength. "You, the Wolf family, won't let this slip," cried Captain Flawling, struggling with his last effort. "Do you think you're going to die so easily?" There was a glimmer of greed in Abel's eyes, and his voice was flat. There was a trace of doubt in the Captain Flawling's slightly distracted eyes. The answer that Captain Flawling got was Abel's hand. Before he knew, one of Abel's hands caught him by the neck. And the golden combat Kai flashed with a great suction that stirred the combat Kai in the body of Captain Flawling. Captain Flawling was very close to the top status Wolf Rider Captain. The network of the meridian between his 10 Kai pressuring points was tightly netted. That's why he was able to unleash a combat Kai armor, but now his tightly netted meridian network had become his nightmare. Abel grabbed his neck with a hand full of golden combat Kai. A few meridians that had been seized suddenly became the passage for expelling combat Kai out of his body. Through an enormous suction force, Captain Flawling's Kai rushed towards the body of Abel, like massive waves in the ocean. Abel had a lot of experience when it came to this. He used his knight's breathing technique to surround the combat Kai that rushed towards him with his golden combat Kai. This balanced the external combat Kai with his golden combat Kai, allowing them to be fully incorporated. Captain Flawling had way too much combat Kai for Abel to take in, and a swirl began to emerge from the left soul of Abel. After Abel's body had balanced Captain Flawling's combat Kai, suddenly they all had a place to go. A large amount of combat rushed towards the swirl on Abel's soul. The swirl on his soul had been completed. It began to glow. Now, Abel was promoted to rank 13 Knight, with the processing take no more than a minute. This speed was much quicker than Abel was absorbing an elite Knight's combat Kai in the past. This was because their combat Kai was nowhere near as concentrated or superior as a Wolf Rider captain like Captain Flawling. Hence, Captain Flawling's combat Kai could transfer into Abel's golden combat Kai was much faster. Simple. Next came the replenishment of the combat Kai for the Kai pressuring point, which was no longer replenishment but directly into the air pockets. For a rank 13 Knight, the inventory of air pockets required was able to be quickly replenished. Abel did not stop there because, at this stage, he was already too late to stop. When Captain Flawling realized that his combat Kai was being transferred to Abel's body, although he didn't know what was going on, he couldn't do anything to halt the progress. But for some reason, he was able even to speed up this process. As Captain Flawling felt that he was about to die, he crossed his heart, decided to give it all he got, and viciously push all his combat Kai into Abel's body. Abel then immediately felt a difference in the changing of the combat Kai, but he had focused all of his attention on increasing his rank. This meant he wasn't able to stop what Captain Flawling was doing. He locked his hand tightly on the neck of Captain Flawling. There were only a few meridians there, and their rate of transfer still has a limit. If Abe had been holding on to the Kai pressuring point on the top of Captain Flawling's head, he would have been in great danger, as the concentration of combat Kai might have blown him up. Abel, with his experience of successive increasing his rank, quickly converted the incoming combat Kai into his own and guided the combat Kai into the center of his right foot to form a fourth swirl. With the formation of the fourth swirl, his right soul began to glow. Abel had been rapidly promoted to the rank of 14th Knight, and the fourth cyclone had been replenished faster than ever before. "You devil," Captain Flawling struggled to utter his words. He couldn't do anything about what Abel was doing to him, as he was in his wits' end. Abel couldn't believe what Captain Flawling was saying, as he began to laugh. Abel knew that the creatures of hell that he had killed were nothing compared to this. Those were the real devils. With the soul those devils already being eaten by Abel, he thought what Captain Flawling said was an understatement. The fifth swirl began to form on the top of Abel's head. He used all his force to control the combat Kai that had been rushed in. This was because this swirl was the most dangerous swirl of them all. If he was not careful when opening it, it would damage his skull very easily. Luckily, Captain Flawling had given up his last bit of will to battle with Abel at the right time. He was no longer using all his might to rush his combat Kai onto Abel, as he realized was trivial. But little did he know, what he thought was a small struggle gave Abel a hard time. Since Captain Flawling was no longer interrupting Abel, he was able to control the combat Kai with all his might to open up the swirl overhead on his head. Although he had already used all his strength to slow down the speed of the combat Kai, it still only took him around a minute until the swirl was completed. After this, Abel was probably the quickest knight within the Holy Continent to increase his rank. He also grabbed Captain Flawling on the perfect spot of his neck, limiting the speed and amount of combat Kai that can rush out. This unintentional move was complete. Abel didn't think much when he used his hands to grab Captain Flawling with his hands. He only grabbed Captain Flawling by the neck, as he felt that normally Wirgins had a much stronger and taller build than human, so the neck was the most convenient spot. There was a flash of white combat Kai glowing above Abel's head, and just like that, he had become a rank 15 Knight. This was followed by a great deal of transformed combat Kai, which began to fill the Kai pressuring point. They rushed in and rushed in. Soon the last Y press point was filled completely. Now Abel could finally call himself as an elite knight. His next procedure was to strengthen and tighten the network of the meridian between his 10 Kai pressuring points to his core. Since all the meridians between the Kai pressuring points and the core needed to be strengthened into a wall of two by the knight's breathing method, it would consume a lot of combat Kai. But what was happening was that there was so much combat Kai going on in Abel's body, it largely exceeded the capacity of his meridian. Therefore, there was only one job left, which was to construct it. At this time, Abel's power of the will suddenly displayed its powerful effects. Originally, the most difficult thing for an intermediate knight to be promoted to a senior knight was to control the formation of the meridian in their bodies perfectly. However, it was Abel's strength with the current situation. His power of the will was able to accurately assist him in controlling the transformation of combat Kai and the construction of the meridians. Abel decided to connect the Kai pressuring point on his right palm to his core for his first meridian. If it was successfully constructed, he could unleash a combat Kai whip like Captain Flawling had just done. Although it might have the power or the sustainability of Captain Flawling, it was still an off-body combat Kai attack nevertheless. Although the knight breathing method was simple, and it was also the most basic training method for all knights. After the transformation of the knight breathing method, the combat air would be squeezed many times to form a passage, and the passage gets longer and longer as more and more combat Kai was invested. If you are a regular elite knight, this process might take years or even decades to build up the combat Kai required. This was accompanied by countless of practice trying to control the combat Kai, but for Abel, he was constructing it with ease. However, now Abel ran into a problem. Both his father, the Knight of Bennett, or his stepfather, the Lord of Marshall, were only intermediate knights. Although they knew about how to become an elite knight, they only knew the rough process. Therefore, if he really wanted to increase his rank, he still needed to seek the experience of his ancestors from his heritage collection. At Freud, both knights thought that Abel still had a long way until he could become an elite knight. They had only roughly told him about it, and never gave any detailed explanation, so why even bother telling him about their ancestors' experience? Until now, when Abel was constructing the meridian connecting his Kai pressuring point to his core, he realized there was no experience he could draw from to tell him where he should direct his meridian to connect his Kai pressuring point to his core. He didn't want to risk it. It was not like building a house. There was no return once he messed it up. Abel felt like he had no idea what to do. His power of the will unintentionally began to scan over the body of Wolf Rider, captain of Flooring. He suddenly felt lifted in his heart. He thought to himself, I'm stupid. There's a real-life model right here. Never occurred to Captain Flooring in 1,000 years that he had not only provided the combat Kai for Abel to increase his rank, but also provided him with the path template. Now all Abel had to do was follow this template to construct his meridians until he eventually reached the rank of commander of the knights. There was no need to do any research himself. When it came to the prestigious rank of a commander, neither the Bennett family nor the Harry family of Harvest City had a knight of this title. Within their family, now, Captain Flooring's defeat had somehow assisted Abel in completing this missing part of their family's inheritance. Not to mention, it was also presented to him in a very specific way. The first combat Kai meridian followed the pattern in the body of Lord Flower and extended from the core to the Kai pressuring point, the palm of his right hand. This was a very delicate job, similar to an architect directing the combat Kai to work properly. Every time the path of the meridian was compressed, it will slowly form its shape and grew longer. Abel copied the model of Captain Flooring and began to extend his meridian from his core to his palm. Abel felt a tremble within his body, and a feeling of warmth spread through his entire body. It was like his body was being massaged by countless hands. Moreover, his power of will was also affected by this warmth too. This was a feeling that occurred on knights who had been promoted from an intermediate knight to an elite knight. However, this kind of energy felt different when compared to increasing rank as an official knight. Since this kind of energy only has a small impact on the body, but was also considered as a crucial factor in increasing rank. Starting from elite knights, they were basically impossible to be assassinated as these knights possessed an incomparable awareness. In case of any danger, these elite knights were able to react much quicker than intermediate knights. Furthermore, elite knights possessed the ability to impose pressure. Although their imposed pressure might still be considered not as powerful, imposed pressure was the most iconic thing about an elite knight. These two abilities were the main changes that would happen to a knight when they became an elite knight. And as the level increased, so would the two abilities. Obviously, the ability to be able to sense danger didn't mean everything. For example, during the battle between Abel and the Wolf Rider Captain Floring, Abel's murderous desire had never disappeared. Captain Floring must have also felt this sense of murderous desire too. When Abel was throwing his firebomb towards Captain Floring, Floring's sense didn't notify him immediately, as he was already in danger of Abel's attack throughout the entire battle. At this time, the combat chi flowing from Captain Floring's body wasn't reduced. Now all Abel can do is wake up quickly through the leveling up energy, then build a second pulse channel. For the second pulse channel, Abel chose the air pocket in the palm of his left hand to connect with the core of the chi, which was another complicated procedure to complete. The gas tube in the body was then extended little by little with a sufficient supply of combat chi. The procedure was completed very quickly. After the core was connected to the chi pressuring point in the palm of the left hand, Abel was now officially a rank 16 elite knight. Just as Abel had learned from the experience of the two elite knights and had thought that there wouldn't much combat chi left in Flowering's body. He realized that his combat chi wasn't abating, but instead, it was constantly flowing more and more into his body. Abel didn't really know why this Wolf Rider had such a tremendous flow of combat chi, but Wolf Rider Captain of Flowering was actually a very famous fighting monster. He was promoted to a Wolf Rider Captain at a young age, and he was also the most probable Wolf Rider to be promoted to a head Wolf Rider Captain within the Wolf clan. After many years of practice, he was so close to the highest rank, making his combat chi storage comparable to a head commander. The third meridian, the fourth meridian, the fifth meridian, the sixth meridian. It was not until the sixth meridian was successfully constructed that the combat chi from the body of the Captain Flowering began to weaken. By that time, Abel had already become a rank 18 elite knight. After the last bit of the combat chi was inhaled by Abel, the energy that supported his life had slowly disappeared, as Captain Flowering spat out the last breath of his life. His eyes filled with despair as he left this world. He was sacrificed for a 14-year-old to become a rank 18 elite knight. Abe opened his eyes and looked at the dead Wolf Rider of Flooring in his hands. It was the hardest battle he had ever fought. The enemy died in his hands, and he gained a lot from them. After waiting for a while, Abel didn't seem to notice the Horadric cube absorbing the spirit of the dead captain. In another sense, the Holy Continent, he could hardly see the shadow of the departed spirit, let alone by the Horadric cube. The Horadric cube, Abel thought, maybe it absorbed only the souls of the infernal creatures of Diablo, souls that were not meant to exist. Suddenly, a horrible thought came to Abel's mind. If Heaven's challenger had arrived at the world of Diablo to challenge in the past, how could they kill that many creatures from hell outside the rogue encampment? Through both the video game of his last life, or from Akara's message, Abel could clearly felt there were too many creatures from hell lurking around the rogue encampment. Abel had a theory and felt that it was infinitely close to reality. He thought that all human souls killed in the dark world do not leave that world, but were eroded by the energies of hell and transformed into creatures of hell. This gave Abel a chill. Perhaps he would face an endless sea of creatures from hell in Diablo. Abel then thought of the shipwreck monsters from the Red Sea. It reminded him of the long-range attack formation of the hand-furred mice. A sound shua came from somewhere. Then suddenly, a figure appeared on the side of Abel. Abel, who was thinking deeply at the time, was suddenly surprised, as he waited to see clearly. He hurriedly ran forward and saluted, "Teacher." "Abel, are you all right?" Wizard Morton looked at the dead body on Abel's hands and said, "This morning, I sensed the energy of something near the top of the hierarchy. I thought it was a commander. After a while, I realized that you were still not at the tower, so I came out to look for you, but it seems like you've already taken care of it." "Teacher, this a Wolf Rider Captain. Luckily, I had the help of magic spells. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to defeat him," Abel said while looking at the body on his hand. "Wait, I think I know this Wolf Rider." Wizard Morton then examined the corpse of Captain Floring carefully. He then looked at Abel with a surprised look and said, "This is Floring. He is wanted in the Duchy of Carmel, Duchy of Thunder, Duchy of Korra, and the Duchy of Laka. He is the most cunning wolf rider in the entire Orc Empire and is very powerful too. He is almost as strong as a head commander. I can't believe you killed him." Abel touched his head in embarrassment and said, "He was careless. He didn't think I was able to cast magic spells. Because of that, he was hit by my firebomb due to his carelessness. Haha, anyways, he did die in your hands. All right, hand me the body, I will take care of it, and don't worry, you will get the benefits you deserve. But now, let's first return to the magic tower, said Morton, laughing and taking the body from Abel as he seized his arm with the other. The scene in front of Abel made his eyes moved. In the speed of a hurricane, he had moved a few hundred meters. The scenery moved chaotically again as they traveled another 100 meters like a hurricane. Just like that, Abel had been brought back by Wizard Morton through his move in a flash. One moment Abel was caught in dizziness from the teleportation, and one moment he recovered. Luckily, he had a strong body and did not faint. Until he had reached the front gate. He had slowly gotten used to the dizziness brought on by teleportation. Not bad, Abel. When Carlos and I teleported, he was always screaming. He had even threw up one time. You're doing much better than him. When Wizard Morton stopped talking, the two had reached level 1 of the magic tower. Teacher, I am not as bad as you described me, am I? Carlos said, who was standing next to Camille on the first floor of the tower, looked resentfully at Wizard Morton. Why don't you come over and I will teleport you around? Wizard Morton said gently, glancing at Carlos. Carlos shrank back. He became silent as if he didn't dare to speak again. Teacher Abel, what's the matter? Camille asked, looking at the Wolf Rider's corpse in Wizard Morton's hands. What else can it be? A Wolf Rider almost assassinated my disciple. It seems like people are people who are willing to assist these Wolf Riders, sneered Morton. Abel saw that Camille and Carlos were genuinely concerned about him and were waiting for his news. He was immediately moved, but he said with a smile of indifference, Camille and Carlos, it's nothing much. It was only a suicidal Wolf Rider that wanted to assassinate me. Yeah, sure, does this Wolf Rider seem suicidal to you? This is Wolf Rider, Captain of Flawling. Many duchies are trying to hunt down this cunning bastard, and he still lived a good life, said Wizard Morton, giving Abel a sharp look. Abel didn't dare to say anything more. He then turned to Camille and Carlos with a furtive expression of resignation. Come up with me. The Morton wizard put his hand on Abel, and they disappeared into the first floor of the tower. Here's your cut, said Morton, throwing Abel a little bag. Abel, who had reached the 11th floor by Wizard Morton's teleportation, had only just come to his senses when he saw the pocket thrown to him by the Wizard Morton. He then quickly grabbed the small bag with his hand and asked curiously, "What's this little bag?" With that, Abel opened the little bag that was on his hand. The bag was filled with beautiful magic gems, 6 fire gems, and 4 ice gems. It's Black's, the dark wizard from the Duchy of Kian you've killed. I went to his tower overnight and took his valuables. The voice of the Morton wizard was very plain, but Abel was very frightened. Of course, he could understand what it meant to be purged by an intermediate wizard. Was an intermediate wizard really that powerful? So strong that it could kill off all the wizards from another? Rank 7 Wizard's Magic Tower. Seeing Abel's surprised look on his face, Wizard Morton smiled and explained, "You already killed the leader of that magic tower, and I had their control card, so it would be a huge joke if we still failed despite all of this. However, I still needed to be quick. Luckily, the intermediate wizard guarding Duchy of Kian only arrived after I took everything. He might not even remember who I am." Wizard Morton then laughed and pointed to the little bag on Abel's hand. "This time, I will divide it for you in the form of magic gems. The 10 intermediate magic gems nigh this bag is your cut." "Thank you, teacher." Though Abel was not interested in the intermediate magic gems, he was grateful for it. "Any questions about the frozen armor spell I taught you yesterday?" asked the wizard, concerned. "Teacher, I do not have any questions. I already understand the fundamentals of it," Abel said confidently. Wizard Morton then asked shockingly, "All right, cast the spell for me," as he couldn't believe that Abel had already mastered the spell Frozen Armor, Spirit of the Ice. "Use your divine power, weave pure white armor. Protect me." A second and a half later, armor made of ice crystals appeared on Abel's body. A second and a half, Morton was surprised to see Abel's performance, and his imagination was overturned. When he first saw Abel cast the spell Firebomb, his first thought was that Abel must have acquired some sort of quick-casting treasure. These quick-casting treasures were very rare and valuable, but they had many drawbacks. For example, the caster was only able to cast only one spell quickly, and they were also limited by the number of spells that could be cast. If the caster had run out of spells, they would have to use their mana to recharge, which was quite time-consuming. But now Abel had used the full spell and had demonstrated the full process of chanting the frozen armor in the air. Although he was fast, with Wizard Morton being able to see it clearly, he could tell that there were no tools that assisted Abel in casting his spells. While Abel had already amazed Wizard Morton by becoming a rank 1 novice wizard in such a short period of time, as well as being able to cast the firebomb spell from a prop, Abel was now able to master another spell in a short period of time, which was far beyond the reach of many official wizards. Although Abel may have used the ability of the prop to cast the firebomb spell, Abel did not rely on the power of any treasure to cast the frozen armor. It was just Abel's pure genius. Wizard Morton was certain in his heart. After discovering Abel's potentials, Wizard Morton made some changes to Abel's training plans. His hand made a pattern in the air, and then on the shelf by the wall, a sheaf of scrolls disappeared and appeared in his hands. Abel, you have much more talent than I expected. These are all spells that novice wizards can master. Take them all, said the wizard, handing the scroll to Abel. Abel opened the scrolls. The fire spell Warmth, the ice spell Ice Bullet, the electricity spell Lightning Bomb were all the other 3 spells of the novice wizard. Thank you, teacher. Abel had also intended to ask the Morton wizard to learn new spells anyways, and now all of them were in his hands. There won't be any more lecture this morning. After your life and death battle, I think you had a tough day already. Go back and have a good rest. Wizard Morton waved to Abel. Abel was then immediately teleported out of the 11th floor before he could even react to what Wizard Morton had said. As soon as he woke up from his vertigo, a fat face appeared in front of him. Abel was shocked, but suddenly he realized that it was his fellow wizard follower Finkel. Mr. Abel, Mrs. Camille asked you to go to her, said Finkel with a respectful salute. Got it, Abel said yes and looked at Finkel who was before him. You seem to have lost some weight. Really, Mr. Abel? Fat Finkel's face immediately lit up with delight. The main reason I wanted to be a wizard was that I've heard that meditation can help you lose weight. Abel then rolled his eyes and laughed. Finkel, that's the most outrageous reason I've ever heard. Watch out for the Wizard Morton. He will take you into the laboratory and make you lose weight there. The laboratory of the official wizard was said to be one of the scariest places in the world, as wizards conduct experiments with living beings, which was one of the main reasons many people fear wizards. Please don't harm me, Mr. Abel, said Finkel with a furtive glance up the stairs as the flesh of his face crumpled. You're actually something, Finkel. All other wizards are afraid of being eroded by mana, but you are using it to lose weight. Abel shook his head and laughed. You didn't know. In the past, at the side of the magic tower, there was too little magic. The fat that was trimmed away by the magic would come back as soon as I eat one meal. After entering the magic tower, every meditation, I could feel my weight going down. Soon enough, I will become an ordinary person. There was a light in Finkel's eyes as if imagining himself losing weight. Come on, don't think about these ridiculous things. Here you are. Remember to take it when you lose weight. Abel handed Finkel the unused box of Constitution potion that Uncle Sam had given him. Constitution potions. Finkel cheerfully took the potion. Then he looked up at Abel and said, Don't you need the potion too when you pick them up? Pick up? Where can I get it? Abel had only just heard for the first time that a Constitution potion was available. Have you not received your offer, Mr.? Finkel asked, looking strangely at Abel. What does the Constitution potion have to do with offering? Abel was even more puzzled. He had never used a Constitution potion due to his golden combat kai and had never inquired about it. When you receive the offering, the Constitution potion will be given to you together with the offering. Finkel knew by this time that Abel had never received an offering. When I come back, you will go with me to take the offering. Abel then waved to let Finkel out of the way while he makes his way to the 3rd floor of the magic tower, where Camille was waiting for him. Camille's reception room was elaborately decorated with elvish paintings on the walls. Although Abel had undergone noble training, he did not have too much knowledge about paintings, and he was very curious about it. This is a painting by the elf's painting master, Master Alamir. I love elvish paintings so much. When I saw it at an auction house a few years ago with the teacher, I begged him to buy it for me. Camille saw Abel notice the painting on the wall. It depicted a village painting in a distinctly elvish style. Camille, when I get a chance to go to the Double Moon Forest, I'll bring you some elf paintings. Abel smiled. He wasn't joking, because he was really going to take Lorraine home when he became an official wizard. And it was actually possible to bring some of Camille's paintings with him. Abel, tell me how many girls you've tried to get with these methods at such a young age. Camille didn't seem to believe Abel said. Camille, I was wrong. If I go to the Double Moon Forest, I won't help you with your elf paintings. Abel raised his hands in an innocent gesture. Don't you dare not get me any. As soon as Camille spoke, she could not help but put her hand to her mouth as she began chuckling. Abel laughed too, and for a moment, the room was in perfect harmony. Abel then took a precious ice magic gem from his portal bag onto the table and said, Camille, since you like these gems so much, you can have this one. An intermediate blue gem. Camille picked up the intermediate gem from the table and let out a cry of surprise. At this time, Joey, Camille's wizard follower, was bringing up 2 cups of juice. He also saw the intermediate magic gems on Camille's hand, and she instantly fell in love with those gems. Abel couldn't control himself, but shook his head slightly as he thought in his head. All women have the same attitude toward gems. A moment later, Joey woke up from her gem overdose, as she quickly took a glance at Abel, and whispered, Mr. Abel, do you know what it means if you give a girl a gem? This question caught Abel off guard a little. When he gave the gift to Camille, he only thought about her care for him, and since she liked magic gems so much, he would give her one as he had just received some from his teacher. For Abel, it was no use to him anyway, so he gave it one to Camille, but Abel didn't think about anything else. Abel suddenly realized that many men would give a girl these gems to attain a good impression. But Abel didn't even know at that time when he gave her the gem. Now Abel's face was suddenly blushing red. You are too talkative, Joey. You should go back down now. Camille then swung her hands towards Joey, telling her to leave, as she promptly trotted off with a chuckle. Camille turned to Abel with a smile. Never mind her, I spoiled her too much. Camille, I really didn't know it meant anything. Abel explained. Anyway, how old are you? Don't worry about that. But where did you get your intermediate gems from? Camille knew the value of the intermediate gems. The last time I went to Carol City with Camille and you and Carlos, I met a dark wizard. I killed him and got his Tower Master Control card. It was the teacher who took my share of the tower. Abel explained to her what had happened. My God, why didn't you tell me that? Camille's hand was in her mouth, and her eyes were wide open. As a level 4 novice wizard, she certainly knew what a dark wizard with a magic tower was. She couldn't believe that Abel was able to kill an official wizard during their trip out. She and Carlos didn't even know as well. I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't say anything. Abel pleaded softly. No, you just took the magic stone out of that bag at your waist. Camille remembered something as she stared towards the portal bag on Abel's waist and said, Is this a portal bag? Yes, I was going to give it to the teacher originally, but the teacher said it was my trophy, so I could keep it for myself. Abel said, taking the portal bag from his waist and handing it to Camille, May I? Camille, of course, knew that a portal bag was a wizard's greatest secret, so she was surprised that Abel had placed it directly in her hands. No problem, of course, you can look at it. Abel's most important possessions were in the orc spirit portal bag. This portal bag was just for show. The bag only contained some usual knight's gear and wizard's supplies. Although she had been a novice wizard for many years, it was Camille's first experience with such a piece of high-end wizard equipment, such as a portal bag. She then curiously placed her intermediate-level magic gem inside and took it outside the portal bag again, as she fiddled with the portal bag. Cough. Abel waited a moment to see Camille's restless look and coughed twice. When Camille heard what Abel said, she blushed at his warning. As she handed the bag back to him, she straightened up and said, Abel, I promised to teach you the basics of carving knives. Let's start today. Abel's concentration flickered. Learning how to use a carving knife was the fundamental of rune sign making. Although Abel already had a very good alloy carving knife, it had never been put to use. When he heard that Camille was going to teach him, he immediately felt a sense of excitement filled his heart. Normally people only use carving knives on soft material such as soft rocks or woods. However, as wizards, we need to carve on a solidified crystal core. Those crystal cores were almost as strong as a jade, so they were very hard to penetrate and very easy to make mistakes. Camille then took a sip of juice from the table and continued, so it's important to know how to use the knife properly. Standard carving techniques minimizes errors in the process. Hearing what Camille had said, Abel nodded. As he had previous professional knights training, he understood how important the standardized techniques were. There are 11 basic methods of carving knives. If you can master them, you can combine them to carve all the runes. Then Camille put the 11 basic knife methods summarized by the predecessors to Abel and said, "The 11 basic knife method is divided into straight knife method, double knife method, punching knife method, cutting knife method, astringent knife method, late knife method, dancing knife method, light knife method, buried knife method, flat knife method, and retaining knife method." Camille brought a pile of jade and began to demonstrate each carving method to Abel, who was too focused on avoiding wasting a single moment of this precious opportunity. The demonstration of 11 knives had just finished. In the morning, "Abel, now that I've taught you all the basics, the rest is up to you. You can continue mastering these skills. I am useless with these jade gems anyways. It will save you some time and money. Here, take them all." Camille then pushed a pile of jade gems on the table that had been left over from the lesson to Abel. Thanks, Camille. Abel had just learned the basics and was thinking about practicing, and the jade gem was just what he needed. "Oh, and take this book too." Camille handed Abel a soft parchment book. "Is this?" Abel took the book and opened it. It was full of the 11 knives that Camille had just introduced. But how could it be as easy to understand as a face-to-face demonstration? "I only wanted to give you the book, but since you were kind enough to send me this present, I spent a little more effort and taught you more about it." Camille smiled as she played with the newly acquired medium bluestone and joked to Abel. "That's what I meant when I said you were taking care of me." "Thanks, Camille," said Abel, nodding. Abel sat within the laboratory on the 9th floor. Since he didn't have many experiments to do, this place had become a training ground for his carving knife skills. There was some time until lunch, so he thought he might as well not waste time. The alloy carving knife was not in his portal bag. It was at that time Abel had realized he had put his alloy carving knife in the Kong spirit portal bag. Since he had too much secret on him, he was very careful most of the time. He had never used the Horadric cube and the things inside it when he was in the magic tower before. Although he has too much knowledge in regards to wizardry, he knew that a magic tower was like the body of its owner. Wizard Morton could know everything he did inside the tower. Therefore, Abel did not have the guts to take out his alloy carving knife from his Kong spirit portal bag. He took out a barrier circle from his portal bag and placed it in the middle of the room. Then, he took the control sign for the barrier circle and ignited it. In a moment, he arrived in a place filled with a big tree. The dimension he was in now was completely separated from the rest of the world. "This kid," said Wizard Morton, shaking his head with a smile, after realizing Abel had ignited a barrier circle in the laboratory. Although the mana wave the barrier circle sent out was extremely low, it was still being ignited within Wizard Morton's magic tower. So, of course, Wizard Morton could sense it. He was extremely supportive of what Abel had done. Every wizard had their secrets, and learning how to keep their secret well was a huge rite of passage for them. Wizard Morton was already well past the age of seeking other people's secrets. Although Wizard Morton looked like he was just about middle age, he was actually well past the age of 50. 50 years was considered a very long time for normal people, but to Wizard, it was still a short time if you took their training into consideration. Wizard Morton had just become a rank 11 intermediate wizard, so it basically impossible for him to break through and become an elite wizard at this point. Since he could no longer increase his lifespan to 100 years old anyway, he thought he might as well have spent all his time cultivating his disciples. He had cultivated one official wizard. If he was not impacted by the fact that his second and third disciple had locked themselves up, he wouldn't take up 5 disciples in total, including Abel. Seems like he doesn't have enough intermediate magic gems. I need to find a chance to give him more in the future. Wizard Morton knew those barrier circles was some energy-consuming monster, so he had already started worrying if Abel had enough intermediate magic gems. One of the reasons why Wizard Morton had taken up Abel as a disciple was because Abel was very gifted. Wizard Morton wanted to help the Duchy of Carmel to cultivate another official wizard while he was still alive. Another reason was that he guessed that Abel probably had some treasures for quickened spells on him. If other wizards had known about this, maybe Abel would never get the chance to grow up. Abel never thought his simple action of igniting a barrier circle to take out his alloy carving knife could bring about so much gratitude for Wizard Morton. Abel then stopped the barrier circle and put it back into his portal bag. Suddenly, he was struck with an idea. He shouldn't waste his time in the morning, no matter if he was in the magic tower or other places. Mana could recover by itself. Every minute it could recover 1 point. If he didn't use it up, it would directly go to waste. Abel recalled that very weak little soul in his mind. Although he could not command it to do any complicated calculations, he could set a time. From then on, that weak little soul would be able to automatically go to the Horadric cube and ignite the skill tree. Therefore, this would allow him to practice his skills without affecting his day-to-day schedule. Of course, if he wanted to practice like this, he could only practice non-attacking skills. But still, the time he had wasted was too much. Just imagine all these years. He lived a normal life with a full tank of mana. If he could use up just automatically unleash a spell every time his mana was fully fulfilled, he would have been able to practice spells many times without affecting his day. In order to turn this into a reality, all that came down to was if that weak little soul in his mind was able to set a timer, and if it was able to ignite the skill tree in the Horadric cube. Ever since Abel had ignited his weak little soul, he had always remained in a state with 2 souls. However, this weak little soul had never done anything. It could not even see the external world. Therefore, it had no impact at all. Now, if he was able to get this weak little soul to work, that would be multitasking. Abel tried to set a frequency for the weak little soul to press on the frozen armor spell once every 7 minutes. He then shielded the soul owner's connection to the weak little soul and waited patiently for a while. After 7 minutes, the weak little soul began to give out some faint remainder. Time's up. He succeeded. The weak little soul in his mind was able to send him a remainder after 7 minutes without the help of the soul owner. Abel had a weird feeling when he shielded the soul owner's connection to the weak little soul. Since the weak little soul did not have things such as feelings, emotions, and memories, it could not do any complex thinking. Therefore, it basically just started to count down like a machine and sent him a reminder every 7 minutes. During this time, Abel did not experience any flash of realization. If this was a normal soul, there was no way it could be this machine-like. It could count down very precisely without missing a single beat. It seemed like Abel had underestimated the ability of the weak little soul. Although it could not think it could probably do systematic tasks even better than the soul owner. The next step was to ignite the frozen armor spell. This spell could not ignite from the tip of his finger. Since Abel would probably be doing something during his day-to-day, this spell was unleashed from his finger every 7 minutes. That would be very inconvenient. Therefore, he decided to ignite this spell in front of his chest. After he figured out the formula, now all he needed to do was to apply it. The weak little soul began to carry the little bit of power of the will it had to the Horadric cube. Although the weak little soul had separated from the soul owner, it was still Abel's soul. Therefore, the Horadric cube was able to recognize this power of the will. The power of the will select the frozen armor sign on the skill tree and ignited it. The tip of Abel's right finger began to shine in white, so the soul owner immediately interrupted and tried to communicate with the skill tree. Afterward, the white shine on Abel's finger disappears, and his chest began to shine in white. Soon, an ice crystal armor appeared on his body. Although the owner of the soul had interrupted the igniting process, it was still successful nevertheless. However, Abel was confused. According to the old rule of the Horadric cube, as long as the spell formula was set for the first time, the spell would be unleashed according to this formula from then on. Now, he wanted to see if he could unleash the spell in front of his chest a second time. After 2 minutes, the frozen armor began to fade on Abel's body, and the weak little soul began to reach towards the skill tree in Horadric cube again with a little bit of power of the will. It ignited the frozen armor spell. In a flash, a frozen armor spell pattern emerged in front of Abel's chest and became a crystal armor on his body. Abel was overjoyed. The weak little soul was really a machine, and it had helped him so much. If he could use more soul potion in the future to make this weak little soul grow stronger, then it would definitely help him to do even greater things. Abel took out a jade and began practicing. He felt like writing words again. The first stroke, second stroke, when he was practicing an ice crystal armor, would appear on his body every 7 minutes. But as Abel was practicing, he realized something. Originally, the weak little soul did not affect his day-to-day at all since it didn't have a task. Now, since it had a task, 2 points of view emerged from his soul. One was what he saw in front of his eyes. Another was the machine-like counting sound within his pitch-black mind. Now it was Abel's mission to get used to this multitasking state, and practicing his carving knife skill was the perfect thing to do. The 11 carving knife techniques were not hard to do but very detailed. The weak little soul did not affect him much. Anyway, it was just some machine-like sound of counting down within his mind. As the weak little soul grows, its disturbances would get stronger as well. Therefore, if Abel doesn't try to get used to it now, it would be even harder for him to practice multitasking in the future. In a flash of a moment, Abel seemed to have lost all control of his body. He got distracted by the weak little soul's counting down sound. From time to time, his stroke would subconsciously turn into a small dot. Sometimes, he would even come to a complete halt when he was about to do something. Abel wasn't making much progress with his carving. Knife on the jade, and Finkel's voice emerged from his identity card. "Mister, it's time for lunch. Do you want to come to the first floor and eat together? You can go down and prepare first, and I'll come down in a minute," Abel said to his identity card as he stopped the carving knife in his hand. He threw all the jades on the table back to his portal bag. Abel continued carving his jade with his carving knife as he began to walk. It was like he was not willing to waste a single second. As soon as he made 2 steps, bang, he hit his head on the door of the laboratory. Abel was distracted by a weak little soul again. He overused his force and made a deep cut on the jade. Feeling slightly irritated, he threw his gem into his portal bag and took another one out. Bang, he hit his head on the door again. He then gave his head a shake, stuck out his head and opened the door. When he walked past a second door, he paid much closer attention. He succeeded, and he did not hit his head this time. As Abel continued to walk down the stairs with pride, the frozen armor suddenly appeared on his body. His attention was shifted, and suddenly he tripped. Abel threw out in mid-air. But luckily he was well trained. He did a backflip and landed with no problem. Luckily no one saw that. Abel whispered to himself, "What is this kid trying to do now?" Wizard Morton felt some vibrations within the magic tower from the 11th floor. These vibrations seemed to be coming from the stairs, so he thought he would go and check on it. When he arrived, he was just in time to see Abel doing a backflip and landed on the floor. "Still a kid, still naughty when no one is looking," said Wizard Morton with a smile, shaking his head and moving on. Abel thought no one had seen him as he carefully made his way to the first floor. After he had safely arrived, he let out a breath of relief. He should not multitask again. The first thing he heard when he arrived at the first floor was Carlos bragging about his achievements, which no one knows if it's real or not. "I've told you, last time when I went to buy a crystal core from the market, the wizard in the shop told me it was a fire crystal core. Nothing can fool my eyes. I recognized it's a poison crystal core in the first glance. Just like that, I had bought a poison crystal core with the price of an ice crystal core." Abel was a little puzzled. Even as a new member of the Magic Tower, he had already heard Carlos brag more than he could remember. Who is he bragging to now? With a glance, Abel immediately began to laugh. Fatty Finkel was viciously nodding his head along with Carlos's words while looking at him with eyes of admiration. Camille was sitting far away by the side. "Mister, you arrived." Finkel immediately stood up as soon as he saw Abel. He pulled out a chair from the table and proceeded to say, "Mister, your lunch is ready. Let me bring it to you." "No need, I'll tell follower Page to go." "Finkel, you sit down and listen to me," said Carlos. He then turned to Page and said, "Page, bring Abel's lunch here." "Yes, mister." Page turned and left. When Carlos turned his head towards Page, Finkel gazed at Abel with a fat face of resentment, as though he was begging for sympathy. From this expression, it seemed like Finkel didn't enjoy listening to Carlos as much as Abel thought. "As you and Carlos are such a good match, I'll let you guys continue your discussion. I'm not going to disturb you," said Abel with faint evil laughter towards Finkel. "Come, Abel has nothing to do here. Quick," said Carlos waving his hand. Carlos hopelessly glanced at Abel and dragged himself towards Carlos again, but in a flash, his face was filled with a big smile. "Why are you still wearing the frozen armor in the magic tower?" asked Camille, staring at the ice crystal-like armor curiously. "I heard that if you want to increase your mana, you have to keep using it. It will be a waste if I don't use it anyway, so I try to practice these spells in my free time as well," Abel explained with a smile. "You're so hard-working, but normally we won't use spells in public. Although they are not forbidden, it will irritate the training of the teacher," said Camille, taking a sip of juice. Ugh. Abel suddenly remembered that he had just used the spell while tripping over on the stairs. Let's hope the teacher wouldn't see such an embarrassing thing. "Mister, your lunch," said Paige, delivering Abel's lunch onto the table. "Thank you so much." Abel nodded to Paige. All the wizard followers were all very nice to each other. Since Abel was also very close to Camille and Carlos, Abel had also treated their wizard followers very nicely. After Paige gave a bow, Abel began to cut his steak into small pieces with a table knife. He then stuck his fork into a bit of steak. As he was lifting it, he was interrupted by a weak little soul again. Under the surprised gaze of Camille, Abel put an empty fork in his mouth. Abel had only reacted as his teeth harshly bit down on the cold, hard fork. "Abel, you okay?" Camille asked in a caring voice. "Yes, I'm okay," Abel said in a slight embarrassment. "If you are not feeling well, don't pretend it's okay. Tell us as soon as possible," said Camille, feeling a bit worried for Abel. "I'm okay, thanks, Camille," said Abel. He had no idea how to explain the situation. The moment Abel finished his sentence, the ice crystal-like armor suddenly appeared on the body of Abel again. Camille was so shocked by this quick spell, she almost jumped. Carlos, who was at the high point of his conversation, had also stopped. He glanced at Abel curiously, but soon he was back to talking to Finkel again. "Abel, is that a quick spell?" asked Camille in curiosity. As Abel was wondering what he should say, Camille quickly waved her hand and followed. "Sorry, Abel, you don't need to explain." Wizard self-ability was the most important secret to every wizard. Although Abel was not aware of this since he was new to the wizarding world, Camille was fully aware. When she asked that question, she already sensed something wrong. When she noticed Abel was pausing his speech, she immediately stopped him. Even though Abel had been extra careful, he still dropped his food 2 times during lunch. He also dropped his knife and bit his fork again. All of these instances had made Camille even more worried. After Abel finished his lunch, he quickly grabbed Finkel and ran out of the magic tower under the worry of Camille. When Finkel left the magic tower, he still thought Abel had a change of heart and kindly rescued him from his conversation with Carlos. The moment when they stepped out the front gate, Abel saw his carriage lead by the 2 Inferno Bull waiting for him. He couldn't help but look back at Finkel. "Mister, I had informed your steward to order a carriage for you." Finkel looked at Abel with worry. He had informed Abel's steward without telling him. Although it was coming from a good-hearted place, this might not do well with all wizards. "Good job, Finkel," said Abel, nodding his head. "Please go to the carriage." Finkel had become enthusiastic again in a flash, as he used all his might to pull down the stairs and open the door of the carriage. He then helped Abel on to the carriage. Abel did not pay attention to the stairs at all. Just with a simple lift, he directly jumped onto the carriage. He then turned back to Finkel and said, "You come on as well." Due to status, most wizard followers were nobodies. They only did what servants do. If they need to go somewhere on a carriage, they would only sit outside next to the carriage driver. "Thank you, mister," said Finkel with excitement as he stepped on, shaking the entire carriage. "No need to thank me. I'm only worried that with your weight, you would flip the carriage over if you sit at the front," said Abel jokingly. The bull carriage began moving. It was already winter time. Since Abel had a strong body, a bit of cold could not do anything to him. The carriage driver was also used to the cold, so he opened all the windows in the carriage. However, Finkel was different. As soon as the carriage began moving, the wave of freezing wind blew upon him. He couldn't help but crawl up into a ball, uncontrollably shaking his teeth. "Finkel, all the fat ain't protecting you from the cold," said Abel with a mocking tone as he proceeded to say, "Let's close the window." "Yes, mister." Since this was the private carriage of Abel, Finkel was afraid to close the window, no matter how cold it gets. But now, since Abel had commanded, he immediately stood up and closed the window despite shaking the carriage. Seeing the fat body of Finkel, Abel shook his head with a smile. He could not understand. People say skinny people were afraid of the cold, and fat people were fearful of heat. Since Finkel was afraid of cold that bad, Abel decided to turn on his heater and turned it straight to level 10. As the carriage continued to move forward, warm air began to blow into the carriage from the heater. That is. Although Finkel was only a novice wizard, he had been in the wizarding world for quite a long time. However, it was the first time he saw a heater in a carriage. Just a little something to play with. Abel did not explain too much, but before he could even complete his sentence, the frozen armor popped into his body again. This is, Finkel asked in shock. He was just staring at the air, opening with admiration, wondering where the warm air come from. When Abel's spell popped out of nowhere, Finkel almost jumped. He thought their carriage was attacked. Nothing, I'm just practicing spells, Abel said, and took out a jade from his portal bag and began carving it. Finkel was not an idiot. He knew that in order to make a spell, you needed to make hand gestures, and Abel did not make any hand gestures. It was not normal for the frozen armor to just appear out of thin air, but it was better for him to keep his mouth shut if he wanted to maintain his position. Afterward, Finkel watched Abel carefully carved on his jade. Sometimes Abel would suddenly leave a deep cut in the jade. There were even a few times the carving knife was heading straight towards his finger, but it always stopped just in time. Abel never hurt himself. Finkel had found a pattern. The frozen armor would appear on Abel's body every 7 minutes, and every time it was out of a sudden without any spells or hand gestures. Since Abel's basic carving knife training was distracted by the weak little souls, his progress was very slow. Luckily, he was highly aware of the danger as an elite knight. Since he was distracted, there were multiple times he almost cut his finger off. But the elite knight's awareness of danger always stopped himself at the last second. The Bank of the Holy Continent was located in the best region of the Triumph Boulevard in Bakong City. The exterior was built with giant snow-white rocks, and every one of these rocks was polished to a mirror-like finish. It made the Bank of the Holy Continent look dramatically different from any other construction around. Abel and Finkel walked out of their carriage in front of the Bank of the Holy Continent in Bakong City. When Abel was stepping on the snow-white stairs, he was distracted once again. If Finkel did not step up and hold him fast enough, Abel would have done a tumble right in front of the Bank of the Holy Continent. The Bank of the Holy Continent don't allow the use of any spells or combat kai, Finkel gently reminded him. Really, Abel had just remembered all spells were actually forbidden in Bakong City. Luckily he was just in the carriage, and no one had seen him use a spell. Up to this point, Abel had stopped his frozen armor spell through the weak little soul, but he did not stop counting down every 7 minutes. He recalled that only in safe places, such as the way from the magic tower to the city, he could try to practice multitasking. If he was in Lucas' camp, especially in the wild, there was danger coming from all directions. It was impossible for him to practice multitasking there, so he didn't want to stop practicing now. Finkel, go, said Abel, glancing at Finkel by his side. There were a lot of similarities between the interior of the Bank of the Holy Continent in Bakong City and the interior of modern banks. There was a huge counter made by black marble, separating the staff area to the guest lounge. All the guests who were here to take care of their business were waiting patiently at the guest lounge for the staff to call their name. Abel looked at the interesting scenery. It was more advanced and beautiful than he had imagined. Although it was only a branch, the wall of the bank was filled with carving of the goddess of wealth, as well as some image from legendary stories. This made the bank come across as very serious and high class. The moment they stepped in, they automatically began to lower their voice. A bank assistant, wearing a white uniform, stepped up and bowed. He looked at Abel and Finkel with hesitation. He was not sure which one of the two he should ask. After a while he asked Finkel gently, "Hello, sir, is there anything I can do to help you?" Abel and Finkel were both wearing gray overcoats with hoods. The only difference was that Abel's coat was made with full cotton, while Finkel's one was made lamb fur to combat the cold, so it looked more expensive. Finkel's body also looked to be wealthier, so it was easy to mistake Finkel as the boss. Finkel turned his head towards Abel, seeing that Abel was not paying attention. Finkel then turned his head back to the assistant and said, "Please take us to the givings for the wizards." The bank assistant froze and said with a shaky voice, Please follow me." Seeing the look on this assistant's face, Abel knew the title of a wizard was still very frightening outside the magic tower. As Abel kept thinking, he followed the assistant from the lounge to the second floor with a huge staircase on the left side. "Mister, please be careful." Finkel followed Abel with worry. Once Abel needed help, he would be right there. "I'm fine," said Abel, waving his hand. Abel paid closer attention to his steps and safely made it to the second floor. This was the VIP lounge. "Please have a wait here. I will inform our accountant to serve you." By that point, the bank assistant knew that he had made a mistake. Abel was actually the one with authority, so he quickly bowed and apologized. "No worries, we'll have a rest here," said Abel with a smile. After the bank assistant walked off, Abel turned to Finkel and said, "I never thought banks could be so luxurious." Luxurious was Abel's first impression of the Bank of the Holy Continent in Bakong City. It didn't matter where he looked. The polished white walls, or the interior filled with decorations. It was the most beautiful place Abel had been to in Bakong City, other than the shrine. The Bank of the Holy Continent was the only bank in every big city. This branch in Bakong City had gone through many years of rebuild and advancement until it became this building in front of our eyes. The banking union was also one of the biggest humanitarian organizations in the world, Finkel explained. By that time, a servant had already delivered a cup of coffee for each of them. Abel couldn't help but admire the customer service. When he recalled the times he went to the bank in his past life, he had to wait in line every time, and if he wanted a drink, he would have to buy it himself. However, that was only because he never went to the VIP lounge. The service there was pretty good as well. As Abel was thinking, his hand began to shake. A bit of coffee spilled onto the table. "Mister, are you okay?" Finkel quickly asked. Along the way, he already noticed Abel looked very odd, as though as he was caught up on something, always make mistakes. "Huh?" A woman couldn't hold back her laughter and laughed out loud. Abel turned his head to look, and at the same time, that woman turned her head as well. That woman was wearing a luxurious outfit. She only wore an extra leather jacket under such cold weather. Abel knew this woman. She was the mistress of King Leander, Miss Daisy. "Hello, Baron Abel." Miss Daisy did not expect the person she just laughed at was Abel. She was a little frightened as she bowed to Abel. She still remembered the day when her elite knight guard was brutally killed by this young baron. Abel was not close to Ms. Daisy, and they never talked before, so Abel only gave a slight bow back. However, the young man beside Miss Daisy caught Abel's attention. The young man looked pale. He was wearing a large leather coat with tightly netted patterns on the top. Although normal people could see it as decorations, Abel knew that it was a magic pattern for a magic circle. He wasn't sure which magic pattern it was. It was the first time he had seen someone with a magic pattern drawn on their clothing. Abel's rank as a wizard was not high, but his power of the will was powerful. He could clearly sense that this young man was not an official wizard. He was probably around the same rank as Carlos. Maybe a rank 3 novice wizard. The young man noticed Abel was paying attention to him, so he smiled and nodded. He then made a wizard greeting gesture with his hand in front of his chest, seemed like he knew Abel's identity, but it was not hard to guess. In this city, the only people who could dress like Abel and Finkel while still be sitting at the VIP lounge were either wizards of the servants of the gods. Abel greeted him back with the wizard hand gesture out of respect. Although this young man came across as very nice and respectful, Abel's elite knight awareness told him that this young man was not as nice as he had appeared. It seemed like he was not fond of Miss Daisy bowing to Abel just then. However, Abel did not care too much. He was so proud of his elite knight awareness. Ever since he began an elite knight, he could see the hidden intentions a lot better. This made socializing a lot easier. Abel continued to think, maybe the two commanders who were friends with Abel only became friends with him as they saw that Abel was genuine. "Who's that?" the young wizard gently asked Miss Daisy from behind. "He is Baron Abel. He is an extremely powerful figure in the duchy," said Miss Daisy. She didn't know too much about Abel, she only guessed. Abel was powerful since even the king had paid a lot of respect to him. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1SOM. "Powerful," muttered the young wizard with a mocking tone and stated, "Don't ever talk to him again." "Yes, mister," Miss Daisy gently replied with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She was originally the mistress of King Leander, living a life that everyone admires. However, after King Leander became the king, he married a princess from the Duchy of Cora. This princess was very good at her game, and she made King Leander totally fall for her. Just like that, Miss Daisy was out of luck, and her status began to take a downfall. Originally, she thought she was lucky to meet this respectable wizard Mr. Who could have guessed this kind-looking wizard was actually very bad-hearted. He liked to torture her for entertainment. When Miss Daisy just remembered how scary Abel was for killing her elite knight, she suddenly forgot what the wizard of her and greeted Abel. It seemed like she would be tortured badly after this. Abel's great hearing allowed him to hear what the two were saying. Although they didn't seem to like him too much, from what he could tell, it was just the expression. He guessed it was just the personality of that wizard. So they shouldn't have much conflict if they don't make contact with others that much in the future. By that point, a bank assistant had led that wizard to take care of this business, and Abel's assistant had arrived too. "My name is Julian. I am the Bank of the Holy Continent's head accountant. Please show your identity card," said Accountant Julian to Abel as she led the two into a guest room. She was a woman with a clear face around the age of 30. Abel took out his magic gold card and his identity card from his waist and handed it to Finkel. He didn't say a word. Finkel then handed Abel's magic gold card and identity card to Julian and said, "My mister is here to collect his wizard givings. Please wait a moment." Julian knew that Abel was a noble at first glance, and certainly not a noble with a low status. Actually, there was a simple reason why Abel didn't speak. He was trying to practice multitasking. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make, so he let Finkel take care of everything. Julian put the identity card into a gap, igniting a small magic circle. The information of Abel emerged from a jade on the magic circle. "Mr. Abel, you have not collected the givings for the disciples from Morton's magic tower in 4 months. Do you have any questions?" said Julian, turning back to Abel after checking his information. Abel didn't speak, he just smiled and shook his head. "I will order someone to bring on your givings, and I will transfer the gold coins onto your magic gold card," said Julian as she bowed. Abel then took out another identity card and placed it on the hand of Finkel. Finkel was a little confused. This identity card looked like the identity card of Iveline Magic Tower, but it was not the identity card of a disciple, nor a wizard follower. At that point, Finkel didn't know what to say. He only placed the identity card on the hand of Julian. Julian felt a little strange as she receives the identity card as well. Normally, wizards only has one identity card, but this young wizard had two. She put the identity card on the gap to examine. If it didn't clearly show the details of Abel, she would most likely have guessed a thief had come here to collect givings. "Mr. Abel, there is a month of giving from Iveline Magic Tower you haven't collect. Do you have any questions?" said Julian, her voice sounding even more gently. She had worked here for a long time. She fully understood what it meant when a magic tower decides to give a wizard givings. When Finkel heard the words of Julian, he immediately turned to Abel and looked at him with eyes full of fiery passion. When he used to roam around the 3 magic towers, he knew that givings from a magic tower was a qualification of that wizard. Normally, you didn't need to do much to get the givings from a magic tower. A magic tower would automatically give you givings during times of crisis when they think they could help. It didn't matter where Abel had gotten this identity card. It showed that he was already qualified by Iveline Magic Tower. Furthermore, it showed that Wizard Iveline must trust Abel's future a lot to give him an identity card for givings. "No question," Abel said softly. Although Julian might not notice, Abel's finger was jumping uncontrollably every second under the table. Finkel could see it very clearly, and he knew Mr. Abel was making mistakes again. After a while, an assistant brought on 2 wooden boxes. He then bowed and left after he placed it on the table. Julian opened one of the boxes and said, "These are 4 bottles of Constitution Potion, 8 crystal cores, and I will now transfer 40,000 onto your magic gold card. These are your givings for your 4 months as a disciple." Abel was a little surprised. Other than the Constitution Potion, he was also given 2 crystal cores every month. Although these were only normal fire crystal cores, they did not sell them on the market. If you really wanted to buy it, you would have to pay an extra 20,000 gold coins for teleportation and buy it from the Wizard Exchange ground. "Mister, other than being the disciple of Morton's Magic Tower, The disciples for other magic towers only get 1 bottle of Constitution Potion and 10,000 gold coins per month. They don't even give out any crystal cores," said Finkel with eyes full of admiration looking at Abel's givings on the table. These resources for wizard training were very hard to come by for an ordinary person. If you wanted a Constitution Potion, the only way was to go to a black market and pay the price a few times higher than the normal value. But even then, it was not certain that you could get one. Julian then opened the other box and said, "This is a red intermediate magic gem, and I will transfer you another 20,000 gold coins." Abel was shocked that there was a red intermediate magical gem being given to him. Red intermediate magic gems were normally the givings for official wizards. If he was given one of them every month, she would have 12 of them in a year. That meant Eveline Magic Tower was giving him a big gift. The appearance of intermediate magic gems in the givings from a magic tower was nothing extraordinary. This was because most wizards who were qualified by a magic tower was official wizards. Gold coins meant little to nothing to official wizards, so the only thing that's attractable was an intermediate magic gem. Finkel's eyes were about to pop out as he looked from aside. A deeply shocked expression emerged from his fat face as his sight locked on that red intermediate magic gem. When Abel saw Finkel, he couldn't help but give him a pat on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You haven't seen much, have you, Finkel?" As a wizard follower roaming outside of magic towers, Finkel never even had the chance to see any of these elite wizard resources. Therefore, his expression was totally reasonable. It was only a spoiled person like Abel would treat an intermediate gem like it's nothing. "Here are your identity cards and magic gold card, please keep it well," said Julian as she handed the cards back to Abel. Abel stuck out his hand, but he was suddenly interrupted by weak little souls again and directly grabbed Julian's hand. "Mr. Abel, you..." In a flash, the face of Julian became red. She immediately pulled her hands away and looked at Abel with slight discomfort. Sorry. Abel's face was fully red. This could only end badly for him. Every time he tried to multitask, something would go wrong. Seeing Abel's immediate apologies, Julian began to wonder if Abel was intentional or really had grabbed her hand by mistake. "Mr. is having some problems with his training. He is always thinking about it, so he often gets distracted. Please forgive us," said Finkel as he immediately stood up and bowed. Among this awkward embarrassment, Abel put his givings, identity cards, and magic gold card away. But as he was throwing his givings into his portal bag, Finkel and Julian's expressions began to change again. There was no question. This bag was a portal bag. How could such a small bag swallow that much stuff? Every official wizard could only obtain 1 portal bag, and normally these portal bags would be bought back with a high price by the wizard union when the wizard died, unless if the offsprings of that wizard was also a wizard. There was only one way a portal bag was left without an owner, and that was killing an official wizard. Every portal bag owned by an unofficial wizard signified the death of an official wizard. With the deep yearning for official wizards in this world, you could just imagine what the two were feeling when they saw Abel's portal bag.